A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all-old-time radio.
Well, Jane attended the first rehearsal of the charity play to be given next month. She'd been promised a part for the ticket committee, but she doesn't know the ticket committee has promised parts to all the ladies selling tickets, the parts being in a mob scene. Jane, of course, imagined she was to play the lead, and quite a session ensued. We learn the outcome now as we look in at the Aces later that evening and find Jane telling Mr. Race and Marge the story. Listen.
So, this Mr. Hamden, he's the director. He gave all of us copies of the play, and we had to try out. And I tried out for the part of Mrs. Weatherby.
The leading part?
Yes.
All right, Jane. I was only asking. You don't have to get so mad.
Well, I'm just waiting for him to make one wisecrack, that's all.
Me? I didn't say anything.
Oh, I can tell by the tone in your eye that you're just going...
Jane, I wasn't even thinking.
Now, wait a minute. Let's get this straight. Jane, you actually tried out for the part of Mrs. Weatherby, the leading part?
Yes.
You got up on the stage there and read it?
Yes.
You acted out a scene?
Yes.
And you got the part?
No.
Oh, you didn't get the part? Oh, well, I see. So you're not going to be in a play after all?
Who isn't? Who said I'm not?
Why, you just said it.
Oh, then you got another part, is that it?
Well, I'm trying to tell you what happened if you'll just stop jumping at convulsions like that.
Okay, Jane, go ahead. What happened?
Well, there's a woman there named Mrs. Lewis, Irene Lewis. She's very pretty, I'll say that for her. Gotta give the devil her booze. She smokes a lot of cigarettes, comes through her nose.
Yes, that's quite interesting.
Well, it certainly is. I'll bet if she smoked one, she smoked a whole cartoon.
Well, that's a pretty picture, but do you have to include all those unimportant details?
Important? That's very important.
Well, it's not to me.
Well, it is to me. If you had heard the way she kept coughing all through the rehearsal and how she had to clear her throat, you'd say it was important.
What is she talking about?
I don't get it.
Well, here's the whole thing in a shell hole. We both tried out for the part, didn't we?
Yes.
Well, Mr. Hamden couldn't decide which one he liked best. One minute he thought Mrs. Lewis was best, and the next minute he said he never saw anything like my acting.
He said what?
He said he never saw anything like my acting.
Are those his exact words?
To the penny.
I see.
So here's what he found. What did you say?
What?
What did you just say? I heard that. What does that mean?
All I said was...
Now, look, dearie, if you think you're going to get my ghost by making those remarks...
Here I am dying to find out what happened, and you dragged your story out like I can't stand it. Now, what was the outcome? Does Mrs. Lewis play the part of Mrs. Weatherby? Answer that.
Well, yes.
Well, thank heaven we got that straightened out.
Maybe she does.
Maybe.
Well, if she's well enough.
Well enough?
Yes. You see how important it is about the cigarette?
I don't get it.
Well, you must be Scotch if you don't get that. I could see it in a minute. If she smokes that many cigarettes and keeps coughing and really gets a sore throat or something, well, then her understudy plays the part, doesn't she?
Her understudy? Who's that?
Sincerely yours.
Who?
You mean you, Jane?
Yes.
Oh, I see.
Oh, so you're understudying Mrs. Lewis.
And playing the part of Marie.
Marie?
Yes.
Sounds like a maid to me.
Just a minute now. It's a very important part. You know what the play's about.
Yes, we know.
Mrs. Weatherby married this rich millionaire, and he lives in his big, beautiful home with his two elderly sisters. Well, they're jealous of her and mad at the way she spends their brother's money on parties and things.
Yes.
And she's just about to give this big, beautiful party when her husband calls long distance to tell her he's coming home that night.
Oh.
Well, that kind of upsets her plans, because she's invited over this young fellow she's been doing the rumba with, and it's very important that she knows that her husband is coming home, isn't it? So, when Marie tells her that her husband is on the phone calling long distance, it's very important. See?
It still sounds like a maid to me.
Oh, isn't he just... It's a very important part. Mr. Hampton said so.
Oh.
And besides, do you know how many big actresses have played the parts of maids on the stage today? They're too humorous to mention. And do you know that when a person plays a part that has only one line, and it's an important line like this one, 9 times 10, she's the hit of the show.
It sounds like Mr. Hampton's been giving you a little pep talk, so you'd take this one-line part.
Yes, but what a line. The phone, madame, that's very important. And I have to come out right on time because it's long distance. And even if they have got a lot of money, it still costs a lot to talk on long distance.
Oh, yes, I see, Jane. I get it now.
Oh, there's no use talking to you. Wait till you see the play. You'll see how important it is.
But then, if Mrs. Lewis isn't able to play the part of Mrs. Weatherby, are you going to play it?
Oh, sure. And I've got a pretty good chance, too, because she really isn't well.
Oh, I see. Then who plays Marie if you play Mrs. Weatherby?
Marie? Oh, anybody can play that.
Oh, then it's not so important.
No, it's only... Oh, what's the use? You got me. I can't fool anybody around here. I feel terrible about it.
Oh, Jane, darling.
Oh, I can't help it. I did so good, Marge. I wish you could have heard me.
Were you really good, Jane?
Good? That's not the word for it. I was very good. And then he turns around and gives her the part.
Oh, Jane, now don't carry on like that.
Oh, I can't help it. Even you would have liked me, dear.
Oh, I'm sure I would.
Then why did he give her the part?
Well, it's probably politics.
Politics?
Sure,
that's all it is. All those plays are like that. And besides, Jane, you still have a chance to be in it if Mrs. Lewis can't make it.
Oh, she'll make it all right. She's just the type that'll stay well just to spite me.
Well, suppose she does. Why not concentrate on the part of Marie?
Oh, Marie.
Oh, Marie. Oh, Marie.
Oh, I don't see what you're so happy about. I'll bet you're glad I didn't get the part.
No bet.
Yes, you are. I can tell.
No, he's not, Jane. Now, I tell you what. Why don't you just study your little part and make the most of it? As Mr. Hampton says, you might make a great impression playing it.
Oh, how can I with one line?
Well, what is the one line?
Let me see. Where's that play?
Oh, you forgot the one line?
Oh, well, there's so many things on my mind. Here it is. Right after this first long speech Mrs. Weatherby has, Marie comes in and she says, the phone, madame. Yes, that's it. I remember now. The phone, madame. Isn't that disgusting?
No, I don't think so. Make the most of it.
What?
Make it sound as important as it is. Attract attention to yourself when you come in. Make people sit up and take notice of you.
Well, how can I when everybody's looking at Mrs. Weatherby?
Now, they'll look at you, too, if you make a striking entrance.
Why, sure they will. They'll probably all sit up and say, my, who's that cute girl?
They will. Oh, they will not.
They will if you make the most of the part, Jane. They're bound to say it.
They will. Oh, they will not.
Well, it's up to you, of course. If you look nice and give it everything you've got, why, they'll go for you in a big way.
They will. Oh, they will not.
Okay, Jane, they won't then.
There, I knew it couldn't last. Oh, getting a compliment out of him is like pulling teeth from a baby.
Well, I tried, heaven knows.
Yes, that's your own fault, Jane. Now, why don't you study your part and try to see what you can get out of it? Say, if you like, I'll run over it with you.
You mean you'll help me?
Of course. Now, cheer up. Don't look so glum.
That's not glum, that's disgusted. And I am disgusted because if you'd only been there, Marge, you could have seen me.
Yes, I know, Jane. I'll stop worrying about that and concentrate on the part. Let's hear you read it.
Well, all right. First, there's this long speech here.
Oh, wait. I'll tell you what. I'll read that, and then you come in at the proper time.
All right. Here, you read the part of Mrs. Weatherby.
Okay. Let's see here. Mrs. Weatherby is discovered seated before her dressing table, listlessly combing her hair and gazing at herself in the mirror. The speech is a sort of soliloquy. Oh, I get it. You ready, Jane?
Yes, go ahead, Marge.
Okay, here we go. Well, my pet, I hope you're satisfied with yourself. You've landed him, the catch of the season. What does it matter if he's heartbroken? What does it matter that his sisters cut you dead? You found what you've been looking for, security. This castle will be your stronghold, and you're queen. Queen of all you survey.
The phone?
There's no turning away now.
Oh, she has them left over.
Let them talk. Let them scorn you. Well, all right, Jane.
Oh, the phone, madame?
Are you asking her or telling her?
I'm telling her.
Well, then why do you
Will
have...
you please leave this to me?
Well...
Jane, make it a little more emphatic.
How do you mean?
Well, I'll tell you what. Here, you read this part, and I'll come in as Marie.
Oh, all right.
Now, go ahead and start, and I'll make my entrance right down here.
All right. Well, my pet, you've landed him the catch of the season. What does it matter that he's housebroken? What does it matter that his sisters cut your head? You found what you looked... Now, just just a minute. I heard that laugh.
Hey, please.
Well, I can't help it. Did you hear what I heard?
But let her finish it. Now, go ahead, Jane.
Well, if he's going to start
he'll be
laughing now.
quiet. Now, you either keep quiet or leave the room.
Okay, Marge.
Now, take it, Jane. You found what you...
Well, all right, I'll start over.
No, that won't be necessary. Start with, you found what you've been looking for.
Yes. You found what you've been looking for, Security. His castle will be your stranglehold, and you are queen of all you survey. There is no... Where are you going, dear?
I'm leaving the room.
Oh, why don't you behave?
Oh, well, let him go if that's the way he feels.
Is that the way you read that part this morning?
Yes, what of it?
Oh, nothing. I just wanted to make sure of something.
Well, I did it just as good as Mrs. Lewis did. Just because they made me understudy is no sign that I did.
You're not understudying the part. You're underplaying it.
What does that mean?
Jane, don't argue with him. Let's go on with this rehearsal.
Oh, I'm disgusted. First those women and that director treat me this way, and then my own husband, my own flesh and bone.
Oh, Jane. There, you see what you've done?
Oh, I'm sorry. I couldn't help it.
Well, enough out of you. Now you apologize to her.
Okay, Jane, I'm sorry.
Oh, why don't you leave me alone? What do you know about acting?
Oh, nothing.
Well, then why do you have to say things like that?
Oh, I didn't mean it. You did fine. Honestly, you did. I think you should have been given the part of Mrs. Weatherby. Heaven forgive me.
Oh, you do not.
Yes, I do, and I think it's a dirty shame Mr. Hampton didn't give it to you. I can't imagine why he didn't. I guess it's like I said. It's politics.
Well, it's going to be quite a struggle, this life of an actress that Jane has chosen for herself. But we learn about the progress she makes when next we meet the Easy Aces.
Arch Oboler's plays. On the winds of the night, we bring you a story whispered in the night.
Why don't you
Write a comedy? A comedy.
Comedy? Comedy.
A comedy.
Comedy.
Oh, you do not mean it, senor.
I do.
It is a joke, senor.
Not at all.
But the money.
Definitely not interested.
But it is not sensible.
That makes me in tune with the times.
Senor Madison, I am a simple man.
And I am a tired one.
I know that when nations are at each other's throats, men of your peculiar talents are beyond price.
So your price is 50,000.
So, it is the money, eh? Senor Madison, we are a poor country.
Now, wait a minute, Savannah, wait. Look, I'm a very tired man. I'll say it again in simple little words and try to understand, will you? I, Terence Madison, am through with wars, foreign and domestic. Comprende?
But you are a fighting man, senor. You will live and die a fighting man.
All I can do is repeat. I'm done, through, finished with fighting, foreign or domestic. And that, believe me, is that.
Si, senor, I hear what you say, yet I cannot believe.
Believe this, Savannah. You're as outdated as I am.
Hmm?
Yeah, outdated, outmoded. Like a bow and arrow against a machine gun battalion.
But I do not understand.
You're still promoting little 2-before Sunday to Monday revolutions down in that little peanut country of yours. You yell, "Hail to freedom." You fire off a couple of guns. You kick one Presidente out and put in a new one. You line your pocket. And in a few months, you do it all over again. Well, that's old-fashioned stuff, Savannah. You can't see them yet, but they're coming to put you out of business just the way they did to me.
They? Who, senor? Who?
The amateurs?
Eh?
Yeah, the amateurs. War used to be a job for professionals. We had certain rules of conduct, chivalry, international law, and all the rest. But now that's all over with. The amateurs are moving in. And I'm moving out.
I do not know...
Sure you don't know, so I'm telling you. War isn't war anymore. It's a gang fight. Shoot him in the back. Knife him in the ribs. If they ask you what you're doing, tell them you're going to church.
But,
No, let me finish. To me, the excitement of promoting your little two-bit revolutions was a game. A tough game, but a game because we played it with rules. With a kind of respect for the other fellows inside. We didn't use flamethrowers. We didn't machine gun the kids in the streets. The amateurs worked that stuff up, so if they're in, I'm out. They move into your country and they shove a knife in your heart and tell you it's for your own good. Pretty soon they'll start using poison gas on the kids and poison germs in the drinking water.
Oh, begging your pardon for the interruption, sir, but it's almost 9 o'clock.
Well, can't you see I'm busy? Can't you?
Yes, sir, but it's almost 9 o'clock. Your appointment with the mayor.
Huh? Oh, yes, thanks, Merv.
Senor Madison, all these things you have been saying, they mean nothing to me. I ask you one question. The opposition. They have bought you?
Look, for all I know, you're the opposition.
Then you will reconsider and join
No,
with us?
of course not. I'm not joining anybody. I'm parking right here in New York and starting to enjoy life.
Senor...
Get it through your head, will you? For the last 10 years, I haven't had a week of rest and quiet. Mexico, El Chaco, Manchuria, cross and double-cross, blood and filth and bullets. I tell you, I'm
begging your pardon, sir, your appointment and the senor's hat.
Huh? Oh, yes. Well, you'll have to excuse me now, Sabania. My appointment with the maid.
You have made me, how you say it, a very confused man, Senor Madison. I do not understand you. Yes, perhaps I had better go. Adios, senor. Adios.
Good day. He's confused. And I've got a headache.
Have you that, sir?
Yeah, and thanks, Murph. The senor was getting in my hair.
I figured I'd better do something before you drop them out the window.
You must have been reading my mind. That's a great thing, Murph.
What, sir?
Make up one's mind and then stick to it.
Aye.
They're a couple of old campaigners, Murph. It's about time we went to pasture.
Not old, sir.
Old enough to know that I don't want any part of their wars. Peace and quiet, Murph. At least until the bombs start falling.
Right you are, sir. It's going to be good for having a little peace and quiet.
Quiet that, Murph.
Yes, sir. Hello? Who is this speaking? Never mind who I am. Who are you?
Nice going, Murphy.
No, Mr. Madison ain't giving interviews.
Nice going again, Murphy.
No, if you come up here, I'll throw you out.
Bravo, Murphy.
No, listen to me. All Mr. Madison authorizes me to say is that he's come back to America to rest, and that no matter who starts a war, he ain't in it. Goodbye.
Murphy, old horse, remind me to give you my quad again.
The trouble with the reporters in this sound, sir, is that they don't believe you. And I don't blame them.
What's this? What's this?
Well, 5 times in the last 5 years you've announced you were through adventuring, and then Manchuria and all the rest of it. You can't blame them for doubting you, sir.
Murphy, I say it again, and this time I mean it. I'm through, done, finished with war. Obscurity. Oblivion. That's what I want.
You'll get that 6 foot under, sir.
Fair enough. Murph, believe me, I've thought this out from A to Z. I absolutely don't want excitement again as long as I live. Yes, sir. I'm going to spend the rest of my days fishing, and you can hold the rod.
A pretty picture, sir. A pretty picture. Yeah. And now, if you don't mind, sir, I'd like to be running off.
What's the attraction? Blonde at the cigar counter?
Oh, no, sir, it's me teeth.
Huh?
You remember the day down in Santa Ana when that crazy peon took a swipe at me? I'm having some new choppers put in.
A dentist appointment at 11 o'clock at night?
Well, you see, sir, the dentist...
Okay, Murph, if that blonde does dental work, far be it for me to spoil her fun. Go on, run along.
Yes, sir. I'll be back early, sir.
Dentist appointment. Well, I've got what I want. Easy chair, footstool, pipe. Still talking to myself. That's one jungle habit I'll have to get rid of, or they'll be electing me to run for something. Peace and quiet. All the peace and all the... What?
Oh, no.
Whoop! here, lady. Where'd you come from?
Where am I? What now?
Who am I? Well, I'm just the guy who rents these rooms, that's all. Who are you? What are you doing here? Say, did you come to the fire escape?
And thou be a slave? No. A noble bear. Oh, thou art one of these new, strange barbarians.
Say, what is this? What are you talking about? What are you doing in my room?
I do not know. My head. Oh, please. A sip of water.
Say, you are groggy, aren't you? Here, sit down. I'll get you some water. Here you are. There, drink. Now tell me what's this all about. Who are you? Where's the masquerade?
Masquerade? It is a strange word. I know it now.
I mean the outfit, the dress. What are you supposed to be dressed up like? One of those Greek goddesses?
Greek? I'm not Greek. I'm a queen of Rome.
Listen, lady, you may be the queen of the May for all I care, but what are you doing in my room at this time of night? How'd you get here? What do you want?
Shelter, oh barbarian. I beg of thee, shelter.
Shelter? Now, look here, beautiful. I don't know what your game or what your gag is, but please go away and let me read my book in peace.
Thou speakest strangely, O barbarian, but thy face is kind. Please, I beg of thee, hide me from the Caesar's wrath.
Listen, will you please quit the clowning and talk English?
I do not understand.
Oh, yes, you do. I mean those thys and thous and all that nonsense. Now, come on, beautiful. Tell me what this all about. Why those crazy clothes? What are you doing, sit on the bed?
Please, I beg you, listen.
Sure.
Do not set me forth into the night. His meanings are all about me.
Huh?
They would strike me down even in their love for me. For Nero's word strikes fear into the heart of every man.
Nero? What are you talking about? Who are you? Well, you're going to tell me your name and what you're doing here, or do I have to call for the house detective?
My name is Olivia.
Olivia what? And what are you doing here? What's the... Say, you're trembling. You really are afraid. Well, come on, now, out with it. Talk sense. Who are you hiding from?
My husband.
Your husband? Oh, look here, lady. That's one kind of excitement I'm not looking for. Why don't you go find a nice policeman and tell him all your trouble?
Thou speakest so strangely, barbarian. And yet, I pray thee, do not send me forth. For if thou dost, then I shall die this very night.
Die? You mean your old man intends to murder you?
I shall be killed this very night. The word has gone forth from Nero's lips. And Nero is a god.
Nero? Was that your name? Olivia Nero?
I was a Caesar's wife once. And now that the strange fire has come into his brain, he would kill me. And none would stand in Nero's way.
Say, what is this? Listen, woman, talk sense and talk sense fast. Because in about 2 minutes, I'm going to reach for that phone and call the house detective. This is my room. I want peace and rest.
No, I beseech thee. Be not angry. I tell the truth. I swear by all the gods. Nero searches everywhere for me. It's all here.
What?
This door. Oh, save me, barbarian. He comes for me. I do not want
What kind of a merry-go-round is this? I warn you, if you don't tell me what's what, in about 2 seconds, I'm going to...
Oh.
Yes. Huh? Oh, my God. Another one.
Nero.
Oh, my little Olivia. Thou didst think thou couldst escape from the great Nero, eh?
Say, who in the devil are you? What do you people think my room is, Times Square?
Silence, barbarian, or I'll have thee thrown to the lions.
Huh?
Stand up, Olivia.
No, I beg of thee.
I say stand up.
And I say shut up.
Barbarian, soon thou shalt be a lighted torch hanging from my garden gate.
And soon you're going to be wearing a couple of halos around your eyes. Now, look here, I'm a peaceable sort of fella, but you two are going a little too far.
Eh?
What is this, running around in sheep, talking like a couple of Shakespearean actors and driving me crazy? Who are you? What's this all about?
I shall deal with you later, barbarian. But first there is you, Olivia. Thou art a simple thing, and yet thou art in my way to greater things.
No, wouldst marry that painted wench of the street, Poppy?
Silent, woman.
No, I won't. Leave me, I tell thee.
Stop it! Stop yelling! You want people to think I'm beating a what? Oh, listen here, you two.
Silent, barbarian. Quickly, a cup of wine.
Wine? What do you think this is? I have no wine.
Then water, slave. Water.
Look, this is a fine thing. Crazy goof ordering me around in my own room.
I am His Highness Claudius Nero, Premier, head of the state religion, Commander-in-Chief of the forces, and empowered to act as tribune of the people.
All right, smart Alec, keep on being cute. But let me tell you who I am. I'm Terence Henry Madison, seventh son of a seventh son, empowered by right of having paid the room rent on this place to throw you and this equally nutty woman right out on your masquerading ears. Now will you get out of here?
The man is an idiot. He has ears which do not hear, and he speaks a strange tongue which I do not understand. Poor Olivia, thou hast found shelter with a madman.
Why, you... Oh, what's the use? I give up. I come all the way to New York for a little peace, and I find you two nuts. Go ahead. I don't know what your game is, but go right ahead. If this is somebody's idea of a practical joke, I might as well sit down and enjoy myself.
The man is mad. Olivia, come to me.
Oh, no, great Caesar. Spare me.
Come to me.
Atta boy, assert yourself.
Silence, Valerian. Now then, my little one, why do you tremble and shrink from me?
You would kill me.
I would kill you. But is it not the duty of a true wife to do as her lord and master commands? Even to the sacrifice of her own life, that his might be stronger, more glorious?
I will leave home. I will go among strangers.
And there to plot against me? Never. Olivia, you must die.
Action. Come on, let's have a little more action.
Closer to me, Olivia.
No, great Caesar. I beseech thee.
Silence. Quickly, barbarian, a cup.
There's one right there on the table, Toots. Help yourself. This is your party.
Look, Olivia. Look, I say. I brew thee a wondrous drink.
Make mine grape juice.
Poison. Oh, it's poison me.
Aye, a wondrous poison. Brewed by the great Augusta just for thee. Here, drink it deep.
No. Oh, spare me, great Nero.
Drink, little fool, or I'll force it down your throat.
No.
Drink.
Yeah, drink, and we'll all go home.
Drink, I say. There. Open thy puling mouth. There. The deed is done.
Nero. I die. Nero.
Bravo! What an exit! What an exit!
Farewell, Olivia. I must return to Rome. Farewell.
Nero.
Look out! Oh, now, wait a minute, woman. Fun's fun, but you'll hurt yourself falling on people's floors that way. Hey, you, Nero, whatever your name is, come on back here. Oh, listen, woman, come on, get up, will you? I don't know what this is all about, but it's gone plenty far enough. If you're trying to initiate me into a lodge, I don't want to join. Oh, come on, lady, please get up. Your friend's gone out the window. On your lips. Blood. Manager! Police! Police! Hurry, man, hurry. I tell you, the woman's dying.
Please, Mr. Madison, don't talk so loudly. The other guests...
Oh, who cares about your other guests? Here, right in here. What? Well, the door's locked.
Well, unlock it, Mr. Madison. Unlock it.
I can't. I left my key inside.
Well, I left my passkey in the desk.
Well, come on, we'll break it down. No.
Wait, don't. Here comes Malone. Malone, hurry up.
Hey, what's going on here? What's the matter, boss? This mug making trouble?
Don't be a fool, Malone. This gentleman, Mr. Madison.
Oh, Madison. Oh, yeah, sure. I'm sorry, Mr. Madison. You see, I thought
Stop thinking and open that door. There's a woman dying in there.
Dying?
Don't stand there, you idiot. Open that door.
Yeah, sure. I had a key here someplace.
Hurry, Malone.
And I'm doing the best I can. There now.
What in the...
Where is she? Ain't nobody here.
She's gone. Gone?
But you said a dame was dying.
Well, she was right there on the floor.
This guy is nuts. The only thing on the floor is a rug.
Wait, the bedroom. Maybe she... No, there's nobody in here. Nobody.
In fact, Mr. Madison, you might say that there's no one in the entire place other than ourselves.
But I tell you, she was here. Right here on the floor. She drank the poison out of that glass there.
Wait a minute. What glass?
What? That glass.
Listen, mister, if you see a glass in this room, I better get a pair of glasses.
I tell you, there was a glass there. And a woman, too.
Any pink elephants?
Listen, you...
No, please, Mr. Madison, don't get excited. Surely you must have been mistaken.
Mistaken? Listen, I tell you, she was here, right on the floor, dying. And I thought they were fooling.
They? Fooling? Who was fooling? Who are they? Talk up, Mr. Madison.
Olivia, or whatever her name was. You know, Nero's wife.
Nero's wife?
Sure, I might have known it. He's one of those dips, who's it, you know?
I tell you, I'm dead sober. A woman was poisoned in this room tonight, and heaven only knows where she's gone now.
Just a second there, Mr. Madison. Who gave who poison?
Yeah. Who gave who poison?
I told you, Nero gave it to his wife.
You mean the guy who fiddled while Rome was burning?
All I know is he said his name was Nero, and he was the emperor of Rome.
Oh, this guy is nuts.
He must be.
I'm not crazy. I know what I'm talking about. I saw it with my own eyes.
All right, Mr. Madison, all right. Take it easy. Here. Have a chair.
Yeah, Mr. Madison, you're all tired out. Come on, a nice soft chair.
Cut it out. I'm not crazy. I tell you, I saw Nero right here in this room, and his wife, and he poisoned her. And I let him do it. She was dying, I tell you. Dying.
Good evening, Mr. and Mrs. America. Oddities in the news, and this is a funny one. Harry Madison, world-famous soldier of fortune, today claimed that he met Nero and Nero's wife in his hotel room. Yes, sir, Mr. Madison, who just announced his retirement as a professional adventurer, claims that he met the fire-fiddling Nero and his wife in one of the suites of a local hotel. Dr. Bradley, the hotel physician, recommended complete peace and quiet. But meanwhile, the story's got the whole town laughing. The whole town is laughing.
Mr. Madison, is it true that at one time you were a personal friend of Nero? Oh, wait. Mr. Madison, I represent the newspaper syndicate. Would you write an article on my pal Nero? Leave me alone.
Mr. Madison, would you mind posing for a picture with the man who said he's really crazy?
Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Murphy.
Yes, sir?
They're laughing at me. Oh, the town's laughing at me.
I know, sir.
Fools. I tell you, Murph, she was lying there on that floor right where your feet are now.
Oh, but begging your pardon, sir, they've been dead 2,000 years. I mean Nero and that lady.
I don't care if they've been dead 20,000 years. I tell you, I saw Nero murder Olivia. I looked it up in a history book, and to help me, that's just what the Roman emperor did to his wife 2,000 years ago. I stood by last night and let him do it again. Now, pack our things.
Our things?
Right, we're getting out of here.
But I thought we were...
so did I. Peace and quiet in New York. That's a joke, isn't it? All I've had is pointing fingers, wisecracks, people laughing at me. Murphy, I tell you, I can't stand it any longer. China, Africa, any place away from this madhouse. Let's go.
Yes, sir.
Oh, help me. If that's another reporter, I'll...
Take it easy, sir. I'll take care of him.
Mr. Terry Madison was here.
Sure, and what's it to you, me fine bucko?
Give him this.
Oh, look, Mr. Madison. Tickets.
Tickets? Tickets to what?
I don't know, sir. Oh, wait, hold on now. There's a letter, sir.
Give me that. Dear Mr. Madison, before you leave town, please use this ticket. They're all laughing at you, but maybe you'll have the last laugh. Say, what is this?
I don't know, sir.
Well, get my hat and get yours, too.
Huh?
If I've got a last laugh coming, I'm going after it. We're going to use these tickets tonight.
This way, sir.
Has the show started, Usher?
Yes, sir. This way, please.
Say, where are you taking us?
You have a box, sir.
A box?
Yes, sir.
Say, wait a minute. If you think I'm going to sit up there in a box with everybody staring at me, you're crazy.
I'm sorry, sir, but my instructions were to show you and your party to a box.
Just say the word, sir, and I'll clip this buckle so
Oh, it's okay, Murph. Lead on, my stuff. I don't know what this is all about, but here goes.
Step right in here, sir.
Okay. Come on, Murph.
Are they laughing at us, sir?
No, it's just a play on the stage. Now sit down, will you, and keep quiet. I want to find out what this is all about.
Well, if any of them mugs start laughing at us,
Will you keep quiet and listen?
Yes, sir.
Well, Olivia, and art thou ready to die?
No. Spare me, great Nero. Spare me.
Well, I'll be
What is it, sir?
And why should I spare you? I, the great Claudius Nero, Premier, Commander-in-Chief of the forces, and empowered to act as the tribune of the people.
I will leave Rome. I will go among strangers. Oh, spare me, great Nero. Spare me.
Olivia, come to me.
Come on, Murphy. We're getting out of here.
Yes, sir.
Where's the stage door to this place? Where is it?
But what's the matter, sir? Just because it's about
Tell
Nero.
you about Nero, you fool. That woman on the stage was the very woman I saw poison in my room that night.
But, Mr. Madison...
Don't forget it. They used me in a cheap publicity stunt to advertise their play about Nero.
Oh, Mr. Madison, where are you going?
Used Terry Madison as a publicity stooge, will they? I'm going backstage and tear this place apart piece by piece. And I'm starting with that Olivia.
Shannon's dressing room is that one there, sir.
Okay, here you are.
Thank you.
What is it? Oh. It's you.
Yeah, it's me.
Won't you come in?
Sure. Now, how soon do you expect your husband back?
My husband?
Oh, you know, Nero with a poison cup. Well, why don't you laugh?
There's no reason to laugh.
Oh, yes, there is. The laugh of the year. By tomorrow, they'll be laughing at it from coast to coast. It's a riot, a scream, a wow.
Wait, please, before you say any more. Please listen to me.
No, you listen to me. You made me the laugh of New York with a cheap publicity trick to advertise your cheap little play. Oh, from the looks of that crowd out there, it's paid to make a chump out of me, so what I say or do won't make any difference. But, lady, it's a rotten trick. It's part of the rottenness of the whole blasted world these days. Get what you can, and the devil...
No, don't say any more. I know. The moment I left your hotel room, I realized how wrong I was.
I can imagine.
Please believe me, Mr. Madison. Please believe me and try to understand why I did it. You see, I wrote this play about Nero and his wife, and every cent I've got in the world's invested in it. It just had to be a success. And when our publicity man thought up the idea of using you to get all sorts of publicity about Nero in the papers before the play opened, I agreed.
I'll see.
Oh, I didn't stop to think of what it would mean to you, the ridicule and laughter, but now... Oh, if you only knew how sorry I am.
That's easily said.
But it's true. A few moments I saw you that night. I can't begin to tell you how sorry I was that you were the one who'd be hurt by that crazy publicity stunt. It was too late to turn back then, but don't you see that was why I sent you those tickets for the opening tonight?
No, I don't see.
Well, I wanted you to come here and see me playing Nero's wife on the stage. I knew that would make you so angry you'd come backstage and tell me how little you thought of me, and then... Oh, for heaven's sake, man, what do I have to do to make you understand I wanted to see you again?
You wanted to see me?
Of course I did. I'm wanting to meet you for a long time. Terry Madison. Adventurous, soldier, and gentleman by Ceylon. Well, now you're here, and you detest me so much, I suppose I'll never see you again.
Second act, Miss Shannon.
Lil, I've got to go back out there and play Nero's wife again, but... Oh, please, Mr. Madison. Before we say goodbye, please tell me you won't hate me too much. Mr. Madison, what are you laughing about?
I just happened to remember the reason I came to New York. It was for peace and rest and quiet. Doesn't look as if I'm going to get much of that now.
Why not?
Because something tells me I'm going to be very busy from now on. Running around with Nero's wife.
Neros Wife was especially written for radio by Art Oboler and featured tonight John Brown and Ruth York, with Walter Kinsella, Winfield Honey, and Sidney Castle. Next week, we bring you a new play, The Immortal Gentleman, a strange story of a young man who meets immortality in a brave new world. Art Oboler's play.
Sunrise and sunset, promise and fulfillment, birth and death. The whole drama of life is written in the sands of time.
We present a new series of radio programs, The Clock.
Have you ever wished you could live your life all over again? Perhaps you have. 70 is our allotted time, and yet it might be nice to repeat the process and see how many past mistakes we could avoid on our second tour around the clock. For none of us are perfect. Well, almost none. I have in mind one gentleman who thought he was, at any rate. His name was Alexander Doby. No one ever said no to Mr. Doby. He was much too rich. No one ever crossed him. No one ever matched his will until a late afternoon in January at the age of 52, when our friend Alexander Doby... But I'm getting ahead of my story. Let me give it to you in more detail. Oh, good afternoon, Mr. Doby.
Good afternoon.
I don't remember your making an appointment.
I never make appointments, Dr. Renner, particularly with dentists.
Oh.
I arrive when I arrive and I leave when I leave. I don't have time to keep appointments.
What seems to be the trouble?
Well, what do you think would be the trouble when I visit a dentist? I have a toothache. If my regular dentist hadn't taken a winter vacation, I wouldn't be here now. Dr. Simpson, of course, you've heard of him, best man in town, charges $30 a filling.
I only charge $5.
Then you can't be very good. However, I have a double purpose in coming here, as you undoubtedly know.
I think I can guess. You open wide, please.
The big one on the upper left next to the... Oh,
I'm sorry.
Well, what are you trying to do? Torture me?
Well, you've got quite a cavity there.
You needn't tell me it's my tooth, isn't it? Will you, have to drill?
Well, naturally.
Will it hurt?
Probably.
Well, I don't want it to hurt, blast it. I haven't got time to be in pain.
Would you like some gas?
Gas?
Well, you won't feel a thing if I give you gas.
I hope not. Lena, how long have you known my daughter?
Oh, it's been almost a year, Mr. Doby.
That's almost a year too long, young man. Just what are your intentions?
Hasn't Arlene told you?
She doesn't have to tell me. I know what's going on.
Well, Mr. Doby, as long as you bring the matter up...
Well,
I want to marry Arlene.
You want to what?
Well, I had every intention of coming to see you very soon.
What is your income, Renner?
$5,000 a year.
That's close, isn't it?
Yes.
And after your overhead is cleared, your office, instruments, and so on, what's left?
Well, about $3,000, I guess.
$3,000 a year. $60 a week, and you want to marry my daughter.
Oh, Mr. Doby,
I know what you're after, my enterprising young fellow. Don't think you're getting ahead of me.
I'm not quite sure I know what you mean, Mr. Doby.
Heiresses aren't easy to come by, are they? Particularly for inconsequential pipsqueaks like you.
Mr. Doby, you're going a little too far. Please, let's not quarrel. You're Arlene's father, and
You can bet your last bicuspid I'm her father. But I'm never going to be your father-in-law. Now, do you hear that? From now on, your little romance is finished. I don't want you to see my daughter again. Is that clear?
Very.
I can make a lot of trouble for you, Renner, so keep it in mind.
I will, Mr. Doby.
Well, now get on with that tooth. And if I so much as feel one twinge of pain, I'll bite a hole in your hand. Well, what's that?
I'm ready to give you the gas now.
Well, don't stand there like an idiot. Give it to me.
Well, we'll just put this mask over your face. Now, breathe naturally.
Well, how else do you think I can breathe?
This will only take a minute.
Be careful with that fool thing now. Don't give me too much.
I know my business, Mr. Dobie. I'm going to give you just enough.
Is this stuff dangerous?
It could be, if it's not handled properly. So, you're coming between Arlene and me.
You bet your boots I am. And I'll ruin you, Renner, if you so much as... Say, wait a minute. I feel peculiar.
Breathe deeply, Mr. Dobie.
Get this thing off me. I don't want any gas.
Just a few seconds more.
Oh, no, I don't want any more. You're trying to kill me. Take that mask away. Take it away, you hear? You're killing me. You're killing me.
Say something, Mr. Dobie.
Which place are you?
My name is Ipswich.
That's not a name, that's a railroad station. Where am I?
In a room.
Oh, I know I'm in a room. That dentist, Renner. Now I remember. He tried to kill me.
Did he?
Gave me gas. Get hold of the police. I'm having that man jailed immediately.
Now, let me see. I believe I have a list of your vital statistics here.
Did you hear what I said about the police?
I suggest you relax, Mr. Dobie. It'll make it so much easier for both of us.
See, where am I? In a lunatic asylum? What am I doing in a bare room? How did I get here? Oh, my tooth doesn't hurt.
Alexander Dobie, aged 52. Widower, one child, place of birth, Rochester, New York. Member of the Stock Exchange, president of the Universal Copper Company, Incorporated.
How do you know so much about me?
It's my business to know everything about everyone, Mr. Dobie.
Listen, you crackpot. I just told you a man tried to murder me. Now, are you going to call the police or must I?
There are no police, Mr. Dobie.
What?
And I know all about Dr. Renner and you. Too much guess. It's happened before, still it's more pleasant than falling out of a window, isn't it? You must admit you left the world with ease and comfort.
Left the world? You talk as if I'm dead.
But you are, Mr. Dobie. You are dead.
I just can't believe it. It isn't possible.
It's happened before, Mr. Dobie. You're not the first man to arrive at the middle level. There have been several billion before you.
Middle level? What middle level? Why haven't I been taken to the upper level?
Well, first there are references to be checked, Mr. Dobie. Of course, references aren't so important on the lower level. So you needn't worry. We'll see you getting somewhere.
I've got hundreds of references, Ipswich.
Really? Odd they're not listed here.
Well, apparently you don't know who I am.
Oh, yes, you're Alexander Dobie, aged 52.
I also happen to be Alexander Dobie, the richest man in the East. I'm on the board of directors in 3 banks. I'm a member of 5 of the most exclusive clubs in America, and it would take you a week to walk across my real estate if it was laid end to end.
I still don't see any references on my list.
Then your list is a forgery, Ipswich. Ask any businessman in New York who I am. He'll tell you without blinking an eyelash.
I'm afraid you misunderstand me, Mr. Dobie. I'm talking about personal references now.
Personal references?
Yes, in order to reach the upper level, someone must vouch for you. A friend or a member of your family. Just one kind word in your favor is all that's needed, Mr. Dobie.
Oh, now, look here, Ipswich. Let's not be silly about this. I'm not in the habit of asking people to vouch for me. Here.
What's that?
Money, you fool. $100 bill. Now take it and let's get started.
Dear, they're getting awfully careless at the main gate. You're the 3rd person who's come through here in the past 80 years with money.
What do you mean?
Money isn't needed in this area, so to speak.
Money's needed everywhere. Makes the world go round.
But you happen to be out of this world, Mr. Dobie. Now, about that reference.
Oh, are we going into that again?
I'm afraid it's necessary.
All right, if you insist. I can give you a reference.
Fine.
How do we get back?
Just tell me where you want to go, Mr. Dobie. Who'll give you this reference?
My banker, of course. Who else?
Very well, sir. We'll see your banker. This is where you bank your money, I believe.
And there's John Harvey, the president. John?
He can't hear you, Mr. Dobie.
He can't?
He can't see you either.
Well, that's a ridiculous position to be in.
But we can hear and see him. Let's go over to his desk.
Mr. Harvey.
What is it, Lewis?
Here's that statement Mr. Dobie's executor asked for.
Oh, yes, his assets.
Wait till you hear this, Mr. Fitch.
Yes, I imagine it's very impressive.
He certainly was rich, wasn't he?
Extremely.
He had $11 million in cash in this bank alone.
To say nothing of his mortgages and real estate.
Yes, it's quite a fortune. Alexander Dobie was even richer than I imagined.
There you are, Fitch. How's that for a reference?
It's still not personal.
Hard to please, aren't you?
Mr. Harvey, how long do you think it took him to amass a fortune like that?
It wasn't done overnight.
I'll say it wasn't.
He must have worked hard for it.
There's your reference, Ipswich.
Hard? Oh, don't be silly, Lewis. He just cheated a little better than the next chap, that's all. In order to build this fortune, he probably ruined half a dozen men. I know what Dobie's kind was like. Last of the robber barons.
He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Doesn't he?
I hate to say this about a man who's gone, Lewis, but Alex Dobie's death was no loss to the world. I doubt if anyone will miss him. There are many people who've already forgotten he ever existed.
Shall I send this report to his attorneys, Mr. Harvey?
Yes, get it over with. I'm going out for lunch and a round of golf.
Well, Mr. Dobie?
That's a fine way for a man to treat a client. That's all I have to say. He'll never get another nickel of my business.
I'm sure he won't.
Anyway, he was always jealous of me. And he was never a very good friend.
Then suppose we visit a good friend, Mr. Dobie.
Yes. Well, all right.
Who shall we see?
Oh, anyone at all. It doesn't matter. I've got lots of friends. Good friends, too.
I'm glad to hear that.
Oh, let's see now, good friend. This will be time. Ipswich. I'll think of one. Ipswich.
Yes, Mr. Dobie?
Not that I expect to disappoint you, and just for the sake of argument, out of sheer curiosity, what would happen if I didn't produce a reference?
I wouldn't talk about that now, Mr. Dobie.
I demand to know.
It isn't a pleasant subject.
What are you getting at?
Mr. Dobie, we haven't too much time, so let's get on with it. Have you or have you not a personal reference to offer?
I certainly have. I hope.
On this earth, time is measured in seconds, minutes, and hours. In Mr. Dobie's new world, time is calculated in eternities. Days, months, and years are unimportant. There is only now and later. And in Mr. Dobie's case, it was later than he thought.
Hey, isn't that my country club with Fitch?
You said you wanted to hear from Charlie Parker, I believe. Well, we'll find him on the golf course.
Good old Charlie. He spent 10 years trying to beat me at golf, but he could never touch my game.
Were you that good?
Good. I was number 2 man at the club. Oh, there's Charlie now, walking towards the first tee.
Let's join him.
Hey, wait a minute. He's playing a twosome with John Harvey. Now, listen, we just saw Harvey, and what he says doesn't count.
I'm only interested in what Mr. Parker has to say.
Hello there, Charlie.
Oh, afternoon, John. You're late.
Sorry, I was going over Alex Dobie's account.
Oh, yeah, Alex died the other day, I hear.
He was a very good personal friend of yours, wasn't he?
Oh, I knew him quite well.
Go on, Charlie. Tell him how we got along. Tell him what a wonderful chap I was.
He used to play quite a bit of golf with Alex.
Oh, was he good?
Number 2 man at the club.
What did I tell you, Ipswich?
Should have been number 1 man, the way he kept his score.
Oh, really?
Yeah, if he took 10 strokes, he'd put down 5. Yeah, he was just about the biggest golf liar I ever met.
Now look here, you old windbag.
I told you they can't hear you, Mr. Dobie.
So he cheated in golf as well as in everything else.
Yeah, not only that. But he did it for money.
Money?
I can forgive a man who forgets a stroke or two on his scorecard. After all, we're only human. It's nice to feel kid yourself that you're an athlete at the age of 50 or so.
Oh, I know what you mean, Charlie.
But Dobie always insisted on playing for money. $5 a hole. And he always made sure to win every hole in the bargain.
With his pencil, eh?
It was really disgusting, Harvey. He was richer than any man I'd ever known. Yet he'd cheat for a $5 bill. Can you imagine that?
Oh, I guess not. But as I understood it, Parker, you were his closest friend. You don't seem to be very unhappy about his passing.
His closest friend? Yeah, I was his closest friend. I knew what was good for me. He held 51% of the stock in my company. He could have ruined me at the drop of a hat. That's why I made sure to be his closest friend.
Oh, I see.
Personally. You know what I'm going to do? You know how I'm going to mourn his death?
No.
By getting tight in the clubhouse after this round of golf. And it's going to be more of a celebration than anything else. Come on, let's go.
Well, that's that.
I would never have believed it, Charlie. Never.
Did you cheat at golf, Mr. Dobie?
Cheat?
As Parker claimed.
Well, I admit taking a stroke or two off my card here and there, but what difference did it make? It was all in fun.
Fun at $5 a hole.
Now, listen to me, Ipswich.
Mr. Dobie, I'm afraid I'll have to inform the secretary.
What?
You don't seem to be able to provide a reference.
Now, look, Ipswich, you got to give me a break.
A break?
I'm due for the upper level, and you know it. And by George, you're going to take me there.
I'm sorry, Mr. Dobie.
Now, wait a minute, Ipswich. I'm a rich man, a very rich man. All that talk about not using money was just plain silly. You know it was. Oh, I admit I underestimated you by offering you $100, but I'll raise that offer.
Will you?
To $1 million. Well, how's that, eh? $1 million in cash. And you don't have to report it to the government if you don't want to. I'll keep quiet myself to save the tax. See what I mean?
Only a reference and a good one will do the trick, Mr. Dobie.
I won't go any higher, Ipswich. Either you take $2 million or the deal's off.
Fine. The deal is off.
Wait. Don't leave me, Ipswich. Maybe I made a mistake. Maybe you're the one man who doesn't have his price, but don't leave me alone. I'm a little frightened.
The great Alexander Dobie. Frightened?
Well, I've never been in a position before where my money was useless. I'm not used to that sort of thing, blasted. Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize.
That's a concession for you.
Look, Ipswich, Mr. Ipswich, maybe you can help me out.
I?
Well, you've known me for now, for quite a while. Couldn't you give me a reference?
Sorry, employees and their families are excluded from taking part.
Oh.
I might make one suggestion, however.
Yes?
Your daughter.
My daughter?
Surely if there's one person in the world you've left who's sorry, it must be she.
I never thought of Arlene.
It seems to be your last chance, Mr. Dobie.
All right, Mr. Ipswich. We'll see how Arlene feels about it.
Poor Mr. Dobie. Fancy, $1 million not enough to buy what he wants. Let's hear how he gets on with Arlene.
This is my home, Mr. Ipswich.
Rather ornate, isn't it?
Why, this house cost $250,000. The marble's imported from Italy, and, it was very expensive.
Let's hear what your daughter has to say. That young man who's with her, we saw him a little while ago.
That's Lewis, the bank accountant.
I'm sorry to disturb you at a time like this, Mrs. Dobie.
That's quite all right, Mr. Lewis.
I've brought a copy of a statement I gave the executor of your father's estate. I thought you might want to keep it in your files.
Thank you.
We were all deeply shocked at the bank, Miss Dobie. Your father's death was so sudden. I want you to know that you have all our sympathy.
Thank you. But you needn't put yourself out too much, Mr. Lewis. I understand.
I beg your pardon?
No one really misses Father. No one cares that he's gone.
But surely...
He didn't have a friend in the world, and you know it.
Arlene.
To be perfectly frank with you, I'm finding it hard to care myself. I know it's a terrible thing for a daughter to say, but, well, I can't be a hypocrite. My father gave me everything that money could buy. Everything but happiness.
I'm sorry.
He ruled my life like a dictator. I could never make a move without his knowledge. I could hardly even breathe unless he said it was all right. And before he died, he even separated me from the man I loved, Fred Renner. Fred's never come to see me, and, well, I don't think he ever will again. My father and I had nothing in common. No matter how hard I try, I can't be sorry.
Well, Mr. Dobie?
All right, Mr. Ipswich. I guess we can call it a day. I'm ready.
Just a moment.
What?
Someone else is standing over there. He seems to have heard what your daughter just told Louis.
It's Renner, that dentist. How can he have the nerve to come here, that murdering nincompoop? How could he have the crust? Why, he hated me so much he tried to kill me. In fact, by George, he did kill me.
Arlene, I couldn't come any sooner.
Just as long as you did come, Fred, it's all right.
For a while, I thought I could never come at all after what had happened.
It was an accident.
Oh, you do believe that, don't you?
Well, of course.
The gas output was defective. I tried to bring him around, but
Defective? I like that.
Arlene, I heard what you told Mr. Lewis just a few moments ago.
Well, I couldn't help it. It's how I feel.
But you mustn't feel that way.
What? What did he say?
No matter what your father was like, Arlene, he loved you. It's the one thing in his life he was sincere about you. You must believe it.
You can say that after the way he treated you, Fred?
Oh, I can forgive him for it. And go one step further. Arlene, I'm sorry he's gone. I really am. He wasn't a very pleasant man, perhaps, because no one understood him. But underneath, I don't know. I feel he was decent, in spite of everything.
Is that Renner talking?
Looks like you've got your reference at last, Mr. Dobie.
I can't believe it. Renner? Say, that's mighty nice of him. It's certainly something I never expected. Wait, looking my way. I thought you said he couldn't see me. Which way does he go? Sees me, I'm sure of it. Look, he's walking in my direction. What's that he's got in his hand? Looks like a mask. Gas mask. Why, the murdering weasel. He's going to kill me all over again. You can't kill me, you fool. I'm dead already. Take it away! Take it away! Take it away. You're killing me. Take that back away.
Mr. Dobie, wake up.
Take it away.
Mr. Dobie.
He's coming around. He's in out.
What happened? Who are you?
Officer Callahan, Police Emergency Squad. That respirator just saved your life, Mr. Dobie. Dr. Renner here gave you a little too much gas.
Boy, it was an accident, I tell you. My meter wasn't working.
That's something you may have to prove, Doc.
What do you mean?
You're coming down to headquarters with me. Maybe this wasn't deliberate, but criminal negligence can be another story.
Criminal
negligence? Just a moment, officer. Who do you think you're talking to?
What?
You know who I am.
Sure, you're Mr. Dobie.
Then get on about your business and leave us alone. How dare you accuse my prospective son-in-law of criminal negligence?
Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Dobie. I didn't mean...
Go on back to your precinct, and no report of this to anyone. You hear?
Oh, yes, sir. Sorry, Dr. Renner.
Well, it's quite all right. Mr. Dobie.
Well?
Did you really mean that about my being your prospective son-in-law?
I always mean everything I say, young man.
Well, let me thank you for the way you acted with that cop. I mean, well, it was honestly an accident, but, well, you could have made an awful lot of trouble for me.
I think nothing of it, Freddie. Matter of fact, you might return the favor one day.
Return the favor? How?
Well, you never know, Renner. When I may need a reference.
Well, there you are. Alexander Dobie seems to have gotten his second chance, and I have a feeling he'll do a better job with this one. Yes, at one time or another, we all need references, and it's always a good idea to keep it in mind. And if you ever want my help, don't hesitate to call. I'll be glad to provide a fitting testimonial for any of my friends. And everyone knows my reference is a good one. For after all, the time is always right.
The Clock will be heard again next week, same time, same station. Lawrence Clee writes it and Hart McGuire narrates. As Alexander Doby and Mr. Ipswich, you heard Tom Farley and Ken Hannum. Others in the cast were Howard Craven, Frank Waters, and June Salter. The Clock is a Grace Gibson radio production directed by John Saul.
Tonight, Windfall.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales, many secrets hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Presently, I'll tell you about nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
But first, a word about the growing battery shortage and what to do about it. Because of increasing needs of our motorized army, it looks as if this winter's battery shortage will be even more acute than last year, when 1 out of every 4 cars needing a new battery couldn't get one. Well, fortunately, most batteries can be made to give extra months of service if they're given the care that your Signal gasoline dealer is prepared to give yours. 1, distilled water must be maintained at the proper level to prevent warping of the plates. 2, terminals must be chemically cleaned of corrosion and protected with lubricant. And 3, to make sure that you won't find your battery dead some morning, the amount of charge should be determined occasionally by a hydrometer test. Should your present battery be too worn to take a recharge, now is a good time to find that out, while most Signal gasoline dealers still have a limited number of deluxe quality Signal batteries on hand, guaranteed by Signal Oil Company up to 2 years of service. So make sure that the battery shortage won't cripple your car. Have your battery serviced this week by your neighborhood Signal gasoline dealer. And now, the Whistler.
Sometimes it's hard to believe what a difference a single day can make in a man's life. Yes, or even less than that, an hour or even a minute, because fate can move in a split second. Take the case of Robert Bradley, for example. If you'd happened to wander into the $Silver Dollar buffet down on 3rd Street any afternoon prior to this September 1944, any afternoon during the racing season, you would have seen him there, a thin, pale, nervous young man with a handful of form charts and a cigarette hanging from the corner of his mouth. Yes, you would have seen Robert Bradley, and probably have forgotten him. That is, unless he owed you money, as he did most of the bookmakers in San Francisco. But at 11:44 on the night of September 6, 1944, fate turned the wheel. The steering wheel of an automobile speeding along the road which skirts the cliffs overlooking the sea, across the Golden Gate in Marin County. Space of a split second, Robert Bradley changed from a nobody into a somebody.
Hello.
Robert Bradley, please.
Speaking.
Sorry to disturb you, Mr. Bradley.
You ought to be. I was sound asleep.
This is Emery Todd, your Uncle Michael's lawyer. There's been a very serious accident.
What? Not Uncle Mike.
His son. Your cousin Gerald was killed about 5 hours ago, and his car ran off a cliff in Marin County.
Jerry? No, you must be wrong.
I'm sorry to have to give it to you this way, Mr. Bradley. But it's essential that you appear at my office at 8 o'clock this morning. changes to be made in your uncle's will, since Gerald's death leaves you as sole heir.
Yes, if you'd seen Robert Bradley after the night of September 6th, you would have remembered him. You'd have recognized him, of course, from his picture, which appeared in the morning papers alongside that of Gerald, under the headline reading, Death of Gerald Bradley Leaves Cousin Heir to Fortune. It's a windfall, isn't it, Robert? And you can certainly use the money. But you seem rather unhappy about it there in Mr. Todd's office. Yes, you thought the world of Gerald, didn't you?
Mr. Todd, is it necessary that we do all this today? I'm hardly in the mood.
Of course. I understand how you feel, my boy. And I'm sorry. I was fond of Gerald, too. Our uncle's condition is extremely precarious.
Oh, nonsense. Uncle Michael lived to be 80.
That's precisely the point. I've just talked with Dr. Blaisdell. He gives your uncle a week.
Look, must you be so practical?
I'm afraid I must. Law is a very practical business, Robert. And you must remember we haven't much time. Now, my secretary has a few more papers here for you to sign.
Very well, Mr. Todd. Let's get it over with.
Good morning, Mr. Robert.
Oh, hello, Grain. I've come to see Uncle Mike.
He'll be happy to see you, sir. It's been so long, you know.
What do you mean?
Well, you haven't been a regular visitor here, sir.
Well, I will be from now on.
I might remark that it's very thoughtful of you, sir, now that Gerald's gone. It was an awful shock to the master, you know.
Yes, I know.
You'll find Miss Pritchard upstairs.
Oh, who's that?
The nurse, sir.
Oh, yes, of course. How do you do? I'm Robert Bradley.
Yes, Mr. Bradley.
How's Uncle Mike?
Dr. Blaisdell was here just an hour ago. It doesn't look so good, I'm afraid. The doctor can't understand what keeps him going.
And I can't understand why they told him about Gerald. They must have known it'd be too much for him.
There was some legal reason, I believe. Something about his estate.
Oh, yes, I've been through that once already. I want to see him.
I'm sorry, but Dr. Blaisdell left orders that no one...
I don't give a hang for Dr. Blaisdell's orders. He needs me, and I'm going to see him. Uncle Mike. Uncle Mike, it's Robert. It's Robert, Bobby.
Jerry, he's gone now. There's no one now except you, Bobby.
You're going to be proud of me, just like you were of Jerry. And you're going to get well, Uncle Mike. You're going to get well.
I'm not going to get well.
Listen, there's not a man on Montgomery Street who'd say Mike Bradley couldn't get anything he really wanted. That's all you need, don't you see? You've got to want to live.
It's more than that.
No, it isn't. It's all in your mind. You have me now. Remember that. And between us, we're going to lick it. No matter what the doctor says.
So Robert and old Michael are going to fight it out together. Yes, and it's just what Michael needs. Someone who cares about something besides that $2 million estate of his. It's not long after Robert deserts the buffet on 3rd Street for Michael's mansion in Hillsborough that the old man appears to pick up a little, to take more of an interest in life. Dr. Blaisdell is amazed.
Well, I can't understand it, Robert. I tell you, his heart's leaking like a sieve.
Oh, I knew we could do it.
But what have you done?
I've just given him a little confidence, that's all. I tell you, no one can fight when he's surrounded by a flock of lawyers waiting for him to kick off.
But his heart's gone. He can't last another week.
Oh, that's what you said 3 weeks ago.
Yes, I know.
Well, maybe you're right, Doctor. But I'm going to stay with him in his house until the end. As far as he knows, well, he's getting better. Understand?
Well, I must say I admire you, my boy. Yeah. Now, let me see. Here are a few things you ought to know just in case the nurse off duty. Yes, here we are. Now, keep these pills handy in case he has a critical attack.
All right.
But now, a word of warning, boy. They're extremely dangerous in excess of 3 grains, particularly to a man in your uncle's condition. If he has a violent attack during the night, just give him 1 3-grain tablet, no more. It's the only thing that'll snap him out of it. More than one tablet is liable to carry him off.
I understand, Dr. Blaisdell. I'll see to it that everything...
Mr. Robert, there's a Mr. Harris of the Associated Insurance Company on the telephone. Shall I tell him to call back?
Yes. No, I'd better talk to him. Excuse me, Doctor.
Yeah, all right, my boy.
This is Robert Bradley speaking.
Mr. Harris, Mr. Bradley. There are a few points in your policy I think we better talk over.
Oh, I see.
Shall I come down, or...
No. Was it something about coverage?
Yeah. I'm afraid it's not going to protect you against all risks.
Oh, but you told me it was watertight.
Oh, something's come up since then. The company is going to need an advance on that premium.
Oh, well, perhaps I'd better come up to San Francisco. We can meet for lunch today, say, in the lobby of the St. Francis.
That's fine, Mr. Bradley.
All right, I'll meet you in an hour.
Peculiar that Robert was so disturbed about a mere insurance policy. Maybe it was because it forced him to leave his beloved Uncle Mike's side for the first time since Gerald's unfortunate accident 3 weeks ago. He drives the 25 miles into San Francisco, and an hour later strolls casually into the crowded lobby of the St. Francis Hotel. He picks up a newspaper at the stand in the lobby, seats himself on the lounge in the center of the room, and opens his paper to read. Oddly enough, he's seated back to back with another man reading a paper.
I told you never to call me down there.
It's been 3 weeks. What are you doing, hiding out on me?
I've got to stay there until he kicks off, understand?
That may be too late.
What do you mean?
They're beginning to wonder.
About what?
About what Jerry Bradley was doing in Marin County the night he had an appointment in Berkeley.
Well, that's your worry.
It's going to be yours if I get much hotter.
What are you getting at?
25 grand.
Don't be stupid. There's nothing until he kicks off, understand?
There's got to be something. There's got to be. I got to get out of town, I tell you, and that takes dough.
They can't suspect. They don't know a thing.
I've seen them start this way before and end up in the green room at San Quentin. Just get me the dough, that's all. But fast.
You are listening to The Whistler, brought to you by your friend, the Signal Oil Company, marketers of famous Signal gasoline, your best buy today. Remember to let every go signal remind you do go farther with Signal gasoline.
Well, Robert, so your friend Mr. Harris, or should I say Candy Monahan, is worried about your insurance coverage. It seems he couldn't foresee that it wouldn't cover a few suspicious minds on the homicide squad. And it didn't clear up a few questions about Jerry Bradley's death, questions that didn't have answers yet. You watch the papers now very carefully, looking for a sign that the police suspected your windfall might have been brewed artificially by your friend Candy for a fee of $25,000. And you began to wish you had let matters lie instead of ingratiating yourself so thoroughly with Uncle Mike. For didn't Dr. Blaisdell himself say you were responsible for prolonging his life? You're waiting for him to die now, almost openly, because Candy can't be put off much longer, and yet he continues to linger.
Here's your tea, Uncle Mike. I'm sorry I'm late with it. I was reading the paper. Sort of forgot about the time.
Reading the paper, eh? Anything about Gerald?
Joe? Oh, of course not.
I just wondered. Wish you'd bring me the paper once in a while.
You know, Dr. Blaisdell thinks you ought to concentrate on getting well. You better stick to those magazines I brought you.
Wonderful what a cup of tea will do.
You're feeling better today, aren't you?
Oh, perhaps. A good deal better than I did on the first day you came here, I can tell you.
Well, the doctor can't understand how he's done it.
Can you?
What?
Understand how I've done it?
Well, I hope I've helped a little.
Why?
Well, what do you mean?
We may as well lay the cards on the table, Robert.
you're quite aware of your position as my heir since Gerald's death. You didn't care a hang before that time. Since then, you've given up gambling and become a model nephew. Or should I say a model heir? Why?
Well, I thought you'd need me.
Nonsense. Robert, we may as well know that there's another alternative than making you sole heir.
What?
Don't jump, my boy. During the past few weeks, I've become intensely interested in a Mr. Woodford.
From Mr. Todd's office?
Mr. Todd sent him here. He's secretary of the Home for Crippled Children. A very worthy institution. Far worthier than you, I might add. Now take away the tea things and let me get some sleep, huh? After all, you're vitally interested in my constitution.
Poor Robert doesn't sleep much that night, lying there staring at the ceiling, thinking. It begins to look like the path might not be so rosy after all. That maybe at its end he'll find the little green room at San Quentin with a very worthy charity richer by $2 million. Something has to be done about it. And besides, the butler has just told you that the insurance man is waiting again to see you.
You fool. What are you doing here?
I had to. They were asking more questions.
Like what?
Like that whiskey bottle I planted in the car. You found a guy in Sausalito who sold it to me. I'm harder than a firecracker, I tell you. I got 2 days, you understand? Just 2 days to scram.
You're going off half-cocked.
Don't tell me what I'm doing. I know, see. I just might make it if I beat it now, but it's a long chance.
Listen, 5 minutes after he kicks off, I'm good for $50,000 at any bucket shop in town, but not until. Give me 1 more day.
You've been hearing me this now for a month.
I'm going one way or the other tonight.
Get this, then. If I go down, you're going with me. If I have to use this...
Put that gun away.
Just remember that. We're both going over Niagara Falls in the same barrel.
Yes, Robert, there isn't much time. It's one way or the other tonight. And this thing that looks so easy is getting pretty complicated, with Uncle Mike acting so strangely, as if he suspected the truth about Gerald. The will. You've got to find out about the will. But how? Wait a minute. That pretty girl secretary in the lawyer's office who helped you fill out the papers. You might ask her out and... Yes, that's it.
I tell you, that's the way I want it.
Now, wait a minute. Don't get excited.
I'm not...
But someone's on the line. You're about to hang up when you remember the extension upstairs in Michael's room.
I understand what you want. But, Mr. Bradley, we've been over the matter of your nephew before. It's all settled.
It's not all settled. I've just made my final decision.
Well, can it wait until tomorrow?
It could, but it isn't going to. I have a feeling tomorrow may be too late.
Changing your will is a pretty important step, Mr. Bradley. Perhaps you should sleep on it.
I'm perfectly capable of handling my own affairs, Todd. And I've been sleeping on it for 2 weeks.
What grounds do you have? How could you tell anything about the man in less than a month?
I've found out all I want to know. And I'm not arguing with you. I'm telling you.
Very well, Mr. Bradley. I'll be down in an hour.
There you are, Robert. Laid out for you on a silver platter. Wasn't just a hunch. Maybe Uncle Michael has seen the newspapers. Or maybe Green, that fishy-eyed butler. And in just 1 hour, you'll be a nobody again. Just another deadbeat with a flock of debts, trying to borrow a 2-spot to put down on the next race. Just 1 hour, Robert, unless Uncle Mike happened to die in that hour before Todd gets here. Yes. What about that? What about the little green room at San Quentin? Remember what Candy said about both of you going over Niagara in the same barrel? Yes. Uncle Mike must die, but how? Sit down, Robert. Sit down and think this one out clearly. Can't be any slips this time. Wait a minute. Those pills. That's it. The nurse is gone for the night. Just time for his tea, too. Couldn't be better. Where are the pills? Oh, yes. In the medicine cabinet in the bathroom.
Uncle Mike, what are you doing out of bed?
I didn't want to bother you.
Bother me? Well, that's what I'm here for.
Just wanted a drink.
Dr. Blazer would raise the roof. Here, let me help you.
I am a little weak, a little dizzy tonight.
Well, it serves you right getting out of bed that way. There you are.
Thanks.
Now, how about some tea?
I don't know.
You just want to be coaxed. Now, don't go away. I'll have it for you in 10 minutes.
So Robert goes downstairs to make the tea, stopping first to get the little box of pills out of the medicine chest in the bathroom. Now for the teacup. How many, Robert? The doctor said that one might be fatal. 2 ought to do it. Better make sure. Put in 3. That's 9 grains. The tea is stronger than usual tonight, so he won't taste them. And don't quite fill his teacup, so he'll be sure to drink it all. There. That's it. Now, back up to the bedroom. You still have 40 minutes to go, and there's plenty of time. 9 grains shouldn't take long, should they?
Here you are, Uncle Mike. Right out of the kettle. I'll set the tray here. Nothing like a hot cup of tea. Bet you sleep like a baby. Maybe you'd better sit up, huh? Here, let me fix the pillow. Say, you can't go to sleep on me like that. That's what the tea's for. Come on, I'll give you a hand. Uncle Mike. Uncle Mike. It's happened. He's dead. He's dead.
Couldn't be better. Almost too good to be true. Yes, almost as if he did it on purpose, just to tease you. Driving you almost frantic and then quietly dying all by himself at the very last minute. That was a windfall, too, wasn't it, Robert? Now you hurry. Throw that cup of tea down the wash basin. Rinse out the cup and put it back so if the nurse saw you bring it up, it'll be there. Then call Dr. Blaisdell quickly. Everyone must be here to see it and to see that he did it by himself. It only takes the doctor a few minutes to get here and look at Uncle Mike.
Yes, come at last. Did he cry out or anything?
Well, I didn't hear a thing, Doctor. I just came in to bring him some tea a few minutes ago and found him lying there quietly as if he'd fallen asleep.
Yes, that's just about what he did. I guess it's just as well.
Yeah.
He'll never know now about Gerald.
What do you mean?
You've seen tonight's paper?
No.
Gerald didn't die by accident, Robert. He was murdered.
What are you talking about?
Well, he was murdered in San Francisco by a man by the name of Monahan.
But I thought, Marin County.
Yes, so did I. Monahan drove him there and pushed his car over the cliff.
This Monahan, he's, confessed?
Didn't get a chance to. He chose to shoot it out with the police in a San Francisco hotel.
Oh, I see.
That's all there is to it, Robert. Another windfall. You can't lose now. No one left to give it away, no loose ends. You can rest easy now. It was a close call, but there's nothing to worry about. Or is there? Next morning as you're about to go out.
Robert Bradley?
Yes.
I'm from headquarters. This gentleman I think you know.
Oh, yes. Hello, Dr. Blaisdell.
Good morning, Robert.
I think you'd better come along with us.
What for? I don't understand.
You're under arrest on suspicion of murder.
But...
There's no use denying it now, Robert. You see, I'm the one who found the evidence.
Evidence? Oh, I don't understand. How could you?
I realized right away that your uncle had died from the effects of poison. I wondered if it might have been the tea you brought him. The cup had been washed clean, but a few drops had spilled on the saucer. Just a few drops you didn't notice, but it was enough. When analyzed, it showed the presence of the drug.
But he didn't drink the tea.
He died of the poison. And when I looked for the pills I gave you, I found that 6 of them were missing. You didn't have to use 6. 3 would have been enough.
But I didn't. I only put in 3. I saw him earlier in the bathroom. Must have taken the other 3 himself. That's what killed him. He didn't drink the tea. He didn't. I didn't kill him. I wanted to. I intended to. But he was already dead.
I doubt if the jury will believe that. Come on, son. Let's go.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with a strange ending of tonight's story. Meantime, I think you'd enjoy meeting Jim Henry of San Jose, California. Another typical Signal gasoline dealer whose permanent business for 13 years has been making cars go farther. The same thoroughness that makes Jim Henry's streamlined Signal station a model for cleanliness goes into every job he does. As a result, his growing list of regular customers ranges from the private cars of 2 local judges to an 18-ton truck. And I might add, not only does that 18-tonner require the most exacting types of lubrication, but its operator has made Jim Henry's Signal station his lubrication headquarters for 11 years. Well, friends, it's just such thorough, conscientious service as Jim Henry gives that's making more and more drivers switch to Signal gasoline dealers these days. When cars have to last, naturally, Signal dealers, being in business for themselves, have more incentive to do a better job. Add to that Signal's finer lubricants, and you have a team that just naturally helps cars go farther. Why not put that team to work for your car? Drive in and get acquainted with your neighborhood Signal gasoline dealer. And now, back to the Whistler.
And so the little green room at San Quentin lay at the end of the path after all. Robert found lots of time to think during the next few months. To think about what might have happened if he hadn't decided to brew that cup of tea for Uncle Mike. He was a pretty good prisoner, almost to the last, when he heard something that started him talking to himself, staring wild-eyed at the warden who brought his food, shrieking out in the middle of the night. He discovered, you see, that Uncle Mike had disinherited him on the 3rd day after Gerald's death, that those few weeks of kindness had finally changed his mind, and that he had called Mr. Todd on the night he died to reinstate Robert as his only heir.
Next Monday at 9 o'clock, the Signal Oil program will bring you another strange tale by the Whistler. The Signal Oil program is broadcast for your entertainment by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal's famous Go Farther gasoline and motor oil, and by your neighborhood Signal Oil dealer, who is at your service daily to keep your car running for the duration. The Signal Oil program, produced by George W. Allen, with story by Harold Swanton and music by Wilbur Hatch, is transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. Bob Anderson speaking for your friend, the Signal Oil Company, and suggesting once again that you let every go signal remind you that you do go farther with Signal gasoline. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Let every go signal remind you that you do go farther with Signal gasoline. The Signal Oil Program. The Signal Oil Company and your neighborhood Signal dealer bring you another curious story by the Whistler. Tonight, Lie or Consequences.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales, many secrets hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Presently I'll tell you of nameless terrors of which they dare not speak. Within the human character, the line between good and evil is a thin and waving one. And very often the one small impulse for good will outweigh and nullify the bad. Such was the case with Michael Cobb. Mike wasn't bad, really. It happened while he was a kid, before he knew any better. He'd gotten into trouble, gone to prison, served the stretch. Now he's out, and he's learned his lesson. He's proving that. He's going straight, working hard at his job in the office of a large department store. He's married to a girl he loves, and he's happy.
Delicious. Delicious. Oh, nobody can cook a better breakfast than you, darling.
Thank you, sir. Now, Mike, don't bolt your coffee.
I gotta run. I'll be late.
Well, a couple of minutes won't make any difference.
Well, maybe not most days, but today is going to be a big one. The last shopping day before Christmas, you know. Stores will be jammed. We'll be swamped with work until late tonight. Besides, I don't want to spoil my record. 6 months and I haven't been late to work once.
I know. It's fine. I'm sure the store appreciates it.
Yeah, Lane, I think they do, too. I really think they like me down there. You know, like my work and everything.
Oh, sure, Mike. How could they help liking you?
No, I mean, well, I'm beginning to feel like all that stuff is all forgotten. Almost like something never happened.
It is. It is forgotten, Mike. Everything's different now.
Yeah, it is. Oh, this is going to be a lot different Christmas than the last one, isn't it?
Yes, Mike.
You were wonderful, Elaine. Coming to see me, sticking by me. Oh, darling, I promise you there'll never be another Christmas like that. Never.
I know there won't, Mike. From now on, they're all going to be really Merry Christmas.
Yeah, you bet. Oh, gosh, that reminds me. I haven't got your presents yet. I'll have to run out my lunch hour and find something.
Now, Mike, they're not going to go spending a lot of money on me. Well, maybe next year we'll be more.
No, never you mind. I'll get you what I darn please. Oh, my gosh. How I will be late if I don't run.
Hey, here's your hat.
Oh, thanks. Well, goodbye, darling. If I don't get home before midnight, Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Yes, it looks like a Merry Christmas for you at last, doesn't it, Mike? For the first time in your life, almost. A real Merry Christmas. You notice the smiles on people's faces as they walk down the street. You get sort of a kick out of the fancy red and green draped windows of the store. The holly smells good in the elevator. And you chuckle as you pass the toy department with a perspiring Santa Claus pulling on his red coat. Then into the office, everybody smiling. Yeah, you know what, Mike? Maybe you're getting that thing they call the Christmas spirit.
Well, morning, George. Merry Christmas.
Hi, Mike. Pretty cheerful this morning, huh?
Oh, why not? It's almost Christmas, a day of good cheer. Well, what's the matter with you, sourpuss?
Nuts, Humboldt.
Uh-oh. The boss on the rampage again, huh?
Yeah.
Well, what is it this time?
You haven't heard?
No, what?
Well, somebody lifted another $1,000 out of the receipts last night.
What, again?
Yeah. The next about 10 grand has been missing in the last 6 months.
Well, no wonder Mr. Humboldt's upset.
The detectives are in there with him right now, and they've got old Gus, the night watchman, in for questioning. I suppose we'll all be on the carpet like the last time.
Well, gee, that's not so good. $10,000. Hey, that's grand larceny.
Yeah, and the cops are probably getting pretty sore about not pinning it on somebody. Now, look, here comes old Gus, fresh from the Inquisition.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Homeboy.
Gus. Hey, Gus.
Yeah, Mr. Osborne?
Are you playing questions and answers in there again, Gus?
Yeah. There was you this time, there was you that time. The only time I got to sleep when they called me down here for this. What for would I want to steal money for? I got a wife. Fine wife. 4 kids. I steal money, I go to jail. They starve. What for would I steal?
Sure, yes. But I know why you're so worked up about it.
Yeah?
You probably had to admit where you were last night between 12 and 1 o'clock.
How come you know that, where I was?
Go on. Everybody in the store knows that, Gus. It's a standing joke. Everybody knows you eat your lunch every morning between 12 and 1. You know, you go up to the 13th floor and stretch out on one of those divans in the Louis XV room, the classiest in the joint.
Okay, so what's wrong with that? I got to eat. Why not in style?
Sure, only for that hour. Anybody could come in and move out the other 12 floors, and you'd never know it.
All right, so what? Maybe that is when somebody stole money. I do not know. I only know I did not steal. And this is the only time I got to sleep, when they have to go asking me questions.
What a character. Hey, is that true about his breakfast from 12 to 1? Sure. There's a night watchman for you. That probably explains why they're so sure the thief is somebody inside the store. Somebody who knows about Gus and what time he won't be on this floor. Yeah, could be. Uh-oh, that's Humboldt. Yes, Mr. Humboldt. Yes. Right away, sir. Just as I thought. It's my turn now. And if I start screaming, you'll know he's putting me on the rack. Okay. I'll bring a branding iron to your rescue. Don't laugh yet. You'll probably be next. If Humboldt really decides to catch a thief, he'll catch one by hook or crook.
Merry Christmas, Mike. Oh, now, what's the matter? You don't seem as happy as you were. Something happened to dampen the Christmas spirit, maybe? Something you can't describe, can't even put your finger on? Just a funny, sinking feeling? Forget it. George Osborne has been in and out of Humboldt's office, and almost the whole day has gone by and nothing happened. And everything seems to have calmed down. In fact, it's George's turn to have the Christmas spirit.
I really didn't expect it this year, but there it was in my pay envelope. Nice and crisp and green. With the best Christmas wishes of the J.C. Deaver's store. Oh, gee, that's swell, George. Yeah, real honest-to-God Christmas bonus. I can sure use it. Who couldn't? I don't know whether you'll get one or not, Mike. You've only been here 6 months. Then maybe. By the way, why don't you mosey in and pick up your pay? It's almost 9 o'clock. We close in 5 minutes. Well, I guess I better wait for Mr. Humboldt to call me. Golly, I thought we'd get paid earlier. I still haven't bought Elaine's present. Ah, well, don't worry. Most of the smaller stores will still be open for a couple of hours. Yeah, sure. But I thought I'd get her something she liked real well, a little store up on 10th Avenue. Oh, well, it'll be open till late. Say, I wonder if they found out anything about the 10 grand. Boy, they've really questioned everybody around, though. They didn't question me. In fact, they've never questioned me about it. I don't quite understand that. Oh, well, I don't know. I guess you got such an honest face or something. Yeah. Uh-oh. Yes, Mr. Humboldt. Yes, sir. Yes, sir, I'll send him right in. Well, maybe we spoke too soon. He wants to see you. Oh? On the other hand, maybe he just wants to hand you your Christmas bonus in person. After all, you are getting to be the fair-haired boy around here these days. I better go in. You might even be in line for a promotion. You can't tell. Okay. You wanted to see me, Mr. Humboldt?
Yes, come. Sit down.
Thank you, sir.
Cobb, you've been with us 6 months now.
Yes, sir.
And I must admit that in that time you've demonstrated an admirable aptitude for the work.
Thanks, Mr. Humboldt.
Yes, in fact, there's been some discussion of raising your salary, promoting you. I even talked to Mr. Prentice, the manager, about it myself.
Well, thanks, Mr. Humboldt.
Yes, and that's why I regret very much to tell you this. I must inform you that we're forced to dispense with your services as of tonight.
Dispense? You mean I'm fired?
I'm afraid that's it. Yeah, your 2 weeks' pay is in this envelope.
Wait a minute. If I'm been so good, why am I being fired?
I'm not at liberty to offer any explanations. I have my order just
It's got something to do with this missing money, hasn't it?
I told you
This is your way of telling me you think I took it, isn't it?
Now, calm
That's it, isn't it, Mr. Humboldt? You've questioned everyone else in the department. With me, you figure questions are unnecessary, don't you?
Well, since you put it that way, Cobb, naturally we must take into consideration your pay.
You know about my prison record. I told you about it. Well, I've told you about it if I was going to steal again.
I'm not accusing you of stealing again. I only say we can't afford to take chances.
We simply find it advisable. All right. I understand. I understand a lot of things now, Mr. Humboldt. Thanks. Thanks, Mr. Humboldt, for the Christmas bonus. Hey, Mike, wait a minute. Well, did you get it? Did he give you a Christmas bonus? Yeah. Yeah, I got a Christmas bonus, all right. Hey, what's up? What's the matter? Oh, nothing. I'll tell you about it later. I'm leaving now. Oh, yeah, you're in a hurry. But wait, I almost forgot. With my bonus, I can pay you the $30 I owe you. Huh? Here. 10, 20, 30. That ought to help with that present for your wife, huh? Yeah. Yeah, thanks, George. Thanks.
Merry Christmas, Mike. Yeah. That premonition you had this morning was right, wasn't it? That funny, sinking feeling. Now you know, don't you, Mike? You knew it all the time, really. All this past 6 months you've been kidding yourself. The dream bubble has burst. Merry Christmas, Mike. The crowds are still cheerful on the streets. The windows are still bright and gay, and the hollies still spices the air. But you don't see or feel or smell. No, there's only the sensation of a chill wind cutting you to the bone as you wander the dark streets, not knowing or caring where you are.
Hello, Michael. Merry Christmas.
Huh? Oh, hello, Reverend Hewitt. I didn't see you.
So I noticed. I was just getting home from my last-minute shopping. Won't you come in for a moment? A cup of tea, perhaps?
Why, no, I...
Oh, come on. I haven't seen you for a long time. That is, for a chat. Besides, it's chilly out. A cup of hot tea will warm you up. You look as if you could stand warming up, Michael. Come in.
No, I've got to get along.
Oh, come now. That lovely wife of yours will miss you for a few more minutes.
I tell you, I've got to go.
Very well, Michael. I won't keep you.
Oh, I'm sorry, Reverend. I didn't mean to,
Well, I understand, son. You're troubled. Is there anything I can do?
No, I'm all right.
Well, I know you too well, Michael. I've known you all my life. Now, I've helped you before, haven't I? Why?
I don't know. I don't know whether you did or not. All that stuff you told me about turning over a new leaf, forgetting the past. I believe it.
Oh, yes, of course.
Now, maybe you should have told it to some other people instead of me. It just don't work, Reverend. It just don't work. All that stuff about being good and doing good. It don't pay you off.
It does, Michael. It does. You must believe that. Even a little good done brings a great reward.
Yeah, maybe to some people. Only maybe some of us are behind an 8-ball we can't get around.
Michael, please come in. I feel I must talk to you.
Not tonight, Reverend. But all the talking I can stand. Now I'm going to do my own thinking. I know what I'm going to do. You can bet your sweet life I know just what I'm going to do.
Yes, your mind is made up now, isn't it, Mike? Humboldt made it up for you, didn't he? You hate him, don't you, Mike? And all the smug people like him who've never done a stretch and stir. They're your enemies, aren't they, Mike? Whether you wanted them to be or not. And you're just one of the cell rats. Okay, if that's the way it is, that's the way you'll play it. What's that? Footsteps following you? Maybe if you stop by this lighted window. Yeah, you were right, Mike. They're following you, all right. 2 of them. You saw them duck into that doorway when you stopped and turned around.
Tailing me. They got dicks tailing me. Why, sure, you dope. They wouldn't let you just walk out of there. They think you took the money. They're going to tail you, hound you, track you down. Okay, if they think I took the money, I'll give them reason to. This time I will take it.
You are listening to The Whistler, brought to you by your friend, the Signal Oil Company. Marketers of famous Signal gasoline, your best buy today. Remember to let every go signal remind you do go farther with Signal gasoline.
Christmas, Mike. A very Merry Christmas, isn't it? 6 months of going straight and you've given it up. You're going back to the store and get your share of those days' receipts. Yes, it's all so simple, isn't it, Mike? It'll soon be 12 o'clock midnight, and old Gus will be up in the Louis 15th room on the 13th floor. The safe in Humboldt's office will be a cinch. You've seen it many times. And as for the two dicks tailing you now, it'll be duck soup to shake 'em. Duck soup. That's right. You're heading up 10th Avenue now. You can double back and... What's wrong, Mike? Why are you stopping? Could it be that tune, the brightly lighted window, the old man standing back there? Of course, now you remember. 10th Avenue. This is old Mr. Samuel's little store. This is it, where you're going to buy Elaine her Christmas present. And there it is. What you heard, the music box, sitting on the counter next to the open door, playing.
Good evening, Michael, and Merry Christmas.
Hiya, Mr. Samuel.
You came in just in time. I was just about to close up. I guess down at your big store you've been closed for a long time. But here, we little fellows have to stay open to get all the business we can. What can I do for you?
Is this the music box that Elaine likes so well?
Yes, that is the one. She was very taken with it. Her eyes sparkled when she looked at it.
Yeah, there's a powder puffer. Something inside, isn't it?
Oh, that is right. And when you open it, it plays the little tune. So. Yes, she was saying how it was her favorite tune.
Okay. How much is it?
Well, it's usually priced at $75, but I'll give it to you and the young lady for $50.
$50?
Well, yes, you see, it's a genuine antique. And it's the best thing I have in the store.
Oh, I'm sorry, but that's more than I figured on.
I'm sorry, too. I would have let you have it for less if I could, but 50 is the lowest.
Sure. Well, okay, forget it.
I'm sorry. Come back again.
Now what's the matter, Mike? Why are you stopping? Could it be you can't make up your mind? Could it be you're thinking about the music box, about Elaine, about Christmas? Yes. This may be your last Christmas with her, you know. Your last chance to give her a decent present with clean money you earned. It might be a nice gesture, eh, Mike? A little token of all that might have been.
Oh, Mr. Samuels, I'll take it. Wrap it up as a gift, and I'll take it.
Merry Christmas, Mike. That's what's written across the package. It was going to be a symbol for a wonderful new life, wasn't it? And now it's an ironic farewell. Your last attempt at doing good, as Reverend Hewitt called it. Too bad it won't bring you that great reward he promised. It won't have a chance, because there are those two dicks still following you. And you're heading for J.C. Beaver's department store, office of Henry Humboldt, and the interior of his safe. It's almost 12 midnight, and you have to duck those guys.
30 girls, 30. The greatest little show in town, starring Tootsie Laverne and her 30 living beauties. A new show just started. Only 40 cents. Ticket, mister.
Huh? Oh, yeah.
40 cents. Thank you, sir. A new show just started. Hurry, ladies and gentlemen. It's the greatest
You're doing great, Mike. Those dicks will follow you in, but you won't be there, will you? No. You're heading for that exit sign down at the side. Through the curtain. Push out through the door, and there you are. In the alley. And free. Okay. Now, up to the street. Lose yourself in the crowd. Turn down Fifth toward the store. You're okay now. No need to look back. Or is there? They're there. You didn't shake them after all. They were wise to that trick, and they were waiting for you outside the theater. Yes, you should have known. Now what? Maybe you've got an idea. Yes. A good idea. A honey. Why not lead them to the store? Sure, that's where they expect you to go. But beat them there and hide, down in the freight dock. behind one of those big crates. They'll never find you in that mess. Then when they get tired looking, you'll be able to slip in and do the job. How's that? Brilliant. Yes, brilliant. Yes, here's the store. And there they are, a quarter of a block behind. When you hit the alley, you'll run for it. Make a dash back to the back. And you'll be so far ahead then, they won't know whether you got in or not. And you'll fool them entirely. You'll have them searching the whole store. Okay, here it is. Okay, you made it. You left them way behind. Here's the freight dock.
Okay, come on, coppers. Just try and find me in here.
Found it. Now we're left. I told you we were following him.
Sure. But let's not waste time. We had plenty of time to get in. Probably was the employee's key.
Okay. Get out this skeleton and let's go in after him.
Worked like a charm, didn't it, Mike? You're sitting here in your crate, comfortably waiting, while they search the entire store. They've been there long enough to do it. It's almost 1. If they don't hurry, you'll have Gus to worry about. Not that that's too much of a worry. But wait, hold it.
Yeah, that does it.
Yeah, too bad. Hey, flash your lighter out. We could have ducked into one of these crates here.
Yeah, but we never found him that mess. He could play hide and seek with us there for days.
Yeah, you're right. I guess we might as well call it a day. It's a fine way to spend Christmas Eve anyway. Come on, let's go home.
Okay, I'm right beside you.
Well, Mike, Merry Christmas. This is better than you expected. They're leaving, actually going away, leaving the place to your tender mercy. You won't have to dodge them coming out. They aren't going to camp out in Humboldt's office. They're actually walking away, down the alley, and you're set.
Good Lord. Something's wrong with the store. I can't stop. I can't. Here. Come on, right over here. Stop it. Got it.
Stay right here, in this place. Too late.
Okay, Cobb. We finally cornered you. Come on out.
No use hiding in there now, Tab. Come on. We want to talk to you.
Yeah, I know. I got the idea. Okay, you got me.
Yeah. Thanks for the music. Led us right to the dance floor.
Yeah, that's the great reward the minister was talking about. Great.
I don't get you.
No, you wouldn't. It's a private little joke on me. Yeah? Well, that music maybe did you a big favor, Cobb. Favor?
That's right. Maybe you'll see what I mean if you'll answer a few questions for us.
I don't see why I should. You got nothing to be afraid of, kid, if you'll just answer a couple of questions straight. I'll answer one. I didn't do it. I had nothing to do with it.
Okay. You had nothing to do with it. We didn't ask you that question. But answer this. You bought that music box at the store on 10th Avenue a while ago, didn't you?
You know I did. You saw me fire.
And you paid for it with 2 20s and a 10,
yeah.
Right? Well, part of that money was marked. It was money that had been stolen from Deaver's department store.
I said it wasn't stolen. That was the dough. I got my pay envelope. All of it? Didn't somebody else give you part of it? No, I just earned the whole thing.
Didn't George Osborne give you part of it?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he did.
Oh.
He paid me $30 he owed.
Okay. Now, this is very important. How'd Osborne pay you? In what denomination of bills?
Well, Yeah, I remember. He gave me 3 cents. 10s? You're sure? Sure, I'm sure.
And the 20s came to you in your pay envelope, huh?
Yeah.
You'll swear to that in court?
Of course.
Okay. That does it. Thanks, Tom.
Hey, wait. You mean that's all you wanted me for? It was enough. You just proved for us who stole that 10 grand from the store. And the way you were acting, we'd almost thought it was you. We hadn't have known better all the time.
But that's not the end of the story. The Whistler will bring it to you in just a moment. Meantime, Signal Oil Company joins with 1,800 Signal gasoline dealers throughout the West from Canada to Mexico in hoping that this has been a good Christmas for you. It wasn't the Christmas we had all hoped and prayed for. There were too many empty places at the table, too many empty places in our hearts. As we look back, we may wonder if perhaps we didn't give quite enough. Not quite enough of our efforts, of our money, and of our blood, which can mean life itself to a boy at the front. Yet even the regrets that may tinge this season's gladness can prove its greatest blessing if they fire us to new determination, to new and greater effort to the coming year until our prayers are finally answered and peace again returns to heal this confused and torn world. Yes, if, as this Christmas of 1944 draws to a close, we will rededicate ourselves to this, our job, we may, each of us, hasten the realization of that ancient promise, peace on earth, goodwill toward men. And now, back to the Whistlers.
Well, quite surprising, isn't it? The police didn't suspect Mike at all. You see, it was this way. Because of his record, the cops began to tail Mike in the very beginning, when the money first began to be missed. Twice they had him under observation at the very time the money was stolen, so they knew he didn't do it. But they kept watching him in the hope he would lead them to the real thief. And he did. Yes, because when things got hot, the thief finally tried to find Mike by giving him some of the stolen money. Marked money this time. George Osborne? Oh, no. In fact, Osborne almost gummed things up by paying his debt. The detectives hadn't counted on that. That's why they had to be sure which bills Osborne gave Mike. The 10s weren't marked. The 20s were. The 20s Mike got in his pay envelope from Humboldt. Yes, Henry Humboldt, the office manager. You see, things were getting too hot for him. The trail was getting too close. He knew the money was marked, and he knew the detectives were watching Mike. So he gave him some of the marked bills in his severance pay, trying to frame him. It couldn't have worked, of course, but Humboldt didn't know that, and neither did Mike. And Mike almost did something he'd regretted all his life. He almost went back to a life of crime. Yes, if the music box hadn't have jammed and started playing just when it did, and the detectives had gone off, Mike's life would have gone down the skid. Because it did play when it did. Well, next week he'll be back at the store in a better job. Yes, and he got a Christmas bonus, too. They saw to that after Humboldt was arrested. And all because the music box played. Maybe that's why Mike said...
No, sir. That music box is right there on the table where everybody can see it.
Darling, I really think it means as much to you as it does to me.
Oh, I guess maybe it does, Elaine. Just like the Reverend Hewitt said, a little good brings a great reward. Yeah. The rest of my life, that little gadget's going to mean a Merry Christmas. Now, Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, Mike.
Next Monday at 9 o'clock, the Signal Oil program will bring you another strange tale by the Whistlers. The Signal Oil program is broadcast for your entertainment by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal's famous Go Farther gasoline and motor oil, and by your neighborhood Signal Oil dealer, who is at your service daily to keep your car running for the duration. The Signal Oil program, produced by George W. Allen, with music by Wilbur Hatch, is transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. Bob Anderson speaking for your friend, the Signal Oil Company, and suggesting once again that you let every go signal remind you that you do go farther with Signal gasoline. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please. Broadcasting Company presents Quiet, Please, which is written and directed by Willis Cooper, and which features Ernest Chappell. Quiet, Please, for today is called And Jeannie Dreams of Me. There were always the trees, the tall great oaks and the solemn cypresses, the distant weeping willows and the holly trees beside the pathway, spreading their sturdy arms, flaunting their green and red in the twilight, and the tall columns of the house gleaming whitely beyond the trees. I remember the silence, too, the dusky silence that lay always about the place, the silence that was always there when the dream began, the silence that dissolved to the music as I hurried up the long, winding pathway toward the tall white house that waited for me. For the earnest little boy in knickerbockers that I once was. For the haggard young soldier in muddy battle dress that was myself 5 years ago. For the unhappy, bewildered man I am today. I have no remembrance of a time when the dream was not a part of my life. And I know the trees and the path and the house better than I know the streets of the city I lived in. In all the years, they have not changed. They've seen me change, but they remain timeless and always the same. Do you dream, friend? I know a man who remembers a road from his dreams, a pleasant country road that wends its dusty way past broad, smiling fields and along the skirts of a lofty green forest. A road that speaks to him of memories unremembered. A road that promises and beckons on over the next hillside and wavers and fades and vanishes in the cold darkness as he opens his eyes. And comes again another night to soothe his spirit so that he smiles in his sleep and wakes to weep silent and alone for his lost dream. Do you dream of long-forgotten friends? Of a hillside under the clouds? Of an island in a sunlit sea? Do you know the desperate longing to return to the dream place, the hopeless nostalgia for the world that lies beyond the curtain of sleep? And do you ever return? Listen to me, for perhaps we are kin. I was 10, I think, that time I came into the front room where Mother was sitting at the piano. She turned when she heard me, smiled at me, and I said, Mother, I want to ask you a question.
May I ask you a question, Mother?
Why, of course you may, Troy.
Mother, I want to know about a music.
A music? A song, you mean?
I guess it's a song.
What about it?
I want to know if you know the name of it.
I don't know, son. Can you play it for me?
Well, it's kind of like... Do you know what that is, Mother?
No, of course. Is this it?
That's it. It's so pretty. What's the name of it, Mother?
That's called Jeannie with the Light Brown Hair, dear.
Oh, I like it.
Where did you ever hear it? I don't think I ever played it. Where'd you hear it?
In my dreams.
What?
I dream about it all the time.
But where did you first hear it?
In my dream, I told you.
What was the dream about, dear, besides the music?
I dream the same dream all the time.
Tell Mother about it.
Well, I I walk up the pathway past the trees.
Yes.
And pretty soon I hear the music. And then I go up to the house.
Our house?
No, it's a great big high house. And there's big high things that hold up the porch. And it's white. And the trees are different.
How are they different?
I never saw that kind before. There are some trees that the leaves and little red berries grow on. That we have for wreaths in the window at Christmas.
Holly?
Yes. Yes, I guess that's what it is. Holly. And I go up to the big door and I try to open it. But it's locked and I can't open it. And I have to open it, Mother.
And why, dear? Why do you have to open it?
Why, because I know there's somebody in there. There's somebody that wants to see me.
Well, what makes you think that, Troy?
Well, I don't know, Mother. I just know it.
Who do you suppose it might be?
Well, maybe it's Jeannie, Mother.
That's very strange, Troy. You dream the same dream a lot?
Every time I go to sleep, I think.
Don't you have any other dreams?
Oh, yes, but they're not much. This one I like, kind of. But I wish I could open the door and find Jeannie.
Why, dear, I don't know what to...
What I was thinking, Mother, could you maybe get me a key?
Oh, why, son, you couldn't take a key into your dream with you?
I think I could if I had one.
I don't think so, dear. Really.
I think so.
What on earth makes you think so?
Well...
What makes you think so?
Well, I brought this back from the dream.
Troy, do you know what this is?
Of course, Mother. It's Holly. See, I scratched my finger when I broke it off the tree.
Dr. Hogan said there was nothing wrong with me that fresh air in great quantities and plenty of wholesome food would not remedy. And for a time the dream went away from me, and I could not conjure up the visions of the towering oaks and the rugged holly trees, of the White House and the long winding graveled walk. There were nights when I caught a tortured view of the white pillars and the broad white steps, but hasten as I might, the picture faded before I could gain the porch, and I fell away in the deep, black, dreamless sleep of exhaustion. And always the haunting melody of Stephen Foster's song floated through my sleep. But there was never any key to unlock the door either. And I resigned myself to an endless dream of frustration in which I must struggle endlessly to reach the one I loved and never find her. For I knew Jeannie was there, and I hoped. And still the dream came and went. I might sleep peacefully undisturbed for a night, for 2 nights, a week. And then... I was a young man, grown before I found the key. It was a time when young men found out their world to be a troubled one, when wars and rumors of wars weighed heavily on our youth. And I, with all the young men, felt the inevitability of tragedy. My mother, remembering the day a quarter of a century ago when my father went away, fell ill, brooding on the bitter destiny that was to take her son from her. And nightly I sat huddled in an easy chair beside her bed, keeping that hopeless, ghostly watch over the stricken that we humans dote upon. And of a midnight I fell asleep, uneasily. And after a while in the darkness I thought I heard my mother speak my name. But I could not break the wretched bonds of fatigue. It seemed to me that I was struggling through some horrid, hateful, dark swamp. The swamp seemed to be alive with voices that spoke my name in the blackness. Thus perhaps it was not my mother who spoke to me. And when I heard my name again, clearer, I answered, not with my mother's name, but with the name of my beloved whom I had never seen, Jeannie. And magically the darkness dissolved, and behind me were the trees of the park, the tall oaks with the mistletoe clutching at their lofty branches, the distant weeping willow and the glossy holly trees. and I stood on the majestic porch of the White House before the great door. And there was a key in the lock. I do not think my hand trembled as I turned the key and opened the great door that led beyond my dreams. And she was there.
You found the key at last, didn't you, Troy?
Jeannie.
I've been dreaming of you so long, darling.
Jeannie.
When I was a little girl and you were a little boy, I dreamed of you in the old schoolhouse, the one with the red brick tower with the clock faces painted on all four sides. And the hands painted on, too, said at 8:30. And there was another little girl. You brought her red cinnamon drops from the drugstore, remember? Her name was Ruth.
Ruth. Yes, I remember.
And I was so jealous of her, Troy. That was the first time you dreamed of this place. I knew you were here, but you couldn't unlock the door.
You dreamed of me?
I dreamed of you the time you brought the holly branch back to your mother and learned my name from her.
And wanted her to give me the key.
I know all about you, darling. I've watched you in my dreams all those years. Do you remember the camping trip? When was it? 3 years ago?
3 years ago. I remember.
When you stood on that little headland above the lake and watched the sunrise all alone that morning. And what you said. And you thought there was nobody to hear you.
I said, I wish Jeannie could be here with me.
And you said, when will I ever see you, Jeannie?
I remember.
And I was there beside you, Troy, in my dreams. And now at last you found the key.
I found you. Oh, Jeannie.
Troy, my dear.
But what will we do? This is a dream.
Is it a dream, Troy? Or is it your other life that's a dream?
My other life?
That's a dream to me. Oh, Troy, stay here with me.
But I can't. I know I can't.
Why?
I can't.
We'd walk through the woods every day, and I know places, secret places that we could have for our own. And there's the house. And
I want to stay more than anything else in the world, Jeannie. I've dreamed of you for so long.
And I've dreamed of you, Troy, remember.
But this is a dream, Jeannie. I'm asleep in a chair beside my mother. My mother's ill, Jeannie.
Stay.
No. I'm afraid, Jeannie. I waited so long.
Stay.
But my mother...
Your mother's dead, Troy.
What did you say?
Your mother's dead. How else did you think you found the key, dear?
And I was awake again in my mother's room. And Jeannie had told me the truth. While I dreamed, while I kissed Jeannie, I stood up and something dropped from my lap to the floor. The key. A great old-fashioned brass key that I had last seen in the lock of the door of the house where Jeannie lived. The day my mother was buried, that was the day I was drafted. It was perhaps as well. It kept me from brooding over her. All my personal problems were swept aside in the swift enterprise of becoming a soldier. No, I didn't dream of Jeannie for a long time. And then, one night during the maneuvers in Tennessee in a bivouac on a windy hill, I came wearily back to my sorry bed, and as I drifted off to sleep, a sudden thought crept into my mind. I wonder if Jeannie's dreaming of me now. And instantly I was walking up the long, curving path to the old house, still in my dirty fatigue clothes, carrying my rifle with a sling, the heavy old key at the bottom of my haversack. I unlocked the door and I called, Jeannie! And the door was flung open.
Troy! No, go back.
Why, Jeannie?
No, don't kiss me. Go.
But what is it, Jeannie?
No, go, I tell you. Oh, quick.
And she seized my arm and shook me. And I awoke back on the Tennessee hillside. just in time to roll frantically out from under the tracks of the roaring tank that had come questing blindly through the woods and over the spot where I'd been asleep and dreaming a moment before. There was no more sleep, no more dreaming for me that night. There was no more dreaming of Jeannie for a long, long time. Jeannie dreamed of me. I know she did, for she told me so again. That was when I was in North Africa. That night I fell asleep and I dreamed first, I remember, of the old schoolhouse with a painted clock, the little girl named Ruth, the one I used to buy the cinnamon drops for. And in the dream, Ruth was angry at me for something I couldn't figure out until she stamped her foot when I picked up her books to carry them home, and she cried out at me, "No! You let me alone! You go find Jeannie!" And I was unlocking the great door again.
Troy.
Jeannie.
Oh, Troy, I've got great news for you.
It's so wonderful to see you.
I've seen you every single day. I've worried about you getting so thin, not having enough to eat, and the fighting and everything. They were horrible dreams, Troy.
I've hoped every night I'd dream of you.
I wanted you to so badly. But I suppose I wasn't strong enough or something.
Is it you that makes me dream of you, Jeannie?
Yes, of course. And now you have the key.
Yes. Yes, I have the key.
I'm sorry about that, Troy. But it's the only way. I can't help it.
I love my mother.
Yes, dearest, I know. But you wanted to find me.
Yes.
Do you love me?
Need you ask that?
Oh, Troy, I wanted you to come back so badly.
What did you mean about not being strong enough?
I couldn't make you dream of me until somehow or other you dreamed of that little girl you were in love with when you were a child. That little Ruth.
Yes, I remember. But what does that have to do with it?
Why, I don't know exactly. You remember what happened to her?
Why, she died, if I remember.
Yes, that's right. She died. About the time you started dreaming of me.
But I don't understand.
That's all there is, Troy, darling. You're here now.
Yes.
Kiss me and I'll tell you the wonderful news.
Oh, I've dreamed of this for so long.
Now, aren't you tired of the dreadful war?
Oh, I'm sick to death of it.
I know. I've heard you say to that man with the red face, what's his name?
Jack Cherry?
I heard you say just last week that you'd give anything, do anything, if the war would just stop.
Yes, I did. I said more than that.
I know you did. I heard you.
Jeannie, you can't imagine the stinking horror of it, the obscene, debasing... I'm sorry.
Yes, I can imagine it, Troy. I know it very well. I've dreamed of it. I know. The day when your captain was killed.
Yes.
And you tried to pull him out of the half-track.
I'd give anything to be out of it. But it's got to be done.
You said you'd give a leg.
Yes. That's what I said to Jack, wasn't it?
Yes.
Oh, I don't know. And what's the good news you have for me?
You're going to stay this time.
I can't.
You've got both your legs here.
What do you...
Early tomorrow morning, there's going to be an air raid. A bomb is going to fall on the building where you're asleep.
Jeannie.
I know, Troy. You can't go back.
How do you...
You're going to stay here with me and be happy with me forever, Troy.
But I can't.
You won't wake up for months and months and months, maybe never. Isn't that the most wonderful news?
Am I going to die?
You're going to live.
But I've got to go back.
You can't go back, Troy.
I can. I will. I can be awake and get the others out of that building in time.
They wouldn't believe you, darling.
Yes, they...
Of course they wouldn't. And you don't want to die, do you?
Why do you say that?
If you go back, you might die, dearest.
Jeannie,
Stay here. Stay here with me and be happy, and you'll never know anything about it. No pain, no lying in the hospital for long, long months suffering, trying to dream of me and never finding me. Don't you see, Troy?
But I can't believe.
It was hard to believe the dream at first, wasn't it?
Well, but...
Believe in me, Troy. I love you. I've loved you ever so long. And I'll always love you. And I'll do anything to keep you, dearest.
I won't feel any pain. I won't lose my leg.
Here? No, Troy. Here is only you and I. Jeannie and Troy. And love everlasting.
But I don't know whether I...
There isn't anything you can do about it, Troy.
4 years. 4 long years of... What shall I call it? There must be a word for that kind of life. If it is life. Jeannie told me her dreams sometimes.
The doctor said the patient hasn't regained consciousness. Not in all the years.
And here the great lawn was green and the scent of magnolias was cloying, overpoweringly sweet.
Doesn't recognize anything.
And here I looked into the clear blue eyes of Jeannie. Her light brown hair was a magic spell to me.
Sometimes he screams and then they give him morphine.
And here there is no pain, no sorrow. Only the magnolias, cloyingly sweet. And Jeannie.
The doctor said the patient talks sometimes in his sleep and he calls a name.
In my dream here, I call your name, Jeannie.
And we shall live happily ever after.
But what if I die in my sleep, Jeannie?
Then I'll die too.
Will I go back there to die, Jeannie?
Why must we speak of dying, dearest Troy? Tell me you love me.
And so the long days and the peaceful nights went by. While in another world men fought and murdered each other, had no thought of another world that might be a world of dreams, and then might not be. For which is the real one? I found myself as the endless days and nights went by wondering and secretly wishing for the other world I had left behind for my dream of Jeannie. I stood under the high pediment of the porch and watched the sun set in magnificence beyond the rolling forest-clad hills. And I thought of another sunset, a sunset at the end of a dusty, grubby city street with smoke griming the tawdry buildings. And I knew homesickness. I thought of a sunset past a frozen lake in wintertime, and the long shadows on the snow and the shouts of gay youngsters. And in my mind's eye, I saw a man standing watching the skaters on the lake. A man with stooped shoulders, a thin, beaten man, with a crutch instead of a right leg. And my heart turned over within me. I thought of the goodness of pain and the happy bitterness that other men might know. And of work, harsh, straining labor, and the good tiredness that comes at nightfall. And again of a bed in a hospital somewhere and doctors puzzling over a man who had slept for 5 years and more. While I pleasured myself in a country of dreams and knew the love of Jeannie. And heartily I wished myself away from this peace and contentment and love.
I'll let you go, Troy. I'll let you go for just as long as you want to stay. Take the key, Troy. Lock the door. Leave the key in the door so you'll find it when you come back. Because you will come back, Troy. You think you want the world again, but you won't. I've seen you, Troy, remember? In my dreams. I can dream of you any time I want to. You leave the key in the door, Troy. It'll be there when you're ready to come back. To stay.
I awoke to intolerable pain. But I couldn't help laughing at the faces of the doctors and the nurses who crowded around. You'd think I'd risen from the dead. And maybe I had. But the pain. And when I looked down at the bed I lay in, yes, my right leg, just as I'd imagined. And the doctors did things to me so the pain went away a little, but it was always there. And I welcomed it. I suffered, but I was my own man again. And I did sleep, but I don't remember sleeping. I didn't dream. Then, last week, they told me I was good enough to be transferred to another hospital where a great specialist was to treat me and make me well. And again my heart turned over within me, for now I was to live and be my own man forever. Jeannie? Yes, I thought of her. Yes, I thought of her. The first time I thought of her was when I got in the airplane. I'd never been in an airplane before. The second time I thought of her, well, I'll tell you the dream in the airplane. The drone of the motors made me drowsy. And there were the trees again, and the tall white house, and the winding path. I walked reluctantly up to the door, and the key was still there. I opened the door and I called, "Jeannie!" And it was a long minute in the darkening hallway before I discovered her. Sprawled across the bottom steps of the huge stairway, her eyes closed. I hurried to her and took her in my arms. "Jeannie! Jeannie, what's happened? Jeannie, darling."
Troy.
Jeannie.
Troy. Listen. Listen to me.
What is it, darling?
I'm dying. Oh, Troy, kiss me.
Jeannie. Jeannie.
No. Listen. A door. Somebody named McClintock.
What do you mean, darling?
Don't go near them. The door. The man named McClintock. Never see you again, Troy.
And the whole scene wavered before my eyes. And there was a sound like thunder. And I'm here, sitting in the front seat on the right in an airplane full of people. What did she mean, I thought. And as the lighted sign above the door flashed on, "Fasten seat belts," I glanced up at the other little signs on the wall in front of me. Stewardess, somebody, Second Officer Harry, somebody, pilot, William J. McClintock. And the ship is moving strangely now. We're going down fast. Must be coming in for a landing. But the door. That's where the pilots are, where McClintock is. Smoke is coming out from under the door.
The title of today's Quiet Please story is And Jeannie Dreams of Me. It was written and directed by Willis Cooper, and the man who spoke to you was Ernest Chappell. And the mother was Anna Maud Morath. The voice of the little boy was that of Sarah Fussell. Claudia Morgan played Jeannie. Thank you for being with us, Mrs. Chappell. As usual, the music for Quiet Please is played by Albert Berman. Now, for a word about next week, here is our writer-director, Willis Cooper.
Thank you for listening to Quiet Please. My story for you next week is called The Good Ghost.
And so, until next week at the same time, I am quietly yours, Ernest Chappell.
and Lipton Soup present Inner Sanctum Mysteries. Good evening, friends of the Inner Sanctum. This is your host to welcome you through the squeaking door. Draw up a tombstone and sit down. Don't mind the fact that we've carved your name on it. Well, it's all lonesome around here tonight, isn't it? Yes, most of the folks who haunt the place are out tonight with their sleds. If it snowed near your house, you may find them ghosting downhill.
Mr. Host, ghosts don't go sledding, do they?
Why, of course, Mary. Especially the ghosts of gangsters. They're used to being taken for a sleigh ride.
Well, now, why don't you take your sled and join your friends and let me have a word with our Lipton listeners? Folks, have you ever noticed how often we all use the words good, better, and best? We're always comparing things, because comparisons help us decide what the best things in life are. For example, the perfect way to prove how really flavorful Lipton tea is to compare Lipton's to any other tea and taste the difference. Lipton's flavor is brisk, never flat or wishy-washy. It gives you all the flavor, tastes just the way you like tea best. No other tea gives you more bright, mellow goodness, because that superb flavor of Lipton's is extra rich, extra satisfying. Yes, friends, just compare Lipton's to any other tea. You'll find Lipton's gives you brisk flavor, and you'll find Lipton's wonderful brisk flavor gives you more contentment in every cup.
All right, Mary. Now you go and perch yourself on that teapot over there and get ready to hear about The Dark Chamber. It's an original radio play by Robert Newman, who witnessed the story while peeking through a keyhole. Yes, and our star tonight is Kenneth Lynch, who plays the role of Joel. Our story tonight is about death, violent death, and also about something which is even more terrifying, the unknown. You don't believe that anything can be more frightening than death? Then you've never experienced the ultimate in fear. But you will within the next few minutes. If you'll put out the lights, pull your chair up close and listen to The Dark Chamber.
Police headquarters, Ryan speaking.
Hello, police. Listen, you've got to help me. You've got to. I don't know how you can, but my name is Watson, Joe Watson. I'm a driver for the Acme Sanitary Hand Laundry.
Address?
Where I am, I don't know. That's part of the trouble.
Now, look.
Hey, wait, listen. I know it sounds crazy, but it's true. Check the laundry. Check the veterans. I'm an ex-GI. They'll tell you I'm straight. Well, I'm in a room someplace. I don't know where it is or how I got here or what I'm here for. I don't even know how long I've been here. It's a big room, but it's funny. No doors, no windows that I can see. It's just a couple of chairs and a table with this phone on it. I'm scared.
What do you expect us to do?
Find me. Find out what this is all about and get me out of here.
I don't know.
Oh, listen, this isn't a gag. Can't you tell? You don't know what it's like just sitting here waiting, not knowing where or why or what's going to happen. Can't you trace this call or something?
Well, okay. Hang on.
Oh, thank heaven. I was afraid. Listen, I hear something. Someone's coming. I better hang up. I'll call you back later if I can.
How do you do?
Who are you?
My name's Helming, Dr. John Helming. And your name?
I don't have to tell you anything.
That's very true, although I didn't think you were aware of it. I think I already know everything about you that I'm interested in knowing.
Like what?
Name? Joseph Watson, age 26, occupation, employee of the Acme Laundry, honorably discharged from the Army 6 months ago, with the Bronze Star and the Purple Heart.
What the... So you cased me. Went through my pockets, huh? Well, if you know that much, you know I haven't got any dough.
Money? I'm not interested in money.
Well, what do you want, then? And where is this place? The last thing I remember is making a delivery on Spruce Street, noticing that the lights were out in the hall and hearing a noise behind me. You or somebody slugged me.
That's right.
Well, will you stop grinning like that and tell me what this is all about?
Of course. I brought you here because I need your help in an experiment. An experiment whose details I've already worked out with mice and rabbits and cats and other animals.
What kind of an experiment?
An experiment in fear.
Fear?
Yes. You fought in the war. You were wounded. That means you've probably known fear. And still, you won the Bronze Star, which means you overcame it. Now, the question is, can you overcome your present fears?
What are you talking about?
You're afraid. Nothing has happened to you yet, absolutely nothing, and yet you are afraid, aren't you? You're afraid because you're face to face with the unknown. Because you don't know what I want and what I'm planning to do. Which is as it should be. And that's the way we'll leave it. For the moment.
Hey, wait a minute. Come back here. Come back, you kid! Hello, police. This is Joe Watson again. Listen, I got a little more dope. I don't know if it'll help, but there was a guy in here just now. Said his name was Helming, John Helming. That's probably a phony. He's about 50, tall, over 6 foot, white hair and gray eyes. No, I still don't know what it's all about or what he's after, but have you been able to trace this number yet? Well, how long will it take? Okay, I'll hang on, but... What? The lights just went out. The room's pitch dark and somebody's coming in again. I better stop. But for Pete's sake, hurry! Who's that? Who just came in?
Who are you?
A girl.
Keep away from me. Keep away, do you hear?
Keep away. What's the angle now?
Angle? Why did you bring me here?
Wait a minute. You mean he put the snatch on you, too?
When I was on my way home, chloroform or something. And the next thing I knew... Why are you pretending? You're in on it, too. You must be. It's a trap.
It's a trap, all right. But I'm not in on it. I'm in it, along with you. My name is Watson. Joe Watson.
I'm Betty Grant. You swear?
I swear. What would I lie about it for? I wonder why he put you in here. Put us together.
Who is he? What's he going to do?
I don't know. He said something about an experiment. An experiment in fear, but... Hey, listen, we've got to get out of here somehow, some way.
He might be listening.
Very astute, my dear. Of course I'm listening.
What the... Where are you?
Right here in the dark. I've been here all the time.
Why are you...
No, Joe, don't. He must want you to go for him. He's probably got a gun.
Right again, my dear. Not that I'll need it. This is stage 2 of the experiment. A new stimulus to action has been introduced. Man against the unknown has become man and woman against the unknown.
Look, let's get down to brass tacks. Be sensible about this.
Thank you, Joe. That's why I won't need my gun. This new stimulus has been negated by an increased sense of responsibility. Responsibility towards the girl, and therefore by increased fear.
Blast you, gun or no gun, if I get my hands on you! Where are you? Where are you?
Outside now, so you can relax. That was the final stimulus in this stage. Injure pride. The discovery that I could read your innermost thoughts and knew exactly what you were going to do. But you mustn't let that bother you. I already know everything you're going to do from now on. Till the end.
Listen, you! Helming! Helming! He's gone.
Joe.
I know. Hold on, baby. Don't let it get you. There must be a way, some way.
I suppose he's still listening?
It's hard to say. But I'm going to take a chance. There's one thing he didn't figure on. A telephone.
Here?
Yes. If I can find it again in the dark. It's over on the... Here it is. I put through 2 calls already to the police. Told them what was happening and asked them to get me out of here. I had to hang up both times before they could trace the call and get this number, but this time...
Hello. Hello, operator.
What? No, this isn't the operator. You're on a busy wire.
It doesn't matter. Thank heaven I got somebody. I've been trying for
Look, get off the line, will you? I've got to get through to the police. It's terribly important.
But you've got to help me. You've got to. My name's Ben Lazarian. I'm a prisoner someplace. I don't know where.
What?
It's true. A strange house somewhere. A doctor who says his name is Helming.
What?
What are you laughing at?
Joe, what is it? What is it?
I haven't got headquarters. I've got a guy that... I'm sorry, Ben. It's no use.
What do you mean?
We're in the same boat you are. A girl named Betty Grant and myself. Helming's got us locked up, too.
You too?
Yeah. He said he knew everything we were thinking, everything we were going to do. I did get through to the police before, but I guess he caught wise. We're talking to each other over an inside line. Yeah. We're through.
No. Joe, don't say that. Don't even think it. Look, ask him exactly where he is.
Just where are you, Ben? Do you know?
It's hard to say. I was out cold when he brought me here. It's a kind of a hall, a passageway. Cement floor, ceiling, stone walls. There doesn't seem to be any door opening or anything like that.
That's what I thought here, too. But there must be one, or how would he have gotten you in there? Hey, listen, start looking. See if you can find it.
That's true. I never thought of that. If I do find the door and it opens into where you are.
That's right. 3 of us together. We'll surely be able to figure something out then.
Hold on. I'll start pounding on the walls. You see if you hear anything.
Go ahead.
What's he doing?
He's going to knock on the walls to see if he's anywhere near us. And if he is, if he can find a door, we can get together. Hear anything?
I'm not sure. Maybe.
I'm not sure either. Sounds awful far away, is it? There, listen. That wall right there. Hello. Hello, Ben.
Yes?
We heard you. You're right next to us. Now, Ben, you listen, and Betty will knock back. Go ahead, Betty. That way, Ben, you'll be able to tell just which wall it is.
Okay.
Right.
I hear it. I know where it is. Now to find the door, if there is one. Hold on.
He's got it. He's going to see if there's a door.
There must be one. There must be.
Ben.
And...
Ben. Hello.
What is it?
I don't know. Thought I heard a moan.
Joe! Look. There is a door. It's opening. It's open. Joe.
Dr. Helming. Why, yes. Were you expecting someone?
Well, now that you mention it, Doctor, there was someone we've been expecting and waiting for since we first heard about that cozy little place of yours. I think he's finally arrived. He's a tall, rather striking gentleman with a skull for a face, and his name is Death.
Mr. Host, that Dr. Helming is insane. Brr, he gives me the chills.
Oh, maybe it's just because it's so cold tonight, Mary. You know, it's getting so nippy these days that some of my friends are having fur collars put on their shrouds.
Well, my friends are smarter. They know that the way to warm up in cold weather is with a hot cup of fragrant, delicious Lipton tea. A cup of tea in front of the fireplace just hits the spot these chilly days. But make it Lipton's and your pleasure's complete. You brew up a pot of Lipton's, throw another log on the fire, and summer tiptoes right into the room. Let the wind blow and the snow pile up on the roof. There's all the magic of June in a cup of Lipton's, in its deep amber color, its tantalizing fragrance, and its rich, hearty flavor. And what flavor that is. Never wishy-washy, always brisk and full and satisfying. Try it, folks. You can let winter do its worst when you've got Lipton's in your cup.
That's right, Mary. And I think it's time now for something a little more cold-blooded, such as a cold-blooded murder. We're having a juicy one here tonight, tale of gore galore, so let's see what's happening in the dark chamber. It's just a moment later now. Standing in the darkness of the strange room, Joe and Betty stare at the tall figure of Dr. Helming, silhouetted against the dim light from outside.
I asked you whether you were expecting someone.
Then it was just a trick. It was you on the phone all the time.
Oh, don't you think I'd know his voice? Where is he?
Our friend, Mr. Lazare. Right outside.
What did you do to him? Answer me. What did you do to him?
Don't you know?
Sure, I know. You killed him. Did you kill him?
Quite a state you've gotten yourself into. Why? Is it because you finally tried to do something about your predicament and failed? Or is it because you weren't sure whether I would kill or not, and because you still don't know?
You're mad. Really mad.
You'll be interested to know you have not done, nor will you do, one thing that I did not foresee. Every move you made, every emotion you felt, was charted, outlined, and...
What's that?
That, I think, is probably the police.
The police?
Yes. I know that you're very anxious to talk to them, and I'll see that you get a chance to. Soon. Good evening, officer.
I'm looking for a guy named Helming. Dr. Helming.
I'm Dr. Helming. Come in, won't you?
Okay. Thanks. This is kind of a funny business. It's about a phone call we got a while ago. Finally traced here. The guy who said he was a prisoner or something.
That must have been Watson.
Yeah, that's his name. Joe Watson. Do you know him?
Of course. I can't tell you how sorry I am. It was really very careless of me, and I'll see that it doesn't happen again.
What do you mean?
If you did any investigating, which I'm sure you did, then you know that I don't run a sanitarium exactly, but I do take a few patients. Mental cases for treatment.
Ah, so that's it. For nothing.
I wish you wouldn't say that. Watson's case is particularly interesting. A 4F who wasn't able to enlist, and he developed a persecution mania.
Thinks that everyone is down on him, eh?
Not everyone, exactly. His present fantasy is that he's an ex-GI and that I'm keeping him prisoner.
Sure sounds plenty tough. Well, I guess I'll run along. I'm sorry I bothered
Don't you want to see them first, officer? Talk to them.
There's no need of that, Doctor. We get calls from cranks every day. We always investigate the calls.
But I insist. After all, you only have my word for it. There's just one thing I'd like to caution you about.
Sure, I know. I'll play along. Humor them.
Splendid. Right in here.
It's quite a room.
Joe! Look!
It's a cop, and that means then you did get my message.
Sure, Joe. Took a little time to trace the call, but everything's okay.
Oh, thank heaven. It was such a screwy story, I was afraid that... Hey, wait a minute. Then why is he standing there like that? Why haven't you got the bracelets on him?
After the evening? No need for any rough stuff. He said he'd come along quietly.
What?
You're lying. I don't know why, but there's something wrong here. Something... I know. You think we made the whole thing up. But we're crazy.
No.
It's true. He told you we were, and you believed him.
Of course not. Look,
Stop it, will you? Stop saying that. Oh, if I could only prove it somehow. Show you. I know. Lazari.
Joe.
Murder. That'll open your eyes. Somewhere in that wall is a door. Make him open it. Show you what's behind it.
I think maybe I'd better be going, Doc.
But there is a door there, officer. Just a second. I'll open it for you. Here we are.
Joe. Body. It's gone.
These doctors are always hiding the bodies. Returns them again later. Give us another ring, huh? Maybe I shouldn't have said that. Can I go up this way, Doc?
Down to the end of the corridor, then to your right.
I'm sorry I gave you all this trouble.
Perfectly all right. Thank you for being so understanding.
Quite all right.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, Doc.
Well, children?
Don't look that way, Joe. Don't. I know what you're thinking, and it's not true. We're not crazy. There was a body there.
Of course.
You hid it when you went out to let the cop in. And the telephone. You left that here purposely. Use it. Get the police here.
Obviously. I told you that this was to be an experiment in fear. What I didn't tell you was that, in a sense, I was one of the subjects, too. It was important for me to learn how I would function under pressure. And speaking objectively, I think I did rather well. Don't you?
Why are you doing all this? What are you after?
There's no reason why I shouldn't tell you. If anyone truly understands the nature of fear, is able accurately to forecast the actions and reactions of an individual, then he can use fear as a weapon. Society will react as the individual reacts. You see, society doesn't want to believe that anything can menace it. Doesn't want to take action to protect itself any more than the individual does. This was something that Hitler and Mussolini understood intuitively. I understand it scientifically. They failed, but I shall succeed.
You mean that you...
I'm afraid that's all I have time for. As far as you two are concerned, the experiment is finished. Completely finished. I have a few arrangements to take care of, and then, well, make the best of these last few minutes, for they will be your last.
Joe, do you hear anything? Is he coming back?
Not yet.
He's going to kill us, isn't he? Just the way he killed Lazare.
He's going to try to.
Why are you sitting there like that, looking at me?
I guess because it's the first chance I've had to look at you.
How do you mean?
When he first put you in here, it was all dark. So many things happened after that. It's funny.
What is?
The things that you can tell about a person even in the dark. I kind of thought you were little, and I knew you were awful nice and had a lot of nerve, but I didn't think you'd be so pretty.
I'm not so pretty, Joe. I'm not very brave either. I'm scared. I'm awful scared. And I don't want to die.
Don't worry about it, baby. Don't think about it.
Just sitting here like this, waiting. And there's nothing we can do. Every time we did try to do something, it was something he knew about. He was expecting us to do.
Please, baby.
Joe, something happened to you. You were scared before, too, but now...
It was not knowing that was scary. Not knowing what was going to happen or why or what you could do about it. But once you do know, once you make up your mind, then you've got to forget about it. Forget about everything.
Make up your mind about what?
This is going to sound kind of funny, especially now, but... Well, do you have anyone special? A fellow, I mean?
Why... Oh, no.
That's good. I mean... Oh, gee, it's a shame we never met before. If we had, we wouldn't be here now. I mean, we probably would have been out together someplace. And what time do you get through work usually?
About 6. The store closes at 5:30, but...
Me too. I could have picked you up at about 6.
Joe, I hear something. He's coming.
Yeah. Okay, get up. Over in the corner of the room so that he'll see you as soon as he opens the door.
What about you?
I'll be waiting over here, behind the door.
Joe, you're not going to...
I know I haven't got much of a chance, but... Well, wish me luck. That it'll be quick anyway.
Oh, no. Joe, please.
All right, my young friend. Time. All my arrangements have been completed, and I'm... Where's Watson?
Right. It's okay, baby. Didn't get me. I had the barrel of the gun and... Good Lord. Got him. And the chest.
But you couldn't have done that. You couldn't have.
Outside, Betty. See if you can find another phone and call the police again. And this time, tell them to bring an ambulance.
But you couldn't have done it. It was all plotted, graphed, and worked out in detail. I knew just what you were going to do, how you would react. By this time, you were to be in a state of complete frustration, resigned, ready to die. Why did you do it? Why?
I don't know. Now, just take it easy.
I've got to know. You've got to tell me. Was it because of the girl? Out of desperation? Because you knew you were going to die anyway?
I tell you, I don't know. I just know that, well, the guy will take just so much pushing around.
Pushing around, eh? Well, it sounds to me as if one of our characters is going to get a lot of pushing around at the end of a pitchfork and in a very warm climate. Yes, good old Helming's finished. He's got to be if we're to have at least 2 corpses, the inner sanctum minimum. Oh, you think that's a little arbitrary? Not at all. We've got to have at least 2 corpses to play our theme song, When a Body Meets a Body.
Theme song? I didn't know we had one.
Oh, Mary, we've got lots of them. Didn't you ever hear our skeleton song? I ain't got no body.
Mr. Host, let's be serious for a moment, because I want to talk about one of the most serious things in life, our health. For instance, the war may eventually lead to an increase in tuberculosis. And that's why the makers of Lipton tea and Lipton soup have asked me to remind you of the annual sale of Christmas seals. Funds raised by this sale support tuberculosis control programs, X-rays, health education, and medical research. Remember, over 500,000 people in the United States and Canada suffer from this disease. So buy as many Christmas seals as you can. No one is safe from tuberculosis until everyone is safe. And Christmas seals can save lives.
And now, friends, here's a word of wholesome advice. If you've had any murderous thoughts lately, give them up. It just doesn't pay. Why, I know a lady who killed off her husband, and, you know, it just ruined her marriage as he grew very cold to her. Oh, by the way, this month's Inner Sanctum mystery novel is The Fearful Passage by H.C. Branson. Yes, and next week's Inner Sanctum story, directed by Hyman Brown and brought to you by Lipton Tea and Lipton Soup. Next week's story is about a vampire. He's a very stingy fellow. As when you go out with him, the drinks are always on you. Naturally, we're going to try to make him feel at home here, so I just ordered a good supply of bats with green eyes, a coffin for him to sleep in, and a wooden stake to drive through his heart. I wouldn't stake my life on it, friends, but he may visit you before next Tuesday. Until then, good night. Pleasant dreams.
Mystery is my hobby. Today's story took place here in New York about 2 weeks ago. In the early evening of a bright spring day, a young lady climbed the 4 flights of stairs to the studio of a famous young artist in Greenwich Village and knocked. Linda. Well.
You act surprised to see me, Mark.
Well, under the circumstances.
What circumstances, Mark?
Why, the fact that I finished your picture.
Oh, Mark, finish my picture. You're wonderful.
What do you mean by that crack?
You finished my picture 3 months ago, Mark, remember?
Well?
Twice a week for 2 of those months, I've been coming here to your studio.
Well, there was a reason. I had some touching up to do.
Yes, I remember. You were ingenious at inventing excuses, darling.
Where are you going?
My curiosity's aroused, darling. I'm dying to know whose portrait you've so carefully covered with your smile.
Let that alone.
My, what a charming young lady. Who is she, darling?
Never mind.
Another conquest, I'll wager.
No, she isn't another conquest. Her name is Diane Mayberry. She's a client, and that's all there is to it.
And how long has Diane's picture been finished?
A month?
If she's been returning for the touching up treatment. Is that it, darling?
Now, look here, Linda. I don't know what you're getting at.
Don't you, Mark? You're rotten all the way through.
So I'm rotten. Now that you've had your say, will you get out of here and let me go on with my work?
No. Did you think I came here just to talk, you fool?
Oh, look, Linda, we had fun together. Now, why don't you forget it and go home?
I wish I could, Mark. I wish I could forget. I guess I'm just one of those stupid women who play this game of love for keeps.
All right, Linda. I hoped I could spare you this embarrassment. Your husband was here this afternoon.
What did you say?
Oh, quit play acting, Linda. It isn't going to pay off. Leo told me all about it.
That's a lie. I haven't any husband.
Shall I prove it to you?
You can't.
Can't. Listen to this. You were married 3 years ago to a man named Leo Bunker. You lived together 2 years, and then you left him. You wanted excitement and romance when you found it with me. Now quit just squawking.
That's not true. Leo and I were divorced. We never loved each other. It was all a mistake.
Oh, so you do admit having a husband?
What if I did? It isn't important. I was very young.
Oh, sure. Young and naive. Didn't know your way around. Yes, you stole me the idea that you didn't know what the score was.
Stop it, Mark. That isn't so. I fell in love with you.
Fell in love with me? How many others have you told that to?
There haven't been any others, Mark. There's never been anyone but you. You've got to believe me.
Have I? Well, I'll show you how much I believe you. I'm going over to Diane's right now, and I'm going to ask her to marry me. I'm sick and tired of what... What are you doing at that desk?
You used to keep a gun in the drawer, Mark. How fortunate. It's still here.
Put down that revolver, you little fool.
You're not going to marry anyone, Mark. No one else is going to have it.
Put down that revolver, I say.
Keep away from me, Mark. I warned you.
Give me that. Have you suddenly lost your mind?
Yes, one more step and I'll kill you. You're not going to.
Oh.
I killed it. Get out of here. Oh, Mark, I didn't want to kill you.
The little fool. Thought I'd let her get away with shooting me, huh? Let's see now. Yes, there's the gun lying half under the divan, just where she dropped it. Now I'll just check in here. Yep, there it is. Oh, what a perfect setup. And now to set the final scene. Hello. I'd like to speak to Miss Diane Mayberry, please.
I'm sorry, Miss Mayberry went out an hour ago and hasn't returned.
What out? But that's impossible. She had a date with me tonight.
Oh, is this Mr. Adrian?
Yes, it is. Did Diane leave any message?
Diane said she was going to your studio, Mr. Adrian. She should have arrived long ago.
She said she was coming here? Good heavens. Are you sure?
I'm positive that's what she said, Mr. Adrian. You suppose something's happened?
No. No, I'm positive everything's all right. Don't worry. Goodbye. Good heavens, if she comes here. Oh, but that's nonsense. She'd have arrived long ago. Operator, get me police headquarters. I want to report a murder.
Bart?
What, Inspector?
Sometime when we start out to investigate one of these murders, I'd like to come sailing up in a squad car with a siren howling. Be kind of exciting, wouldn't it?
I'm afraid you've seen too many movies, Inspector.
Well, maybe you're right. The last one I saw was a thing called Dragon Lick. Not bad. Well, here's the joint.
Never met an artist till you refer to one of these Greenwich Village establishments as a joint, Inspector.
Any apartment building is a joint to me unless it has an elevator.
Oh, I see what you mean. Well, there's only one way to reach the top, Inspector, and that's keep climbing.
Holy smokes. How many more flights is it?
One more, I think, Inspector. Getting tired?
Oh, no. I like it. This sort of thing appeals to my sporting nature. Phew.
Well, let's stop and rest a minute. I'm worn out.
Oh, you don't have to stop for me. I can take it if you can. However, if you insist.
I think it'll be a good idea if we're not out of breath when we walk into Mark Adrian's apartment.
Yeah.
No telling what we'll find.
According to the guy who called, we're going to find a corpse.
Mm.
What are we complaining about? He'll be out of breath permanently.
Inspector, this man who called, he said his name was Leo Bunker?
Yeah, Leo Bunker. He used to be married to a babe who now calls herself Linda Stewart.
Stewart? What did she change her name?
I don't know. Neither does Bunker. It seems that Bunker's been away for a year doing some kind of research up in Alaska. He got back the day before yesterday.
I see. And what happened?
We heard his wife was playing around with this artist guy, Mark Adrian. He comes up here to Adrian's studio about an hour ago and finds a dead man lying on the floor. So?
Mm-hmm. So he called the police.
Yep. That's all there is to it. Well, are you rested enough to tackle the last flight?
Yes, I think I can make it.
Why the heck do artists have to live on top stories anyway?
It makes their work lighter, Inspector. Well, there seems to be only one apartment up here. Must be Adrian's.
Yep, there's a sign on the door says so.
Well, didn't you say that Leo Bunker said he'd wait for us here, Inspector?
That's what he said.
Doesn't seem to be anyone here now. Let me try the knob. If Bunker were here, he apparently became frightened and decided to leave. The place is as black as ink.
Wait a minute. There must be a light switch around someplace. Yep, there we are. I don't see any corpse lying around.
Inspector, do you suppose that telephone call came from one of your crackpot friends?
I haven't got any crackpot friends except you.
Oh.
Hey.
Hmm? Oh, yes, that's it. A gun lying half under the divan, huh? I just pick up my handkerchief here and take a look.
Any shots fired?
Yes. 2.
Well, maybe there's a stiff lying around someplace after all. I'll take a look in this room. Hey, Bart, come here.
Find something, Inspector?
Yeah, take a look.
Well, our corpse, eh?
Corpse is right. Bullet through his gizzard and blood all over the place. What's that in his hand?
Looks like an artist's paintbrush, Inspector. By Jove, look down the floor.
Yeah, he tried to write something with a paintbrush. What's it say?
Let's see. Nothing much more than a scrawl. As near as I can make out, it says, Linda killed Bunn. Last words trail off as though he'd been unable to finish it.
Well, it's easy to figure out. He tried to write Bunker. Linda killed Bunker. He got as far as the B-U-N in Bunker, then he must have died.
Yes, but that's odd, isn't it?
Why? Looks plain enough to me.
But I thought you said the man who called you on the phone was named Bunker.
Huh? Well, I did, didn't I? Say, this is kind of a funny deal at that.
Yes, very funny, Inspector. Look through his pockets and see if you find any marks of identification.
Good idea. Let me see here. Here's a billfold.
Good.
Driving license made out to Leo Bunker. Identification card made out to Leo Bunker. Membership card of the Eastern Horticultural Society made out to Leo Bunker. I'm told this guy's Leo Bunker.
And it was Leo Bunker who called you on the phone. And Leo Bunker who wrote on the floor. Inspector, I think we'd better get busy. Linda Stewart, I imagine, will be expecting us.
Oh, you're the police.
That's right, Miss Stewart. We're the police. Come on in, Bart. How'd you know we were the police, lady?
I've been expecting you. You found out, haven't you?
You guessed it. That's why we're here.
Well, I'm glad. I was a fool to think I could get away with it.
Well, this is something I didn't expect. You mean you're ready to make a full confession?
Yes, I would have given myself up anyhow. Doesn't matter now. Nothing matters.
Why not, Mrs. Bunker?
Bunker? How did you know my name was Bunker?
Isn't it?
Yes, but for the past year I've been living under my maiden name of Linda Stewart. How did you know?
Your husband told us.
My husband?
Yeah.
Then Mark was telling the truth.
How do you say that?
Mark said that Leo had come back and told him everything, but I didn't believe him. When Leo went away, he promised he'd never bother me again.
Just a minute now. I better write this down. Let me see. First, you confessed to the murder.
Yes, I confess.
And your reason was what?
Oh, I was terribly in love with Mark, but he'd become interested in someone else.
Excuse me a moment, Inspector. Miss Stewart, will you tell us exactly what happened tonight?
I went to Mark's studio. He'd found out about Leo. He wouldn't listen to my explanation. He said he was through with me. Said he was going to marry a girl named Diane Mayberry. Guess I lost my head.
And what exactly did you do?
I've already told you. I knew there was a gun in Mark's desk drawer, and I found it and shot it.
Hey, wait a minute. Let me get this straight.
Why do you keep questioning me? Haven't I already confessed? I know you found the gun. My fingerprints were on it. I was a fool to leave it behind, but I wasn't thinking. I didn't care.
Okay. So you shot your husband. Why?
I already told you. What did you say?
I said you shot your husband. You've already admitted it.
Shot Leo?
Yeah. Now, what I want to know is, what did you shoot him for if Mark Adrian had already given you the go-by?
Shot Leo? What are you saying? I didn't shoot Leo.
Oh, my gosh. I knew it couldn't be as easy as this. Look, lady, you've already confessed.
Shot Leo? Well, why would I want to shoot Leo? What have I done? What have you made me say? The man I shot wasn't Leo.
No? Who was it, Miss Stewart?
It was Mark Adrian.
Having fun, Diane?
Oh, yes, I like it here. And we're together. That's what's important, Mark.
You bet it is.
We'll always be together, won't we, Mark?
I'm sure we'll, honey. Just you and me. Always having fun. Now, let's have another drink, huh?
Not now, Mark. I want to talk about us. About after we're married.
Yeah, always having fun. Waiter, come in. Give us another round of drink.
Yes, sir. No more for me, Mark. I've had enough.
No, you haven't. You gotta have another.
All right, if you say so. Mark.
What's the matter?
You're through with that other girl, aren't you?
What other girl? Who are you talking about?
The girl whose picture you painted. Linda something or other.
Oh, her. Sure. All through with Linda. All washed up.
She was at your studio tonight, wasn't she?
Linda in my studio? What do you mean?
Oh, I saw her go into the building. I was coming up to surprise you, but she came along the street, and I waited to see if she was going in.
You're crazy. There's nobody at my place tonight. I haven't seen Linda for weeks.
Don't lie to me, Mark. Please.
I'm not lying. Linda wasn't at my apartment. Nobody was. Nobody. Understand that?
All right, Mark.
You don't believe me, huh?
I believe you, Mark. I must have been imagining things.
Oh, that's better.
Here are your drinks, sir.
Never mind the drinks. Take them away.
Yes, sir.
Is something wrong, Mark?
I don't know. My head's all jumbled up. Something's cockeyed somewhere.
Well, perhaps you'd better go.
No, I gotta think. Let me see now. There's something I gotta think about.
Don't worry, darling. It can't be important. Mark, I do wish you'd explain.
Keep quiet. I gotta think. It's all right. Listen, you just remember now. You saw Linda come in at 7:30.
But, Mark, you said she wasn't there.
How do I know whether she was there or not? I wasn't home.
You weren't home?
Of course not. I was at the club having a workout in the gym. I was having a workout all by myself.
Oh, darling, why didn't you tell me?
Well, this is suddenly, that's why. I had to figure it out.
Darling, you went to all that trouble just to prove to me that you weren't seeing Linda.
Yeah, that's it. I had to prove it to you. Didn't want you suspicious.
Oh, Mark, and I was worried. How foolish of me.
There's no need to worry about old Mark. Just give him time and he'll figure things out. Well, let's go.
But, darling, you haven't touched your drink.
I don't want it. I've had too much already. Come on. We'll go up to my place and have a nice chat.
There's a cab pulling up in front of the studio building now, Inspector.
You're in, two people getting out. Do you suppose that's Mark Adrian?
I know it is, Inspector. He's quite a familiar figure at the better-known night spot.
Yeah, well, I don't get around to the better-known night spot. Hey, that's a good-looking babe he's got with him.
Yes? Well, let's go up, Inspector, and get this over with.
Okay, I only hope you haven't missed the boat.
Don't worry about the boat, Inspector. It's a murderer we're after.
Say, Mark, it's terribly late.
Huh? What did you say, Di?
I said, Mark, what in the world are you looking for?
Looking? Oh, nothing. Nothing. Why?
You're acting so strangely, darling. When we first came in, you seemed almost surprised, as though you expected someone to be here.
Oh, you're imagining things again, my dear. Whom would I expect to find here?
Well, I don't know, I'm sure. Oh, well, I'll put my coat in the bedroom.
No.
Why? What's the matter?
Never mind putting your coat on that robe. Leave it out here.
But, darling,
Leave it here, I said.
All right, if you want to act that way.
What's that?
Callers at this time of night, Mark?
Oh, it's a mistake. No one will be coming here.
Open up. Mark, who can it be?
Probably some drunk. I'll find out. Who is it? What do you want?
The police, open up. The police? Mark, what in the world can they want here?
Don't worry. It can't be anything important. Yes, officer?
How are you, son? Your name, Mark Adrian?
Yes, my name's Adrian. Is something wrong?
That's what we're here to find out. Come on in, Bart. I'm Inspector Noah Danton. This is Barton Drake. What's your name, miss?
Don't answer him. I think you'd better tell us what this is all about, Inspector, before you start asking a lot of questions.
Suppose you tell us. All I know is we got a call at headquarters saying there was a corpse lying around up here.
You mean you're just that's silly. There's no corpse here.
Of course there isn't. Who is it supposed to be, anyhow?
Your boyfriend here, Mr. Adrian.
Me? Well, that's a hot one. Do I look dead?
Not yet. Bart, take a look in that bedroom, will you?
Glad to, Inspector. Say, what is this? What's the idea?
Don't get excited, Bub. Maybe it was some crackpot.
You better come over here and take a look, Inspector.
Okay, come along, you two.
Oh, this is ridiculous. Someone's been playing jokes on Marge.
Does that look like a joke?
It's a man. He's dead.
Good heavens.
Everyone's surprised, eh? Well, let's look him over.
Is it anyone you recognize, Adrian?
No. I mean, I'm not sure. He looks a little familiar.
According to these letters, the gent's name is Leo Bunker. That name mean anything to you, Adrian?
Why, no. It seems as though I've heard it somewhere before, but I can't think where.
Mark?
Is something wrong, miss?
Mark, that's the name of Linda's husband.
By Jove, you're right. That's just who it is.
And who is Linda?
Well, she's a girl I know. I painted a picture. She and I, we became interested in each other for a short time.
For a short time until her husband showed up and threw a monkey wrench in the works, eh?
Well, crudely, that's it. I didn't know she was married until he returned from Alaska.
Uh-huh. Bart, do me a favor and take a look around here, will you? These kids and I can talk in the other room.
Very well, Inspector.
Come on, you two. Now, let's see. Hubby comes back and starts the beef because his wife is playing around and someone knocks him off. Well, that's the start, eh?
Hey.
Thought of something, son?
Yeah. Diane, tell the inspector what you saw at 7:30 tonight.
Why, I was coming up here, but I saw Linda entering the building, so I changed my mind. Mark, you don't think Linda
I'm
could have...
afraid that it looks bad for Linda, Inspector. There's some writing on the floor beside the body. It states that Linda shot Bunker.
Is that a fact?
She must have lost her head when she found Leo here in my studio.
Now, I wonder why she'd do that.
Why? He probably accused her of coming here to see me.
Well, was she up here to see you?
I suppose so. She kept coming up in spite of the fact that I asked her not to.
And what did Linda say when her husband accused her?
Well, how should I know? I wasn't here. I was at my club having a workout in the gym. Wasn't I, Diane?
Yes, that's right.
Were you with him, lady?
Of course not.
Then how did you know he was there?
Well, he told me.
Where'd you find that gun, Bart?
It was lying beside Bunker's body, Inspector. I picked it up without thinking. Sorry.
Oh, you fool. Now you've obliterated a fingerprint.
Whose fingerprints, Adrian?
Linda's. They were on the gun.
Are you sure?
Of course I'm sure. They'd have to be on the gun if she shot Leo, wouldn't they?
Not necessarily. If she had any presence of mind, she'd have wiped the gun clean.
Linda wasn't that type. She would have become panicky and thrown the gun away before she left the apartment.
In that event, the gun would probably have been here in the living room, wouldn't it?
Yeah, halfway under the divan.
Halfway under the... What the devil are you talking about?
There's something else I'd like to bring to your attention, Inspector. Only one shot entered Bunker's body.
Is that a fact?
What is this? What are you trying to do? Are you cops or aren't you?
That's why we're here, son.
Well, then why don't you get your experts up here? You'll find out that the bullet that killed Bunker came from that gun. And you'll find Linda's prints on the gun. Now, what more proof do you want?
You see, Inspector, it's paying off, isn't it?
I guess you were right at that, Bart.
What do you mean?
What time did Bunker get here, Adrian?
7 o'clock?
What time did Linda get here?
How should I know? Why don't you ask her?
You did.
She says she was here at 6:45.
Well, she's lying. She's trying to save her own skin.
Of course she was lying. I saw her entering the building at 7:30.
Was she entering or leaving, Diane?
Well, she was entering. I'm sure of it.
What time did you leave the studio, Adrian?
5 minutes after the girl. Somebody saw her.
That's a lie. I stayed up here.
Then you weren't at the club.
No.
I got there before Linda came.
How did you know Linda was here?
Who fired the second shot, Adrian?
Linda, she must have.
Who said a second shot was fired?
Chris did, he just said so.
Then where's the bullet hole?
I don't know. There must be one somewhere.
Well, let's look.
No use, Inspector. The second shot was a blank.
You don't say.
It couldn't have been a blank.
Why not?
Because it couldn't.
I'm afraid that's the mistake you made, Adrian.
What do you mean, mistake?
There's the gun lying on the table, Adrian. Pick it up and look at the empty shells yourself.
No. Why should I? What do I care about the empty shells?
Your fingerprints are on them.
They're not. I wiped marks.
Well, I guess that ties it.
Does it? I'll show you. So one shell was blank, was it? Well, the others are.
Sorry, Adrian. I put the gun there so you would pick it up. There aren't any shells in it at all. It's completely empty.
Why, you sick... Oh, Marge. You'll never prove I did it. It was Linda. I fixed everything. There wasn't a chance of anything going wrong. I had it all fixed. I tell you, I had it all fixed.
Inspector, here's my corner.
Yeah.
Everything's under control, isn't it?
Yeah, everything's under control. Adrian confessed when he got to headquarters.
Yes, and it probably was a big relief to him.
Yeah. You know, guys like him make me feel kind of bad.
Oh, why, Inspector?
Well, he's smart. He was on the road to success.
True.
What do you suppose made him figure he could outsmart the police?
I think it was a matter of necessity, Inspector.
You mean he didn't want to kill Bunker, eh?
Probably that's the answer. Bunker came to his studio and accused him of alienating his wife's affection.
So one of them pulled the gun went off, and Bunker came out of it dead.
It was fortunate that Adrian made one mistake, wasn't it?
Yeah. Bart.
Yes, Inspector?
Just to refresh my memory, what was the mistake he made?
Why, Inspector, you saw it yourself.
But I want to know what it meant to you.
It was the scrawled message on the floor, Inspector.
Let's see now. What did the message say? Linda shot Bun.
Mm-hmm.
That was to make us think that Bunker had died before he completed the sentence.
That's it, Inspector.
That's it, yeah. Now, where did you think he made the mistake?
Inspector, I'm surprised. Bunker was supposed to have written the message, wasn't he?
Yeah. Well, he was supposed to.
If Bunker had written the message, he would have said, he wouldn't have said Linda shot Bunker. No. He would have said Linda shot me.
That's right, of course.
You see what I mean, Inspector?
I certainly do. Well, good night, Bart.
Good night, Inspector. Oh, Inspector.
Yeah?
Stop me if you've heard this one before, but mystery is my hobby.
The Mysterious Traveler. This is the Mysterious Traveler, inviting you to join me on another journey into the realm of the strange and the terrifying. I hope you will enjoy the trip, that it will thrill you a little and chill you a little. So settle back, get a good grip on your nerves, and be comfortable, if you can. Where are we going? We're going to join Charles Foster as he takes an excursion into crime. I call the story The Case of Charles Foster. Late one evening several years ago, when I was practicing medicine in a large eastern city, I visited Charles Foster, a friend and patient of mine. I took with me Flush, a cocker spaniel he had entrusted to me.
Hello, Doctor. I'm glad you were able to come. I see you brought Flush. Hello, Flush, old boy.
He's missed you, Charles.
I've missed him too, Doctor. Been quite lonesome without him these past few months. Down, boy. It's a good dog.
How do you feel, Charles?
Oh, I'm all right, Doctor. You needn't worry about me.
I'm glad to hear that.
I suppose you've been quite puzzled about everything that's happened these past months.
Frankly, Charles, I have. Even now, I find it difficult to believe that you could...
Doctor, I'm going to tell you something that I've never told anyone. I thought I'd go to the grave with my secret, but, you've always been friends, and I'd like you to know the truth.
As you wish, Charles.
It's strange how little people know of one another. For 10 years, Agatha and I were married, and to the outside world, we were a happily married couple. But in the privacy of our home, I found life with Agatha a nightmare.
I never would have guessed that.
For 10 years, I stood her sharp tongue and constant nagging. I might have gone on taking it the rest of my life. Fate hadn't decreed otherwise. It was 3 years ago on a beautiful spring evening that fate stepped in to change the entire course of my life.
Is that you, Charles?
Yes, Agatha.
Did you remember to buy me some more of my cough medicine?
Yes, here it is. Supper ready?
Some men would be more interested in their wives' health than their own suppers.
I'm sorry, Agatha, but you really don't look sick to me.
That's because you don't care. I'm not well, and you know it. I work myself to death day in and day out keeping this house clean, and little thanks do I get for it.
I told you before, Agatha, if the house is too much for you, hire a maid.
And how exactly can we afford a maid on your miserable bookkeeper's salary?
Well, if you can't manage it out of my salary, there's always the $50,000 your father left you.
That money is mine, and I'm not spending a single cent of it. It's up to you to provide a maid.
All right, Agatha. Please, let's not quarrel. Oh, hello, Flush. How are you, old boy?
No, you care more about that dog than you do me.
You know that isn't true.
It is. Sometimes I think the only reason you come home is because of that dirty old dog.
Quiet.
Get away from me. All he does is eat and put his filthy paws on my furniture. I want you to get rid of that dog, Charles.
Get rid of him?
Yes. Buy some poison at the drugstore and dispose of him.
You can't stand to see me have anything that makes me happy, can you? Well, I'm not getting rid of him.
Charles, this is my house, not yours. And I don't want him here.
Come on, Flush.
Don't think that by walking away that ends the matter, Charles Foster. You'd better get rid of that dog, you hear?
Glad to get out of the house, eh, old boy? So am I. It's beautiful evening, isn't it? Come on, boy. We're going to take a long walk. You want to turn around and go home now, Flush? No, neither do I.
Pardon me, but aren't you Charles?
Julia Sanders.
Charles, I thought it was you.
Oh, let me look at you. Oh, Julia, you haven't changed a bit. You're as lovely as... How long has it been since we last saw each other?
10 years, almost 11.
Has it really been that long? Julia, have you ever forgiven me for what happened?
Of course, Charles.
I was so insanely in love with you, Julia, that I couldn't bear to have other men look at you. You know that I didn't mean...
I know, Charles.
I've thought of that night constantly. It's been like a nightmare ever since.
Please, Charles, it's all past and forgotten now.
You were perfectly justified in breaking our engagement. After what I'd done, there was nothing else you could do.
I understand you married Agatha Winthrop a year after I'd gone abroad.
Yes, Julia. After you left for Europe, people kept telling me what a wonderful wife Agatha would make. I allowed myself to be convinced and married her.
Well, I'm sure everything turned out for the best.
No, but it didn't, Julia. Almost from the beginning, our marriage was a failure. For these past 5 years, Agatha and I have merely been living together under the same roof.
Oh, I'm sorry, Charles, that it didn't turn out well.
Nothing turned out well, Julia, after I lost you. I hope things have been better with you these past 11 years.
Oh, I can't complain. I spent a number of years in Paris studying art and working at dress designing.
Oh.
I only came back a few months ago.
You've never married?
No. I'm working now for Morgan's department store as their art director.
Oh, really? Well, my office is only a few blocks from there. Look, Julia, why don't we have lunch together tomorrow? There are so many things I'd like to know.
Well, I'd like to, Charles, but I think it would be much better that we don't.
Oh, now, surely, Julia, there's no harm in two old friends having lunch together, is there?
No, I suppose not.
I won't take no for an answer. Do you know where Drake's restaurant is?
Yes.
Will 1 o'clock tomorrow be all right?
Yes, that's my usual lunch hour.
Good. Then it's a date. Strange, isn't it, Doctor? The way after 11 years, Julia and I bumped into each other. If we hadn't, what followed would never have happened.
It's such small things as an accidental meeting that often change the course of one's life.
Yes, I know that now, but I didn't then. I met Julia for lunch the next day, and soon we were having lunch together every day. And for the first time in years, life began to mean something. Merely seeing Julia for 1 hour a day made life worth living.
I understand, sir.
We'd have lunch together, and then we'd go for a walk in the park. I sensed at the time that Julia, too, was lonely and in the need of friendship. The summer passed swiftly and happily. I should have realized that things couldn't go on that way, but I didn't.
You mean you fell in love with Julia?
Fell in love with her? I don't think I'd ever really stopped loving her. I became aware of how much I really cared for her one warm autumn day as we were walking through the park together. Julia.
Yes, Charles?
What about going to the theater with me tonight?
Oh, I wish you hadn't asked me, Charles.
Why?
Because it means we can't go on seeing each other anymore.
But why shouldn't we go on seeing each other?
Because you aren't satisfied any longer just to see me at lunch, and it isn't right for us to go out together at night.
But surely there's no harm in our going to the theater together.
You're married, Charles. That's reason enough.
All right, Julia. Forget I ever asked you. But at least we can go on having lunch together, can't we?
No, Charles.
Oh, but...
Can't you see? Things can never be the way they were. We've become dependent upon each other, and we have no right to be. We can't go on seeing each other any longer. It isn't fair to Agatha.
But you know that Agatha and I mean nothing to each other. We haven't for years.
Nevertheless, she's your wife.
Julia, you know I love you. I've always loved you, and I can't do without you.
Charles, you're just making it difficult for both of us.
Julia, you do love me, don't you?
Yes. But can't you see, it's no use. I remember Agatha only too well. She'd never give you a divorce.
I know she won't. I've asked her 12 times in the past 5 years, but she said she'll never give me one.
I want to part now, Charles. Right here.
Must we?
Yes. Goodbye, Charles.
My life seemed to end that day, Doctor, with our parting. I went through the motions of living, but nothing seemed to matter any longer.
I can well understand that.
Months went by. Every day after work, I stayed in town, unable to face an evening at home with Agatha. When I did arrive home late at night, she'd be waiting for me.
Is that you, Charles?
Yes, Agatha. Sorry if I woke you.
A lot you care. Coming in night after night at all hours, leaving me alone in this big house. Oh, don't think I don't know what you're up to. I know you're kind, Charles Foster.
You better go to sleep, Agatha.
A fine chance I have to sleep with you putting on the bathroom light. You know I can't sleep when that light's on.
Take me a minute to brush my teeth, then I'll turn off the light. Agatha.
Well, what is it now?
What's this bottle of prussic acid doing in the medicine chest? That's a deadly poison.
I know that. I got it from Mrs. Smedley, the druggist's wife. She used it to get rid of an old cat they had. When I told her about Flush, she said it was a thing...
What's that about Flush?
I said Mrs. Smedley gave me that bottle of prussic acid so I could get rid of Flush. I'm going to put him out of his misery tomorrow.
You'll do no such thing, do you hear? If you so much as lay a hand on Flush, I'll kill you. I'll kill you, do you understand?
Yes, Charles.
You get rid of that poison tomorrow. Let's have no more talk of putting Flush out of his misery. I lay awake for hours, Doctor, unable to fall asleep. Julia's breaking off with me, and my wife's refusal to give me a divorce, and the prussic acid she meant to poison Flush with had left me all worked up. Then Agatha began coughing. That cough she'd cultivated for years to give people the impression that she was an invalid. Well, after she'd coughed her usual 5 minutes or so, she got out of bed and started for the bathroom where she kept her cough medicine.
Oh, drat that chair.
Why don't you turn on the light so you can see where you're going?
I can see perfectly well where I'm going. Besides, on your salary, we can't afford to waste electricity.
I knew there wasn't any use in saying anything more. For years, Agatha had gotten up every night and groped her way to the medicine chest where her cough medicine was. Nothing could make her change her habits. I lay in bed listening as she opened the medicine chest and fumbled in the corner where she always kept the bottle. As I heard her groping for her medicine, I suddenly thought of the bottle that was standing next to it. The bottle of prussic acid. Without thinking, it came to mind. If only she'd take the prussic acid instead of the cough medicine. If she did, I would be free. Free of her constant nagging and whining. Free to see Julia. Then I knew it was useless to hope for such a mistake to happen. Agatha's cough medicine always stood in the same corner of the medicine chest. Even in the dark, she'd never take the bottle of prussic acid. And then it came to me. What if the bottles were to be switched? What if the following night the prussic acid were placed in the customary spot of the cough medicine? Suddenly it was all very clear to me what I was going to do. Agatha?
Well?
Agatha, I've been thinking over what you said about Flush.
What?
I suppose you're right. Flush should be disposed of.
He certainly should. He's old and he's smelly. It'll be a blessing for him to be put out of his misery.
Yes, of course. I'm sorry I shouted at you before, Agatha, but, well, I see now that you're right.
When are you going to do it?
Oh, we'll wait until Saturday.
And none too soon, either.
You're sure the prussic acid won't make him suffer?
Nonsense. Of course it won't. Mrs. Smedley said nothing worked faster than prussic acid.
Oh, you told her what it was for. That's fine. Very well, Agatha. Just leave everything to me. The next night, Doctor, after Agatha was in bed, I quietly strolled into the bathroom and opened the medicine chest. I compared the bottle of cough medicine with that of the prussic acid. They were both small bottles, almost identical in size. I removed the cough medicine from where it stood in the corner of the chest and replaced it with the poison. Then I went to bed and waited impatiently for Agatha to start coughing. Can I get you a glass of water or something, Agatha?
Water won't do any good. What I need is my cough medicine. Oh, that's that chair.
Why don't you turn on the light?
Because I can see perfectly in the dark. Besides, someone's got to economize on the electricity in this house.
I lay there in the darkness, listening to her grumble as she opened the door of the medicine chest. The blood pounded in my ears as I heard her fumbling for the bottle. Would she feel the slight difference in the bottle when she picked it up? Scarcely able to breathe, I waited. Listen. And she fell to the floor. I quickly got out of bed, turned on the lights, and went into the bathroom. She was lying on the floor, quite dead. There was an agonized look on her face. I returned the bottle of cough medicine to its proper place, and then I phoned the police.
Now, you say, Mr. Foster, that your wife was in the habit of going every night to the medicine chest for a few drops of her cough medicine.
Yes, that's right.
And she never turned on the lights when she went to the medicine chest.
Oh, no, sir.
Wasn't that a bit unusual?
Well, I always used to tell her to turn on the lights, but she said it was a waste of electricity.
I see. And you say your wife, it was her who placed the bottle of prussic acid in the medicine chest next to her cough medicine, eh?
Yes, sir. I'd never touched the bottle of prussic acid. You see, it was my wife who procured it, and she...
Yes, Mr. Smedley, the druggist, has testified that his wife gave it to your wife. Mr. Foster, are you familiar with the contents of your wife's will dated 10 years ago?
Yes, I am.
Then you know, of course, that your wife left her entire estate to the Home for the Aged.
Home for the Aged? Oh, yes. I fought to keep my face expressionless, to prevent him from learning that I hadn't known. All the years we'd been married, Agatha had given me to understand that all her money would go to me. Now I knew that she'd been lying. Her will had been made out in favor of the Home for the Aged for years. began to feel angry at the way she'd cheated me. But a moment later, I was grateful that she had.
Frankly, Mr. Foster, your wife's death occurred under very suspicious circumstances, to say the least. For years, she'd gone to the medicine chest every night without mishap. And yet, on the second night that there was a bottle of prussic acid in the chest, she met her death. Were it not for the fact that your wife had left her entire estate to the Home for the Aged, I might be inclined to go further with this investigation. As it is, I'll instruct the coroner's jury to bring in a verdict of death through accident. That's all, Mr. Foster.
I walked out of the district attorney's office a free man. A few days later, I moved out of the house which had been Agatha's and took up quarters elsewhere. 6 long and uneventful months passed. I made no effort to contact Julia for fear that the police might still have their suspicions. And then I could stand it no longer. I called on her.
Charles, when I was told you were waiting to see me, I could hardly believe it. I'm so glad to see you again.
Thank you, Julia. It's good to see you again, too.
Charles, you don't look well at all.
These past few months have been something of a strain, Julia, but I'm all right now.
I was tempted so many times to get in touch with you. Then I thought perhaps you didn't want to see anyone.
Well, I did want to see you, Julia, but I was afraid it wouldn't look right.
I understand, Charles.
Now, let's not say anything more of the past. Only the present and the future. Julia, do you think we might try to pick up where we left off last autumn?
We can try, Charles.
Julia and I, Doctor, began to see each other night after night. Life for me became exciting and wonderful the way it had been 11 years ago before Julia and I had broken our engagement.
Didn't you ever stop to think of what you'd done?
You mean Agatha?
Yes.
No, Doctor. They say that a murderer is ever haunted by his crime. But that isn't true. At least it wasn't in my case. To me, Agatha was part of another life in the dim past. I rarely thought of the past, only the present and the future. No, if I had any fears at all, it was the fear that something would spoil the happiness that Julia and I had found together. But nothing did. And a few months later, we were married, with you as my best man.
Yes, I remember.
And my second marriage was everything that my first hadn't been. For the first time in my life, I knew what true happiness meant. Julia and I were poor, but that didn't matter, for we had each other. The months swiftly passed. And as our first anniversary approached, it was hard to believe that we'd been married almost a year.
Charles, before you leave for work, will you sign a check for me?
Oh, who's it for, dear?
Never you mind, Mr. Foster. You just leave a signed check. I'll fill in the amount and the party it's meant for.
Mrs. Foster, you're acting very mysterious.
Well, a wife has a right to act mysterious once a year.
Darling, I suspect you're going to use this check to buy me an anniversary present. Well, whatever you get me, please don't make it neckties.
Well, I'll have you know I have very good taste in neckties.
I know you do, dear, but I have to wear them.
You're an ungrateful wretch. Very well, I won't get you tied.
Good, then I'll sign the check for you. And please bear in mind that you can't make this check out for more than $312.50. That's all we have in the bank.
Oh, I'll leave you at least the 50 cents.
You better leave a good deal more. We won't be going up to Lake Ellis.
Charles, are we going up to Lake Ellis?
Oh, it slipped out. And I meant it as an anniversary surprise.
Oh, Charles, that's wonderful. When are we going?
This Friday afternoon. I've rented a cabin and a small motorboat on Lake Ellis for the weekend.
Oh, darling, what an exciting surprise. Charles, you're sure it won't be too expensive?
Why, nothing can be too expensive for our first anniversary.
Oh, darling, I've never been so happy.
This looks like a nice place to fish. Let's see, where'd I put that bait?
Here it is, dear.
Thanks, darling. Here's a nice, fat, dimpled worm. Well, if you can't stand to see me bait him, just turn the other way. That's it. It'll only take me a minute.
Charles, look.
Let's see if I get this.
There's smoke coming out of the engine hatch.
What's that? Yes, you're right.
It's on fire. There are flames shooting out.
Fire extinguishers at the other end of the boat.
Charles, you'd never make it. You'd be burned.
Yes, you're right. Besides, even the extinguisher wouldn't do much good now. The fire's too big.
What are we going to do? Oh, the heat is becoming unbearable.
There's only one thing we can do, Julia. Let's go over the side.
We're almost in the center of the lake. I can't swim.
But I can, dear. I'll manage to keep us above water somehow.
Well, all right, darling. I'll do whatever you say.
We'll come through this, Julia. Now, don't be afraid. Now, I'll slip over the side of the boat first, and you follow.
All right.
Now, hurry, Julia. Let yourself down into the water. I'll keep you afloat.
Yes, Charles.
That's it. Now, let's go to the side of the boat. I have you.
Yes, Charles.
Now, don't be afraid, darling. You see? It's no trouble keeping you above water. Now, just relax, dear, while I swim with you a bit. We've got to get a good distance from the boat. It may explode.
Yes, Charles. Did you see any boats around?
No, but someone's bound to see the fire and come to our rescue. Until they do, we must have courage.
You're tired, aren't you, Charles?
No, don't worry, dear. I can keep us afloat for a long time yet.
Oh, why doesn't someone come to our rescue?
They will. Someone must surely have seen that boat burning.
Charles, we've been in the water so long.
Oh, it just seems long, darling. It can't be more than 10 minutes.
10 minutes? It feels more like... Charles!
I've got you, Julia. Just for a moment, you slipped away from me.
Oh, darling, it's no use. I'm just a millstone around your neck.
What are you saying?
Why should we both drown? Charles, save yourself.
Save myself?
Yes. I want you to let go of me.
Let go of you? No, never.
Yes, you must. You're too tired to keep me.
No, darling. Either we're both saved or we're both drowned.
No, I won't have you throw your life away. Let go.
Julia, stop trying to break loose. Julia, darling, don't. I can't live without you. Julia, stop struggling. Julia! I must save her. Help, my wife. My wife.
Yeah, we saw it all. Hey, Mike, he's passed out. Get him before he goes under.
I got him. Here, help me get him aboard, Skipper.
All right. Any sign of his wife?
She's gone, Skipper.
Yeah, too bad. Well, if it's the last thing I do, I aim to see justice done to this fella. She never had a chance. Did you see him shove her under? It was murder, that's what it was. Now, Mr. Foster, both of the men who rescued you claim that as they approached you and your late wife in their boat, they saw you struggling with her. You admit this?
Yes, but I tell you I was trying to save her, not drown her.
No, you were trying to save her. But both the witnesses testified they saw you push her head under.
But they're wrong. I wasn't pushing her under. I was trying to bring her to the surface. You must believe me.
Oh, Mr. Foster. You maintain that you were rescuing your wife, not drowning her.
Yes.
Is it true, Mr. Foster, that you were engaged to your wife 11 years ago and that she broke the engagement?
Yes, that's true.
Would you mind telling the jury why she broke the engagement?
We had a misunderstanding.
A misunderstanding? Do you call shooting the woman you're engaged to just a misunderstanding?
No. You must let me explain. It's true that 11 years ago I did shoot Julia, but I've been drinking. I didn't know what I was doing.
Mr. Foster, you do admit shooting and wounding her?
Yes.
Have you ever seen this before?
Why, yes. That's the insurance policy I took out for Julia and myself.
Exactly. And when was this policy taken out?
Well, about a month ago.
June 15th, to be exact. And what's the value of this policy, Mr. Foster?
Well, if either my wife or myself died, it provided $10,000 for the survivor.
Yes, Mr. Foster. If either you or your wife died a natural death, it provided $10,000 to the survivor. But there's also a double indemnity clause in this policy, isn't there?
Yes, but
One that provides you with $20,000 if your wife died an accidental death.
such as drowning.
That's true, but I swear I didn't drown my wife. I tell you, I was trying to save her. Save her, not drown her. You must believe me. You must.
And that, Doctor, is exactly the way everything happened. Strange, isn't it? The way justice works itself out. I committed murder and escaped punishment. Now I'm paying with my life for the death of the one person I really loved.
It's time to go, Foster.
All right, Warden. Goodbye, Doctor. And take good care of Flush, will you?
Of course, Charles. Goodbye.
All right, Warden. I'm ready. Let's go.
This is the mysterious traveler again. Did you enjoy our little trip? Too bad about Charles Foster, wasn't it? As he was strapped into the electric chair, there was an ironic smile on his lips. For he was being executed for something he had not done. But as Charles himself said, justice has a strange way of working itself out. I knew another man once who thought it would be a simple thing to dispose of his wife. Unfortunately, he... Oh, you're getting off here? I'm sorry. But perhaps we'll meet again soon. I take this same train every week at this time.
You have just heard Chapter 64 of The Mysterious Traveler, a series of dramas of the strange and the terrifying. In tonight's story, the case of Charles Foster, Humphrey Davis played Charles Foster, Nancy Sheridan played Julia, and Joan Shea played Agatha. The Mysterious Traveler is written by Bob Arthur and David Cogan, and original music is played by Henry Silverne. The entire production is under the direction of Jock McGregor. Listen next week to a tale titled
Blood Money.
Another tale of the Mysterious Traveler. The Mysterious Traveler is presented by WOR Mutual from the WOR Studios in New York. This is Mutual.
The Mummers in the Little Theater of the Air.
Ghost stories. Weird stories. And murders, too. The hermit knows of them all. Turn out your light. Turn them out. You heard the story, The House with a Past, eh? Then listen while the hermit tells you the story.
It's 8 o'clock, Paul. You'll have to hurry if you're going to get to the store on time this morning.
I'm hurrying.
Oh, you know, Paul, I think I'm going to like this little town. No, I couldn't bear the thought of moving here when you first told me you had bought out the drugstore in a little jerkwater town.
I think we'll be happy here, honey.
Oh, imagine finding a dear little house like this, all furnished. Why, it's nicer than anything we could get in the city. And the rent so reasonable. How did you ever happen to locate it, Paul?
Well, Mr. Rogers, the banker here in town, owns it. It belonged to some member of his family. They've gone away or something, so he rented it to me. Now, I've got to go, honey.
All right. Will you be home for lunch?
I'll call you on the phone if I can get away.
Okay. Oh, listen here. You must be careful about leaving lights on in the house all night. When you came to our room after listening to the radio last night, you left 3 lights on in the living room.
What? No, I didn't.
Oh, yes, you did.
Oh, but I tell you, I didn't, Margaret.
Our neighbors in small towns might think it very strange if they saw lights burning at all hours of night. Besides, we can't burn up money right now, Paul. Just getting started in this new business and all.
I don't know what you're talking about. I know I turned off the light before I came to bed last night.
I'm afraid you're getting absent-minded, honey, because 3 lamps were burning when I got up this morning.
No, I won't argue with you. I gotta go now.
All right. Don't get too absent-minded, dear. You might mix the wrong prescriptions for people. What? Well, look. Well, there goes the milkman right past the house. I told him to leave milk and cream every morning. Must have forgotten. Call him in, Paul.
All right, I will.
Now, let me see. What should I do first this morning? Oh, I love this little house. It's going to be grand living here. Oh, that must be the milkman. Good morning.
Good morning, ma'am.
Won't you come in?
Thank you, ma'am.
I guess you forgot about me this morning. I want milk and cream every day.
Yes, ma'am. I didn't forget about you exactly. I thought maybe you would be moving out already, so I didn't stop.
Moving out? Why, we just moved in day before yesterday.
Yes, ma'am, I know. But that's about as long as anybody stays in this house.
I don't see what you mean.
I just figured I wouldn't leave any milk for you because you might move away in a hurry and I might not get any pay.
Oh, we aren't in the habit of moving out of places in the nighttime. I still don't see what you mean.
And the last folks that moved in here about 4 months ago, they got out in the night and in a hurry, too.
How strange. What for?
Well, if you haven't found out yet, you soon will.
Found out what?
This house. There's something in it. Queer things go on here. Things that frighten folks half out of their wits.
Yes? Well, what is it? What is it that's strange?
No one knows, ma'am. But they say the house is haunted.
Is it one of the superstitions of this little town?
I don't know, ma'am. But most folks here in town know it's true. Should I leave a quart of milk, ma'am?
Yes, and a pint of cream every morning, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Here, I'll pay you for the week. Then you won't be afraid that I'll run off and you won't get your money. Here you are. Is this the right amount?
That's right, ma'am.
Oh, someone at the door. Pardon.
It's your next-door neighbor, ma'am. I seen her coming across the backyard.
Oh, thank you. None of my neighbors have called as yet. Good morning.
Good morning. You're Mrs. Liveston, aren't you?
Yes, I am. Won't you come in?
Yes, although I can't stay long.
I'll be going, ma'am.
Oh, yes, and don't forget to stop every morning.
No, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, I will.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, ma'am.
Well, so you've moved in here to stay, have you? And your husband bought out the drugstore. Oh, it's too bad old Mr. Green had to die. He was such a good druggist, and I depended on him so. He fixed up the most marvelous remedy for my rheumatism. And I always say these new doctors mean well, but they don't know the old-fashioned remedies the old men did. Oh, no, sir.
Won't you come in the living room and sit down?
No, if you don't mind, I'll stay right here in the kitchen. Not that I'm afraid in this house in the daytime, mind you, but, well, I like to be right near a door where I can get out in a hurry.
Mrs. Dutton, will you please tell me what this mystery is all about? The milkman was trying to tell me something about him, but...
Now, that's just what I thought. I said to my man last night, I said, like as not, Seth Rogers. He's the banker who owns this house.
Oh, yeah.
I said, I'll bet you dollars to donuts he didn't tell you folks a thing about it. Now, isn't that the limit?
Oh, what is it? Tell me all about it.
Well, there are no two ways about it. This house is haunted.
Huh? Oh, you don't mean to tell me that a lovely new house like this is branded with any old-fashioned belief like that?
Enough, all right. Sometimes I actually get so frightened right next door to it that I threatened to move out of the neighborhood. I said only last week that if I heard any more stories about it, I'd have to get out.
Oh, for goodness sake, tell me what it is. I don't want to live in ignorance of what's wrong with my own house.
That's what it is. Oh, it's a tragic story. A very tragic story.
Yeah? Well, tell me.
Well, this house was built for Mr. Rogers' daughter. He gave it to her for a wedding present. Oh, I remember as well as if it were yesterday. She was such a beautiful girl. And her husband, my, but he was handsome.
They live here in this house?
Yes, but only for 4 weeks, mind you. Just 4 weeks in this lovely little house.
How long ago was it?
just 3 years ago last October. My, it was a terrible thing.
Oh, what happened to them?
Well, as I say, they'd only been married 4 weeks when one day he went out hunting. Oh, well, I remember that day. I was the first one over here when I heard about the accident.
To him, you mean?
Yes. Oh, my. To think that a couple so much in love should come to such a tragic end. Well, as I say, I was the first one over here. I even got here before Mr. Rogers came to tell his daughter about it. I had to break the news to her.
Something had happened to her husband, you mean?
Some other hunter shot him accidentally. Killed him outright.
Oh, how terrible.
Terrible, there's no word for it. And wait, you haven't heard the worst part of the story. 2 weeks afterwards, that poor girl, that lovely bride, who was a bride no more, killed herself.
Oh, no.
Yes, she did. Threw herself in the river. Drowned.
Oh, what a tragic thing.
Oh, her poor little body. They never recovered it, though they dragged the river for days and days.
Well, it's a terrible thing, Mrs. Dutton, but I don't see what it has to do with this house being haunted.
Oh, wait, I'm coming to that. You see, for 6 months after they died, it was closed up tight. Mr. Rogers never came near it. I came over and sorted out her clothes and personal things for him. He wouldn't step inside. Then I guess he decided to rent it. It was all furnished and everything.
Oh, it's so nice even now.
4 different families have tried to live in it since then. But they all moved away in a hurry. They claimed they heard things walking at night.
In this house?
Yes, walking all over it. Tragedy struck it too soon. And the ghosts of those young people come back to walk on the earth they were forced to leave.
Have you ever heard them walking?
No, and I don't want to.
I heard nothing last night.
But you will. You mark my words. Oh, great heavens. What was that?
Sounded like something in the living room. I'll go see.
Something certainly did fall.
What? Why, look. There's this beautiful vase that's set on the mantel. Oh, what a shame. It's broken in 1,000 pieces.
Not a car going by on the street to jar it up. Not a thing. Oh, I tell you, they're beginning to walk in the daytime. Let me out of here. Let me out of here. They haunt the house in the daytime now. Oh, let me out of here.
Paul, wake up. Turn on the lights.
What is it? What do you say?
Wake up. Turn on the light. Right there beside you.
What's the matter?
Listen. There's someone walking up in the attic.
I don't hear anything.
Wake up and listen, you will. You hear it?
I hear a noise.
Someone walking, I tell you. I can hear it plain as day. Oh, turn on the light.
Yeah. Now do you feel better when you can see?
I don't think I hear it now.
I suppose whatever it was knew we turned on the lights and scampered away. Honey, I'm ashamed of you. You let that neighbor of yours get you all upset.
Oh, no, I haven't. I'm certain I heard someone walking upstairs.
Well, it's stopped now. What do you say we go back to sleep?
Well, let's sleep with the light on.
Nonsense. Go on back to sleep and forget it.
All right. I'll try.
May I turn off the light then?
Yes, go ahead.
There. Now you calm your fears. Go back to sleep.
Oh, I know you think it sounded silly.
Of course I do. You can't scare me.
There are such things as ghosts, you know.
Where? In books?
In life.
Ah, you're silly.
Paul. Listen, Paul. There it is again. Don't you hear it?
I do hear a noise.
It's someone walking right up over our heads. Paul, you've got to go up in the attic and see what it is.
All right, I will. Just to satisfy you. But I know it isn't anything. Just the wind rattling something up there.
Wind doesn't make the sound of footsteps. Oh, hurry, Paul.
You wanted to get me?
I want you to find out what it is.
Well, where's my robe?
I'm beginning to see why people moved out of this house. How could they stay here with this strange walking over them?
You want to come with me?
No, I'll stay here. What's that? Oh, it's Paul walking up the attic stairs. Oh, I've got myself in a nice state of nerves. Now, if that's Paul, it sounds exactly like the walking before he went up there. What was that? Paul! Paul, come here! Paul, come here, quick! We're burning!
Margaret, that was down in the kitchen.
I'm coming. What is it?
Look what's happened here.
My heavens. Oh, what in the world?
Every dish in the cupboard is smashed on the floor.
Oh, of all things. All these lovely dishes broken. What could cause it?
By golly, if this isn't the limit.
What could cause it, Paul? Was there someone up in the attic?
No, there wasn't. But, Margaret.
Yes?
I don't want to get you frightened.
No,
now.
tell me, what did you see?
Well, it wasn't exactly what I saw. Well, in a way it was, too.
There was something, wasn't there?
As I was climbing the stairs to the attic, I don't know what it was, but I had the queerest sensation, as if something brushed my shoulder. I could feel it, almost see it. It was as if I were blind and yet could sense someone or something trying to move stealthily past me.
Oh, Paul. Oh, dear, the house is haunted there.
I don't know. But if it is, and something did pass me on the stairs, it came down here in the kitchen and threw all these dishes on the floor.
Let's get out.
I'm going to talk to Mr. Rogers in the morning. I can't believe it yet, but there certainly is something going on here.
I know it. I heard them walking long before you did. And the vase on the mantel this morning, it broke too.
Oh, keep calm, honey. We'll find out what it is. Right now, if you can find a cup that isn't broken, I'll have a gallon of black coffee.
What can the trouble in the house Paul and Margaret have rented be, Who is moving about in their house in the dark of night? The hermit will tell you before the night is done.
And now, the hermit again.
It is the next morning, and we find Paul in the office of Mr. Rogers. Listen.
It's all right, Mr. Liveston. You're welcome to move out. I'll refund your month's rent.
I don't want to do that, Mr. Rogers.
You've stayed a night longer than anyone else who's rented the house. I don't blame you for going.
You haven't ever stayed there, have you?
No. I presume you know the story of my daughter and my son-in-law.
Yes, I do. I don't want to bring it all up for you again.
It's all right. It's with me all the time. What I started to say was, I can't bring myself to go in the house. I built it for my little girl. I couldn't go into it. Ever.
What I'd like to ask you is, do you take any stock in the story about the house being haunted?
I don't know. All I've heard is from the people who've rented it. They say so.
But you don't believe it, do you?
I don't know. There might be some truth in it.
Yet you've never investigated.
Oh, I think you understand. I can't visit that house.
But maybe if you came and stayed in it, we could clear the matter up. Won't you come over to the house and stay with my wife and me tonight?
Well,
Please. We'll feel a lot better. We want to live in the house if possible.
Well, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll try and forget my sorrow. I'll go there to the house tonight and stay with you.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers.
If there is anything, we'll find it. But I don't want the house all torn to pieces.
Oh, no, sir. We won't do that.
I hate to lose the property. But if it's true that there is something wrong, I may have to burn the house down.
That would be a shame. My wife likes the house. We'd like to stay there.
Well, I'll be over tonight. Maybe we can straighten it out forever.
Good evening. Oh, Mrs. Dutton. Come right in.
Suppose you're surprised to see me. I didn't think myself that I'd ever come into this house at night.
Well, now you're here, won't you take off your things and sit down?
I just brought this shawl. I'll keep it over my shoulders. Isn't that Mr. Rogers' car out in front?
Yes, it is.
Well, think of that. I never expected he'd come to this house. Never. Is there something wrong? Something more than usual, I mean?
Well, not exactly.
It must be something very strange that would bring him to this house. He never set foot inside it since the death of his daughter, you know.
So I understand. But he very kindly consented to do so after my husband went and talked to him.
What about?
Well, we like the house very well, and we'd like to stay here if we can.
Has anything else happened since the day I was over?
We did hear some strange sounds.
I knew it. And you've gone right on living here. How can you do it? Why, I'm sure Where's Mr. Rogers gone?
Oh, he and Paul are looking through the house. They've gone down the basement now, I think.
Searching? What for?
Well, nothing definite.
What could they find? Things that haunt houses couldn't be seen.
Well, you know how much better anyone feels after they've searched all through a house which frightens them.
Oh,
my heavens. Look. Look. Where? What do you mean?
Can't you see? Look at that chair.
What?
Look at it.
Why, it's rocking.
Oh, of course it's rocking. All by itself.
Oh, they must have jarred it while they were down in the basement.
Oh, no. It's spirits rocking that chair. I know it. Whatever is in this house that haunts this place, it's after someone, or it wants something. I know it. Oh, it's rocking again. All by itself. Oh, help! Help!
What is it? Yes, what's happened?
Oh, Mr. Rogers, it's you. Oh, I'm glad you've come. But now you may stop whatever it is in this house.
What is it, Mrs. Dutton?
See that chair there? It started to rock all by itself.
Did it, Margaret?
Well, yes, it did. I thought perhaps it was because you jarred the floor while you were down in the basement.
Oh, it was spirits. I know it. Oh, my nerves. My nerves are all unstrung. I've got to go home. Right now. Right now.
Well,
She really was frightened, wasn't she?
of course, if it did really move of its own accord, it would frighten anyone. I can't make it out. We haven't seen a thing.
Oh, it isn't that there's anything in the house that hurt you, Mr. Rogers. It's only this constant moving of things in the house. And in the nighttime, someone or something moving in the attic. We haven't seen anything either.
I don't think we shall. I shall have to admit I'm still at a loss to account for it, though. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll retire to my room for the night. But I promise you I shall stay awake. And if there is anything, we'll find it.
Well, I can hear it tonight, all right, Margaret. Was it the sound you heard?
Yes, that's it. Should we call Mr. Rogers?
No, let him hear it for himself. Then we'll be certain it isn't a product of our own minds.
How could it be a product of our own minds? There's certainly something moving about in the attic.
Someone, something walking. You're right, it is.
Yes?
Mr. Rogers.
Just a minute.
I think I heard what you've been referring to. The sound of something moving in the attic.
Yes, Mr. Rogers. We just heard it, too.
Shall we go up there?
Yes, I guess we better. I can't make it out.
I'm going to.
All right. Will your robe be warm enough?
Yes, I'm all right.
Then let's go right away.
Oh, wait. There aren't any lights in the attic. I'll take a flashlight.
Why, the attic was wired for electricity.
I guess the bulbs have been taken out then. Because I couldn't get any light the other night when I went up there.
Listen. I hear it again. Do you? It sounds as if whatever it is was moving faster, walking more rapidly.
Are we all ready now?
Yes, I am.
Of course, we won't see a thing. All these weird things happen and we never see a thing.
Here are the stairs. Watch out now. Don't fall on anyone.
Oh, I hate to admit it. I'm so scared my heart is pounding like a trip hammer.
I know. I went cold all over when I heard the sound of walking while I was in my room. The light should turn on right here.
Guess they don't work. We can see pretty well with this flashlight. Yeah, you see? Not a thing. Totally deserted.
We can't peer into the corners very well.
Wait, I'll stand up in this chair. Maybe the light bulb has come loose. Maybe I can fix it. I can almost reach it.
Here, I'll give you a boost.
Now I've got it. Yes, it is loose. There. Now turn on the switch.
Yes.
Oh, there. That's fine. Now we can see better.
But there isn't anything to see. Isn't it the queerest thing?
Did you feel anything pass you on the stairs this time, Paul?
No.
Did you, Mr. Rogers?
Pass me on the stairs? No.
Well, neither did I. And if there is anything in this house, it should still be right here in this attic.
Do you mind if we tear things to pieces up here and search thoroughly, Mr. Rogers?
I don't know what there is to search for, but go right ahead. I hate to disturb my girl's things that were left here in the attic. But we might as well, I guess.
I just thought it might be an animal or a bat or something living up here. We may find it.
Well, that wouldn't account for the dishes breaking, Paul, or the chair rocking.
This is just a pile of bedding, isn't it?
Yes, I guess so.
Oh, look. Look at this big trunk. What's in it, Mr. Rogers?
Oh, that trunk, why, it was one my wife and I first took to Europe with us. My little girl used it for her trousseau, I guess.
Oh, I think it's locked. But maybe I can open it. Stuck, I guess. Rusty. Oh, there. It's opening.
Rogers. A woman's body.
What? Let me look at it. Great heavens. It's the body of my daughter. The body of my daughter.
Margaret is much better, Mr. Rogers.
I'm glad to hear she's getting along all right. It was a terrible shock for her.
And for you, Mr. Rogers.
Yes, it was. So much I can't even think or reason it out.
You know how it happened?
Yes, we found a bottle of poison in the bottom of the trunk. She crawled away in there and died.
Believe me, my heart aches for you.
But at least now I can give my little girl a decent burial. Mr. Liveston, I'm convinced there was something that moved about in the house. Aren't you?
Yes, I am.
Either the spirit of my daughter walked in that house, or that of her husband trying to tell us that the body of my little girl was there.
We haven't heard or seen anything strange for the last 3 nights.
No, and you won't. The spirits will rest easy now. They'll rest easy.
The wandering spirit was set free. It will walk no more. Turn on your lights. Turn them on. I'll be back. Pleasant dreams.
All characters, places, and occurrences mentioned in the Hermits Cave are fictitious, and similarity to persons, places, or occurrences is purely accidental.
Unsolved Mysteries. Out of deference to persons who may still be living, character names in some of these true unsolved mysteries have been changed. There was a door to which I had no key. There was a veil past which I could not see. So spoke Omar the tent maker. But there are people who have glimpsed beyond the veil, and tonight's unsolved mystery takes us to them in the mystery-shrouded city of Lhasa, the home of the Dalai Lama. The scene is San Francisco, a famous world traveler's home, and in the garden a group of friends are discussing the book they have just read. The traveler, a quiet smile on his face, listens to the almost heated debate between 2 of the men.
Oh, but listen, Tommy, it's all right for writing a book, and I admit that it makes a swell yarn, but sensible people know there's nothing to this reincarnation business.
Just because you say there's nothing to it doesn't make it so. There are too many things that can't be explained without falling back on the theory of reincarnation.
Well, I don't think I'm influenced by the book we're discussing, but I believe that it is possible for a person's soul to go on and on, occupying different bodies.
I wonder who I could have been. Mary Queen of Scots?
Well, after drinking the coffee you make, I'd say Lucretia Borgia.
Oh, no.
It's all right for you all to kid about this theory of reincarnation, but you're dealing with a deep subject. And if you'll permit me to say so, one about which you know nothing.
Do you, Rex?
Have you studied it?
You all know, of course, that I was in India when I gathered the material for my last travel book.
Yes.
But what you don't know is that I made a trip to Tibet. In fact, I spent almost a month in the so-called forbidden city of Lhasa.
Oh, tell us about it. It sounds frightfully interesting.
Please do, Rex.
Won't you? Well, to begin, do you know what the Dalai Lama is?
Only vaguely.
Well, the priests of the Tibetan faith are called lamas, and the Dalai Lama is the chief lama of them all. He lives in almost complete isolation and only appears at religious ceremonies. Well, as you know, I was up on the border, not so very far from Tibet. It was early evening. It was one of those evenings that you can find only in India. There was a peacefulness, even in the air, it seemed. To the north of us lay the hills. Snow-capped and aloof, mysterious. Hussein Chudra, my interpreter-advisor, was sitting cross-legged on a stool. and his voice seemed to come from afar off as he answered my unspoken thought.
It is permitted when the seeker seeks knowledge and truth.
What was that you said?
Did the Sahib not wish to go beyond the border to acquire knowledge?
Yes. Yes, I was thinking I'd like to see the difference between the real and the fake. I mean to get away from the fakirs of the bazaar and sit for even 1 hour at the feet of a master.
It is, as I said, permitted, but you would not believe even if you saw. You would return again and think that all had been a dream.
I don't think so, Hussein. In fact, while you think of me as just another traveler, I do have moments when I think that getting at the truth of things is the most important thing in the world.
Be ready at dawn, then, Sahib, and we shall depart for the monastery at Chenlao, and you will see something then.
What?
Nay, there will be time enough to answer that when you are there.
The third day saw Rex and Hossein entering Lhasa by the east gate. The sun falls swiftly behind the roof of the world. The snows are shot with gold, and from the crags the monasteries send their deep purple shadows down into the gorges below. The priests in their rough homespun habits talk in whispers or tell their beads, while their chelas or disciples hover near them in rapt attention. Giving and accepting salams and salutations, Hossein leads the way to the arched courtyard of the Chenlao monastery.
Welcome, brothers. Thy cell is ready and awaits thee. The peace of God be upon you. Salam alaikum.
Wahid alaikum et salam. And upon you too be peace.
Rest then until the tolling of the second bell.
It's the most amazing thing I ever heard of. How did he know we were coming?
I sent him word. But come, lie down here and rest. You will be very tired before the night is past.
Thank you, but how could you have sent word ahead? We came more quickly than any mail could have arrived here.
It is not necessary to send, shall I call it, physical word.
You mean that you sent word mentally?
Let us call it that, yes. I sent word mentally.
What was it that the priest who showed us in here said about the second bell?
I should explain. Tonight you are going to see what few white men, and certainly not more than 3 in your lifetime, have seen.
Yes?
You are going to witness the raising of the Dalai Lama.
I don't understand you.
You know, of course, that the Dalai Lama died?
Yes, I read of that in the newspapers, and I know that the Grand Lamas have been searching for all the children born at the exact moment at which the Dalai Lama died.
You know why?
Yes, because they believe that the soul or spirit of the Dalai Lama entered immediately into the body of the newborn baby.
Correct, except for your qualifying statement. They believe. It is true, and you shall see the proof of it tonight.
I'm afraid I don't quite follow you.
Out of all the babies born at the moment the Dalai Lama died, 3 have been chosen as being possibly the reincarnate Lama. The true Lama will be chosen tonight.
By whom?
By the Dalai Lama himself. But now, no more questioning. We must rest till the tolling of the second bell.
The glow of twilight gives way to the flickering light of rush torches. Sounds, dim and distant, echo softly through the cool, quiet cloisters of the monastery. Rex has the strange feeling of floating freely in space, as though his body were a thing of no account, except an anchor holding his restless spirit, keeping him from attaining a freedom he had never known.
The inspired harmonies of the Moonlight Sonata set the stage for another concert of the world's most honored music, presented as a salute to Longines, the world's most honored watch. The Longines Symphonette, under the leadership of Michel Piastro, will play a program of the world's most honored music. These lovely melodies and Longines watches make a common appeal to cultured people the world over.
Stay tuned. We'll be back with more of Unsolved Mysteries right after this break. And now, back to Unsolved Mysteries on When Radio Was.
The second bell. Here, Sahib. Place this habit about your shoulders, and whatever happens, say nothing, not a word.
As you say.
We go this way.
Silently, the 2 men join the procession of hooded figures walking toward the grand assembly hall. Rex feels his heart beat faster. A cold sweat breaks over him as he enters the arched and vaulted hall and sees lying in a golden casket the figure of a man long since dead, centuries dead.
It is the body of the Dalai Lama. Not the one who died only recently, but one who died no one knows how many years ago.
And there by the altar, the 3 babies?
Yes, but quiet. The test begins. The Grand Lama is about to question the babies.
As it is written in the sacred word, which of these 3 cups was in life used by the Dalai Lama?
One baby stretching out his hand,
pointing to the gold cup on the right.
Of these 3 prayer books, which is his?
The same baby pointing again.
Which the sacred string of beads on which he told his prayer.
You see, the same baby. Again he picks out the third string.
The brethren will form the circle.
Keep a tight grip on yourself.
The lingering universal note hangs on the air. The dead Lama in the gold casket stirs, moves, and icy dread holds Rex in a vice-like grip. As he watches, fascinated, horror-stricken, the ghastly shrouded figure slowly raises itself from the casket. The barest rustling of the winding sheet of the dead as the corpse moves, barely touching the flag-stoned floor, toward the altar. A thin, wrinkled, aged arm, a dead arm, disentangles itself from the folds of cloth, and a claw-like hand places a parchment upon the altar. The Lama raises his hand above his head and strikes one blow upon the massive bronze gong. Then, darkness.
Horrible.
Ghastly, I'd say.
I think I'd have run out of the place.
I know I'd have screamed.
I couldn't move. The parchment the Dalai Lama laid on the altar was the one bearing the name and birth date of the baby who had successfully pointed to the articles belonging to the dead Lama.
But it's impossible. I can't believe it.
Isn't there some explanation of such a thing?
There is, and I'll try and give it to you.
In just a moment, you will hear a solution to the mystery of the raising of the Dalai Lama. Ladies and gentlemen, inasmuch as any solution must of necessity be supposition, liberties of time, place, and characters have been taken in the solution for which you have been waiting. Once again, we're at the home of the world traveler in San Francisco. Rex is explaining the raising of the Dalai Lama.
In the first place, I want you to realize that the actual raising of the Dalai Lama is not so important to me as the fact that this baby, supposedly the reincarnation of the Lama, was able to pick out accurately the different articles belonging to a man who died the moment he, the baby, was born.
Could that not be a coincidence?
It could be, but don't forget that long before the baby was taken to the monastery, he, the baby, had been questioned by the Brotherhood of Grand Lamas and had been able to name correctly the monastery to which, as Lama, he had been initiated.
You mean to say that the baby, without coaching, had been able to identify himself as, actually, the dead Lama?
Absolutely. And remember that every test was carried out under the scrutiny of the Lama.
Well, that does look like reincarnation, I'll admit. Does science accept that?
Well, science has this other possible explanation. The dead Lama, who all his life has expected to re-enter life in the body of a newly born infant, left behind him such a powerful thought of that nature that telepathically the thought impressed itself upon the newly formed mind of the baby.
You mean that it could be a case of thought transference from the Lama to the baby, and that thought transference lasted on even after the Lama had died?
Yes. In fact, the thought lingering on has nothing whatever to do with the Lama's death. The thought would linger on whether the Lama were dead or alive.
And what about the actual raising of the dead body?
Telekinesis. According to the Encyclopedia Britannica, telekinesis is the movement of objects at a distance by means other than physical. And the body of the dead Lama is just an object. You must visualize all the Lamas concentrating their thought on the dead Lama, raising from the casket and picking the proper parchment. Remember, too, that like the dead Lama, all these Lamas firmly believe that they in turn will be reincarnated in the body of some newly born infant. They've been thinking of nothing else all their lives.
Suspense. Radio's outstanding theater of thrills brings you an hour, a full 60 minutes of suspense. Tonight, starring Mr. John McIntyre in a play entitled The House by the River by A.P. Herbert, directed by Anton M. Leader and produced by Robert Montgomery. Mr. Montgomery.
True wit is nature, to advantage dressed. What oft was thought, but ne'er so well expressed. Alexander Pope was speaking about poetry when he said that. And most of us, when we think about poetry, think of it in much the same way, as beauty, caught and held captive in a skein of words, as something soft and lovely, and without violence. But that's not always true. Poetry can be violent and hard and dark, with tales of terror and horror. The popular idea that a poet is always a soft and fragile fellow is also untrue. Poetry grows from the stuff of life, and the poet is heir to all the ills of other men. He is a frequent walker upon the dark paths of life, as well as in the sunlit fields. And finally, it's not true either that a poet worth that name must live in a lonely garret, in obscure poverty, sleeping on the stacks of his unread rhymes. Some poets find fame and fortune early and live richly in comfort and adulation. In fact, that's the kind of a poet we have in our story tonight. Stephen Burns, who, at 35, was already being compared with Keats and Shelley, who had, in a few slender volumes, made himself the voice and the conscience of all England. His home, standing on the bank of the Thames, was known to 1 million Englishmen as the house by the river. Here he lived in peace and contentment with his wife, Marjorie, and his brother, John, a civil servant in London. Here, on the breast of the great sluggish river, he lived and studied and worked until the evening of June 15th, last summer. Marjorie was out of the house, visiting her people in Cornwall. John was not yet home from work. It was cook's night out. Stephen stood at dusk in his garden, watching the water beneath him turn black as night came on with a rush. His neighbor, Mrs. Ambrose, was watering her tulips in the garden next to his. The scene was set for a strange adventure. Tonight, Mr. John McIntyre returns to our cast, following his sensational performance 3 weeks ago in Donovan's Brain. With him is a new young star from the Abbey Players in Dublin, Mr. Dan O'Herlihy. And so with the performances of John McIntyre as Stephen Burns and Dan O'Herlihy as John Burns in A.P. Herbert's The House by the River, we again hope to keep you in
Suspense.
Anything wrong, Mrs. Ambrose?
Look at that, Stephen.
Why, it's a cat. A dead cat.
Much as I love living on the river, Stephen, this is what is cast up on our property. This and worse.
Yes, I know. I've seen it passing up and down the river for weeks. Yes, what's happened to the world, Mrs. Ambrose, when it can become so indifferent, so menacing and cruel to a little yellow kitten?
I'm sure I don't know about the world, but I do think a letter to the authorities would help.
Yes, it might at that.
Oh, is that Marjorie up there in the house? I thought she was away for the evening.
She is. No, that must be the new maid.
Oh, Emily Gaunt. Seems like a very nice girl.
Well, she's a nice, clean girl, at any rate. She's probably in the bath right now.
Well, I'll have to get someone to take that cat away.
Good night, Mrs. Ambrose.
Good night.
Yes. Cruel, menacing, indifferent world. Even to a tiny, yellow, innocent little kitten. Well,
Good evening, Mr. Burns.
good evening, Emily. Have a nice bath?
Yes, thank you, sir. Very nice.
Are you looking for something, Emily?
I just thought I'd put my hair up tonight.
You have very pretty hair, Emily. I don't wonder you tend it so carefully.
It's a bother more than anything else it is, sir. Men are so lucky when it comes to things like that.
As a matter of fact, Emily, you're a very pretty girl.
Thank you, sir.
Pretty enough to kiss.
Oh, sir.
Would you mind if I kissed you, Emily?
You must be joking, sir.
No, Emily, I'm not joking.
Please, sir. What would Mrs. Burns say?
Well, never mind, Mrs. Burns, Emily. Never mind. Come here.
Oh, no, please.
Quiet, you little fool. I'm not going to hurt you. Hasn't a man ever kissed you before?
Oh!
Would you be quiet?
Oh, you're hurting.
Listen to me. You're perfectly safe, Emily. I'm sorry. I was a fool. I didn't mean to hurt you. All right, then. I'm going to let you go. But I want you to be quiet.
Help!
Oh, will you be quiet, you fool? You'll wake everyone. You'll have everyone here. My wife, my neighbors. Stop it. Stop it. Do you hear? Stop it. There. That's better. Emily? Emily? Emily?
Anybody home? Open up. It's John.
John.
Oh, it's about time. What kept you so long? You know, I've got to stop forgetting my key like this.
Come in quick.
Is anything wrong?
I need your help. I'm in a hole.
All right. What's the trouble? It's our maid. It's Emily Gaunt.
I'm afraid she's dead.
But why haven't you picked her up? Why haven't you called a doctor?
Listen to me, John. I say she's dead.
Emily? Dead?
Yes.
You ought to throw something over her.
What? Oh, I didn't think.
All right. How did it happen?
I hardly know. I was playing the fool. I was pretending I was going to kiss her.
Go on.
Well, she got frightened. She thought I meant it, and then she bumped her head. I had to keep her quiet at this scandal. She didn't seem to understand, lost her nerve. I kept trying to quiet her, and then she bumped her head. I said that, didn't I?
Shall we call the police?
You don't understand, John. It's murder.
Yes, it is.
What am I going to do?
I don't know. I don't know.
I was thinking the river. Slip out in a rowboat and do it now. It'd be easy that way. Take only a few minutes.
Emily Gaunt. In the river?
We've got to get her out of here. Marge will be home. Anyone could walk in. I want you to help me, John. If you don't, I'm finished.
Couldn't you throw it over the wall, into the water?
No. The tide would throw it up again in the morning. It's got to go out, John. It's got to be sunk.
All right. Let's get it over with.
You'd help.
Let's get it over with.
Yes, you're right. I'll just run down to the basement for a moment. We have a large sack there. This is hard enough.
What are you doing now?
It's got to sink, don't you understand? The anchor will do it.
Hurry up, Stephen. Hurry up.
All right. Whenever you're ready.
I'm ready.
All right, now, together. It's 10:15. Emily's been dead an hour. John, what have I done to you?
Nothing. I'll be all right.
Are you sorry?
Of course I'm sorry. What do you take me for? But it couldn't be helped.
Thanks.
Don't talk about it anymore.
The sack is missed.
I'll take the responsibility. I'll say I lost it.
No, I won't have you involved anymore. Besides, it won't be necessary.
Let's go home.
Stop a minute.
What is it now?
I just remembered.
Huh?
My name and address are stenciled on that sack.
Good morning, Mr. Burns.
Oh. Morning, Mrs. Beach.
If you please, sir.
Yes, what is it?
It's Emily, sir.
Anything wrong with her?
I don't know, sir. She's not in the house. It was my night out yesterday, and when I came in this morning, I noticed as how her bed wasn't slept in. I think she's been gone all night.
Really?
Gone without her mackintosh, too. I wondered as how maybe you'd seen her, sir, or sent her on a errand like.
No, there was no errand.
Oh, youth will have its fling, they say. I hope you won't be too hard on her, Mr. Burns. Emily's really a good girl.
Yes. Nonetheless, it's a naughty thing for her to have done.
I'll speak to her when she comes in. Thank you, sir.
Yes. Well, it's begun.
Care for some toast, John?
No, thanks.
Stephen?
No, darling.
I'll ring for some fresh.
Don't bother. I'm not very hungry.
What's come over you two the last few days? Anything wrong with your ache, Stephen? Stephen?
Oh, no, dear, no. I'm thinking, that's all. Poets are like hens. They brood before they produce. I haven't written in days.
It's always darkest before the sonnet. Well, I know it wasn't a very good joke, but you might smile.
Oh, it's no use, Mum. It's doing the work of two that's made me so mumpish. And that detective fella poking around in my kitchen under my feet all day.
What detective?
Oh, the one who's been nosing round the back door asking after Emily. Wicked girl. She's probably off with some toff, she is.
What did you tell him?
Nothing at all. But Mr. Burns here, he joshed him, he did. Told him Emily's like to be off to Venice with a gentleman friend.
We don't know that.
Don't know anything, really, but she was a flighty little thing.
That's a lie.
She'll turn up again, but until she does, it can't help to talk about it.
Nobody's maligning Emily, just because the girl ran off with somebody.
You didn't see her do it, did you?
Don't be a fool, John. Certainly not.
Then leave her in peace.
That's all, Cook. Thank you.
Oh, not at all, Mum.
Pass the coffee, will you, darling? You know, John, one would almost think you were sweet on the girl. You weren't, were you?
Shut up, Stephen.
You're both too grumpy for me. I think I'll go and cut some flowers.
Don't go too far.
Just a joke. Forget it.
Forget it? How can I? Every time someone speaks to me, every time someone looks at me, I see the same thing in their eyes. Where's Emily gone? What's happened to the girl? Why did you do it? Forget it. I believe you almost have.
I wish I could. I wish I could.
Blast it.
What's that, darling?
I said blast it.
Finished writing?
I can't start.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I wish it were a tap and I could turn it off and on, but I can't. I've carried an idea in my head for a month now. It's been growing and swelling and clamoring to be born, but I...
You'll get it, Stephen.
Not in this room. I'm going out in the river.
Does that help?
I need the river. It seems to flow through my life, just as it does through the heart of London. Anyway, it's good exercise.
Darling, I'll come with you.
I'd rather go alone.
Oh.
If you don't mind.
No, I don't mind.
Well, then.
Stephen.
What?
Nothing, Stephen. Nothing.
I'll be back, Lee.
Office of Transport.
Mr. John Burns, please.
Hello?
John, this is Marjorie.
Oh, is anything wrong, Marjorie?
No, I don't think so. But I've just had a brainstorm. Would you like to take a pretty girl to lunch?
Sounds wonderful. But I don't know any pretty girls.
Yes, you do. Me. I'll come in by the tube. Be there in an hour. It's lovely here. Who'd think there was such a beautiful spot right in the middle of the city?
I think they designed this park for lovers primarily. Sometimes when I walk here, I feel like an intruder.
But you're acting the part quite nicely. Luncheon at Pim's, corsage of violets.
You're getting the grand treatment. After all, this is our first date.
I've kept you a terribly long time. Won't they mind?
I don't care if they do.
John, you're very nice.
Yes, like mint tea when you have a cold.
No, like a friend.
Be careful, Marjorie. I'll hold you to that.
I want you to.
What's the trouble?
Trouble?
You didn't come all the way into the city just to have lunch with me.
I suppose I wanted to talk, but somehow now it doesn't seem so important.
Is it something about Stephen?
Yes. You must have noticed that our marriage hasn't been exactly perfect.
Oh, you mustn't let Stephen's moods upset you.
It's more than that. No woman has a chance with Stephen. His only real love is his work. I sometimes wonder why he ever married me at all.
Perhaps because He needed you.
Perhaps. And you, John. Don't you need anyone?
Me? That's the other way around. It seems nobody needs me. Except Mr. Forsyth at the office. Come on. I'll take you to the tube station.
Hello there.
Ah, hello.
You're Stephen Burns, the poet, aren't you? My name's Muriel.
That's nice. Where did you spring from?
Just the next garden over. I'm Mr. Dimple's niece. Down for the summer.
Oh. Well, you like it here?
I know who you are. I've read all your poetry.
Have you?
I'm an artist myself. I've been sketching the view from up here. I bet it's ever so much finer out on the river.
Yes, it is.
I see you're going out there.
That's right.
Take me with you.
I think not.
Do. Take me with you.
Don't worry, Muriel. One day I'll let you catch up with me.
Hello, Stephen.
Oh.
I see you two have met.
Yes, just this minute. I didn't know you had a niece, Dimple.
I hardly knew it myself until she was there with her baggage on my doorstep.
I'm neglecting my painting. But I'll keep you to your promise, Mr. Burns.
Yes, do that, Muriel.
See you later, Uncle.
Fine girl. Going boating?
Yes, it'll be cool out there in the water.
If only there wasn't so much refuse always floating about.
Garbage, Mr. Dimple. Garbage from everybody's lives.
Yes, so. Disgorging, if you'll excuse the expression, onto our gardens. Not at all right for an English river.
Go out and make friends with it. Then you won't mind.
As you've done, you mean? Well, I can't. Seasick, you know. How many secrets are out there?
What? Oh, yes. It is a secret river. Like the Nile. Mystery hidden deep within it, and passion, especially at night. Don't you think that makes it beautiful, Dimple? And exciting?
I suppose so. I like to sit by my window and watch it. Watch it.
Do you do a lot of watching, Dimple?
Yes, Stephen. A great deal.
Hello?
John, is that you?
Yes. Who the devil is this?
Stephen.
What is it, Stephen?
John, listen to me carefully.
All right, I am.
I was talking to Dimple this afternoon down on our pier and looking out in the river. Suddenly, as I was looking out...
I can't hear you very well. It's a bad connection. Speak up.
John, I'm trying to tell you it's come up. Do you understand? John, are you there?
Yes.
It's come up. Do you hear me?
I hear you. I'm coming home. All right. Tell me, Stephen. Tell me quickly.
No luck. I couldn't find it.
How could you lose it? How?
I chased it 6 miles, but the tide was running too fast.
How could it get loose from the anchor?
I don't know. Maybe the knot wasn't very... I don't know.
And what happens now?
Now it'll be passing up and down the river until it's found. Up and down the river in plain view of 50,000 Londoners. Sucked at by liners and churned up by tugs.
If it would only escape out to sea.
Not much chance.
This might go on for weeks.
Don't think about it.
Well, it might.
But if it does, can you hold out, John? Can you? I'm not sure you can.
As long as you can.
I'll be out on the river from now on. I'm going to watch for it. I'm going to watch for Emily. Were you looking for me?
Sorry to trouble you, sir. It'll just be a few minutes. I'm a police officer.
Quite all right, Inspector. Won't you sit down?
Oh, I don't think so, thank you. Can you tell me anything about this sack?
Can't say. Sacks are very much alike. We had one in our basement once, but...
And what happened to it?
Why, I don't know. Perhaps my brother John could... I don't know. Mind if I look at it a moment?
Not at all.
Stephen Burns. House by the river, W6. Well, it's mine.
Very curious, sir. Any idea what might have happened to it?
Why, not in the world.
Did anyone in the house ever use it?
I believe we use it for gathering kindling wood. That's not in my department, though.
I see. Well, whose department would it be, sir?
My brother John usually takes care of that. Well, I'm much obliged to you, Inspector, for bringing it back. Where did you find it?
If you don't mind, sir, I'd like to keep it a while longer. A little matter we're clearing up.
Certainly, as long as you like. I must remember to tell John it's been found.
Does he happen to be home now?
John? Oh, no, he's at his office in the city.
Well, then I won't be bothering you anymore, sir.
Not at all.
However, it seems I must speak to your brother John.
Suit yourself, Inspector.
Good day.
My brother John, Inspector. My brother John.
When your Emily Gaunt disappeared, it was not to go after the young man. Rather, it was to go straight into the river.
Yes, Mr. Coroner.
And you've nothing further to tell this inquest concerning that disappearance?
I've told it all, sir.
Thank you. Step down, please.
Mr. Henry Dimple.
How long have you lived on the river, Mr. Dimple?
On the river? 18 years this fall.
You've known the two Burns brothers all that time?
Ever since they were boys.
What has been your impression of them?
Impression? If you'll pardon me, one gathers more than an impression in 18 years. I have known them to be excellent men. In addition to which, I need not add that Mr. Stephen Burns is England's foremost young poet.
Yes, you're being very helpful, Mr. Dimple. Suppose we go on.
By all means, sir.
We've already proven that this sack belongs to Stephen Burns. Can you tell us if you've ever seen it before?
Yes, I have. After a party last Christmas, I borrowed his sack to dispose of a rather large number of empty bottles. I don't drink myself, but there were so many young people down for the holidays.
Yes. And then did you return the sack immediately?
I did.
The river is a rather small community, and a person living on it might be expected to know a great deal about what goes on. Do you think that's true?
Oh, yes. Indeed it is.
You yourself, Mr. Dimple, might be in a position to observe a great deal.
I think I know everything that happens on the river.
Then what do you know of this tragedy?
Nothing.
Are you quite sure, Mr. Dimple?
Quite sure. Nothing at all.
All right. Step down, please. Call the next witness.
Mr. Stephen Burns.
Mr. Burns, you recognize this sack, of course.
Yes, I bought it at Selby's 3 years ago.
And it has hung in your basement ever since?
Well, except for brief loans, yes.
Now, according to the testimony, this sack was used for the collection of kindling wood. As I understand it, you people living on the river simply go out in your boats. And the wood is part of the general refuse that floats on the water. You select what you like. There's always enough. And you generally use a large sack for the purpose.
That's right.
Now, in your household, that job, the collection of firewood, has usually been your brother's task?
Yes. John collects the wood.
Therefore, in your house, it was your brother who used the sack.
Well...
Tell me, Mr. Burns, when was the last time your brother went out for wood?
Some weeks ago. It's hard to say.
Would you say 2 weeks ago?
What you mean is about the time Emily Gaunt disappeared.
I must ask you not to mind what I mean, Mr. Burns. Would you say 2 weeks ago?
I couldn't be sure.
Thank you, Mr. Burns. That'll be all.
Mr. John Burns.
Mr. Burns, you're a bachelor living in the house by the river with your brother and sister-in-law?
That's right.
What day did you last collect kindling wood, Mr. Burns, and how close was that day to the disappearance from your household of Emily Gott?
I don't remember. The collection of firewood, unlike a marriage or a birthday, is not a festive moment in my life. I do not fix those days in my brain.
Yes, just so. And yet it strikes me as a rather unique activity for the middle of the summer.
It may strike you as it likes. Evenings on the river are cool, summer and winter. I like a fire in my room.
Let us come to the sack, Mr. Burns. You said that you lost it. How does one lose a sack?
How? By having it one moment and not the next. By losing it.
Well, I'm aware it seems a little thing, but I promise you it isn't. Could you be more specific?
Well, it must have slipped off the boat.
Yes, of course. And then perhaps it was found by someone else who used it to contain the body of the poor innocent girl who was once Emily Gott. But I'd like to leave that day for a moment. Ordinarily, after you'd picked the wood out of the water, would you stuff it into the sack then and there in your boat?
No, I'd just throw it into the bottom of the boat.
I see. When would you put the wood in the sack?
In the garden, just before I took it indoors.
Mr. Burns, ordinarily you carried the wood out of the boat, and in the garden you put it into the sack. Then, Mr. Burns, would you be kind enough to tell me why it was that the last time you went for wood you found it necessary to take the sack out on the river at all?
It seems I just forgot.
And we, the jury, find that the death of Emily Gaunt is willful murder by person or persons unknown.
This inquest is adjourned. Mr. Burns, Mr. Stephen Burns, please.
Yes? Marjorie, dear, you and John go. I'll be along presently.
Yes, Stephen. Of course we will.
Yes, Coroner, what is it?
I just want to tell you that this case is far from being closed. Are you sure you have nothing more you'd like to say to us?
Nothing.
No. I can understand your feelings, Mr. Burns. After all, the man is your brother.
My brother?
If there's any further light you could throw on this particular...
No, there's nothing now. But if I should find anything, I'll get in touch with you immediately. You see, Coroner, I want justice done, no matter who may be involved.
In tonight's full hour of suspense, Mr. John McIntyre appears as Stephen Burns and Mr. Dan O'Herlihy as John Burns in The House by the River. Tonight's study in Suspense. In just a moment, we will return with Act Two of Suspense.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
And now, back to our Hollywood soundstage and to our producer, Mr. Robert Montgomery, for Act Two of The House by the River, starring John McIntyre in a narrative well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Stephen Burns walked home slowly after the inquest. Down the main street of the little suburb, past the greengrocer's, past the lending library, past the tube station with its roar of express trains racing down from London, down the little street toward his house by the river. John and Marjorie had gone on ahead of him, and he was alone, listening to his heels clicking on the pavement, listening to his thoughts whispering in his head. The police felt John was guilty, that was evident. Hadn't Stephen been hoping for this, secretly, in his heart? Hadn't he nudged suspicion gently toward John by a raised eyebrow one time and deliberate inflection of his voice another time? Those were his thoughts as he walked home, now and then looking up to the sky that had suddenly turned so black and glowering, forecasting a heavy summer rain. Then, almost at his elbow, someone was calling his name.
Stephen! Stephen Burns!
Oh. Hello, Muriel.
Why don't you stop a while? Your wife and brother just went by.
Oh, did they?
I hope you're in no hurry.
No, I'm not.
It's awfully hot, isn't it?
I like it this way.
I don't. I'm stifling.
You don't look it. In fact, you look very cool and fresh.
Thank you, Stephen. What I need is a cold drink.
Make one for me.
All right. Come on in. Won't you sit down? I'll only be a minute.
All right.
You might look at that scrapbook. It's got all kinds of interesting clippings.
Mystery in Stephen Burns' house. She went out into the world, innocent and fresh, to help her family in the battle of life with the few poor shillings she could earn by menial labor in a strange house. And for this she was brutally, horribly murdered by an unknown man whose vicious struggle...
Isn't it rotten? There wasn't any ice. It'll be a few minutes.
Are you keeping this scrapbook?
That? Well, it's Uncle's.
Why should Mr. Dimple be so interested in the Emily Gaunt case, to the extent of cutting clippings from the newspapers and making a special little book? Do you know why, Muriel?
Oh, I think it's a little morbid. But let's not talk about him.
What would you like to talk about?
I don't want to talk at all. It's so hot.
Yes.
Hard enough just trying to breathe.
Do you like it here, Muriel?
Here? With you?
No, here on the river. Are you enjoying your vacation?
There's nothing much to do here, is there?
Not much. For anyone as young as you.
Oh, you're young, too. You can't be writing your poetry all day and all night. How do you manage?
I suppose I don't.
Oh, that's a shame. You know what, Stephen?
What?
I think I've caught up with you at last.
What was that?
It's only thunder.
Yes, you see how we spend our days, our time on Earth? Going around under a blue English sky, safe and blunted, half alive. And all of the time the storm is there, waiting to explode, waiting to rip and bend down and twist.
But there's no storm in here.
Isn't there?
Keeping Stephen.
I beg your pardon?
Nothing. It wasn't important.
Did you notice, after the inquest today, how people were looking at me?
Don't you know why?
No. No, I don't.
They think you killed Emily Gaunt.
How can they believe that?
They don't have to believe it. Oh, I know. You think because they're neighbors and you've lived among them for years that they like you. Well, it's not true. They like their nasty little backstairs secrets better.
I should have moved out long ago. There must be one empty flat in London. I'll have to see an agent tomorrow.
Don't run away from them.
I'm not running from them.
What, then? Are you thinking of us? Stephen and I don't care what they say.
I care what they say. I don't want any scandal linked with his name. Or yours.
John.
When we were boys, Stephen used to read his poems to me. I remember sitting on the bank by the river, watching him. Have you ever seen one child ape another? I did that. I used to shape the words with my mouth and pretend they were mine.
It hasn't been easy for you, has it, John?
Doesn't matter. It's not only that he's my brother, it's also that I admire him.
And so you'll spare him the pain of having you around.
Oh, that was a lie. I suppose if I told the truth, I really hate him. Yes, I've got to go. I know what this place means to you, Marjorie. It'll be spoiled for you if I stay. I don't want that.
But don't you see, your going would only make it worse.
Marjorie.
Stay, John. I want you to.
Why?
Can't you see, John? Don't you know?
I want to hear you say it.
Hello, you two. Did you wait up for me? I waited for the rain to stop.
I was just going to bed. Good night.
Well, what's the matter with Marjorie?
I need some air.
And what's the matter with you?
Nothing at all.
Where are you going?
Just for a walk.
I think I'll come with you.
You've just been.
Well, that's all right. There's a young lady I want to discuss with you. A Miss Emily Gaunt.
Come along, then.
It's starting to rain again. We'll be soaked through in a minute.
Let's go back.
Here's the tube. Let's stop down at the station.
All right. This way. Well, we're alone. What have you got to say?
John, do you feel it?
Feel what?
The difference in us since all this happened.
Did you expect to stay the same? Did you think you could go on living as if nothing had happened?
Poor John. I think you've suffered.
Of course I have. Every minute, every day.
But don't you feel anything else?
Yes. I'm scared, sick.
That isn't what I mean. With me, it's as though I can see better and smell and feel. Everything is so much sharper than it was.
It took a murder to do that.
Yes, a murder. That's the amazing thing. That's why I'm going to put it all into a poem.
You're...
What? That's right. A story of two men, the Black Knight and the White, to be called Death in the Woods.
What happens?
The Black Knight meets a girl in the forest. During the encounter, by mistake, he kills her. He's torn with grief. Now, the White Knight is his best friend. He comes upon the scene after the tragedy, and he helps the Black Knight hide the girl's white, mutilated body. They carry her to a dark, mysterious lake in the heart of the forest, just within the boundaries of the Black Knight's castle. And here, in the lake, they put her corpse.
You must be out of your head. You must be insane. You think you're being clever? It's transparent. 10 million English readers would look at the first page and know who killed Emily Gaunt.
No one would. I'm not going to have it published. I just write it.
Why?
Because I have to. No matter how terrible a thing is, he carries in his head. If a man is a writer, he can somehow get rid of it. He can write it out of his system and be rid of its nagging forever. Whether it's a love affair or a disease or a murder, he can be rid of it.
It's not that easy.
It is for me.
Don't do it, Stephen. You know how you are. You'll show it to someone. After a while, you'll want to.
Don't worry about me.
Shouldn't I? How did it feel, Stephen, when you were lying about me?
About you? But you're imagining things.
Suppose a policeman were to come up to us here, right now. Suppose he were to ask which of us two gentlemen killed Emily Gaunt. Do you know what would happen?
Tell me.
You'd point to me.
John, let me ask you. Which of us two would the world miss the most?
The world! Blast the world! I care about me. Me, John Burns, who's never written a poem in his life and looks like anybody else in the street. What are you going to do about it?
Nothing. I'm not going to do a thing. But you can do as you like.
No. I won't do anything either.
You're not afraid, are you?
I'm in love with your wife.
So that's it. Very convenient, isn't it?
Is it?
And does she love you?
I don't know. Doesn't matter.
You could have had her, you know. I might have been on the gallows by now, and you could have had her. Instead, you come down into the pit with me and help me. Why?
We've been through all that because you're my brother. We've been here long enough. Are you coming with me? All right, I'll go alone. You're trying to push me off the platform in front of the train. You tried to kill me.
You're mistaken, John. You slipped. I was trying to catch your arm.
I see. Then you were trying to save me.
That's right.
I must thank you for that.
Well, not at all, John. Not at all.
How much longer do we play this game?
I beg your pardon.
You've been following me since I got off the train.
That's right.
You're a police officer?
Yes.
How long have you been following me?
Since the day after Emily Gaunt disappeared.
You mean you've been with me since then? All these weeks, every day, every minute?
You're an active young man, Mr. Burns. You've got a long stride.
But me? Why me?
I take my assignments from Scotland Yard. They don't always tell me the reasons.
I tell you, there is no reason this time.
As you say, Mr. Burns.
So you leave me alone?
No, Mr. Burns.
Yes?
Come to the study a moment.
You're up late. What are you doing?
Working?
Let me see. Death in the Woods. A romance by Stephen Burns. You're really writing it?
I'm really writing it.
I'm done in. What did you want?
I just wondered why you'd been so late.
Did you?
Yes, it worried me.
Did it? Did you think I'd finally cracked and gone to the police?
I'd just like to know where you are.
Don't bother about me. Did you know the house is being watched, day and night?
Yes. I can see them from my window here.
I just wanted to be sure you knew. Good night, Stephen.
Good night, John. While moonlight glinted on her body there, while waves washed gently o'er her body fair,
Do you like the roast, Stephen?
I'm not very hungry, I'm afraid.
You look exhausted. Is the poem finished?
Yes, all finished.
You don't look very happy about it.
It's good.
When can I see it?
I'm not going to show it to anyone.
I see. We used to share things.
This is different. I'll probably destroy it anyway.
Stephen.
Yes?
What about us?
What about us?
We don't seem to have very much of a marriage. You must have noticed that.
Yes, I suppose I have.
I've discovered something important about you. You live your life on paper. The things you feel and know, even the people you love, they're all raw material. And when you get them into a poem, you're finished with them. When we were first married, you composed a lovely sonnet sequence, songs for Marjorie. And when you'd done it, you didn't need me anymore. Stephen, aren't you listening?
It's about time he came down to dinner. What's he sulking about?
Do you mean John? He went out some time ago.
Where did he go?
He didn't say. Anyway, we were talking about us. Stephen, where are you going?
Bring him back.
Death in the Woods by Stephen Burns. Part 1. The Murder.
Well, I couldn't find him.
Why should you want to?
Care for a drink, Marjorie?
No, not at the moment.
That's better. We were talking about us before I made that sudden exit.
Yes.
As a matter of fact, you ought to know about it. There's another woman. Her name's Muriel. A rather silly little thing.
Is that so?
Not even a little bit jealous?
No, Stephen. You're never jealous of someone you don't love.
You make it sound very final.
It is.
Just like that. Should I say I'm sorry?
There's no need. I know it doesn't matter to you.
You're in some kind of a mood tonight. I can sense it. Why are you so strange, Marjorie?
While you were out looking for John, I read some poetry.
Was it mine?
It was signed by you. I went into the study. It was lying on the desk. I read it.
Did you like it?
Did I like it? How can you ask that?
Why not? You can appreciate a thing aesthetically, quite apart from what it says.
No, you can't. Not when it says...
Not when it says?
That you're a murderer.
Yes, it's true. I thought I might have disguised it a bit, but you read between the lines, didn't you?
And you dragged John into it, too.
John's been wonderful. He's kept the secret very well.
Why? Why should he?
Right. He's very old-fashioned, really. He believes in chivalry. And you see, he loves you.
I know.
Oh, then we all know. Splendid. I must have another. You remember in the poem I made John the White Knight? There was a nice touch. The man who locked the secret fast in his heart. But you, Marjorie, will you keep the secret? After all, you're not in love with me. It would be unfair. I couldn't expect you to, could I?
Yes, Stephen, you could. You could.
I'd have to take your word. Is your word good, Marjorie?
Do you want to tell me about it? Would that help?
Yes, that's an excellent idea. Come here.
Yes, Stephen.
Now, turn around. That's right. Face the steps. That's where it happened.
Stephen.
She was coming down from her bath, and we met at the foot of the stairs. She looked rather pretty, and I wanted to kiss her, and so I did. It frightened her, I think, because she screamed. I kissed her again, and she screamed even louder. I had to stop that. I put my hands on her throat to shake her out of it. She tried to break away, still screaming, and I had to hold tighter. It was ridiculous. You'd be home any minute, and the neighbors would hear. Let me see. Just exactly where was she standing? Right about where you are now, Marjorie. That's right, exactly the same spot. Then I put my hands around her throat with my thumbs on her windpipe like this.
Stephen!
Just like this, and I began to press harder.
Stephen! Oh, no. Oh, well, no.
What do you mean?
I mean, your poem.
The manuscript? What is it? What have you done?
It should be...
What is it?
At the publisher's by now. I called a messenger and had it sent around.
You did that? To me?
Yes, while you were gone.
All right. Let them publish it. Let the whole world read it. What could those fools ever know? 2 nights kill a girl by accident in a wood. They lay her body in a lake at the foot of a castle. What can they make of that? A fairy tale called Death in the Woods.
I took the liberty of making a change in your manuscript.
You did?
I wrote a new title.
What did you call it, Marjorie?
I called it Emily Gaunt, A Confession of Murder.
Go to your room. Now.
Stephen, I'm sorry. You frightened me so. Stephen.
Go to your room, Marjorie.
Yes, Stephen.
Is to certify that I, Stephen Burns, strangled Emily Gaunt on the 15th of June. John Burns had nothing to do with it. I am going to drown myself.
Who's that? It's Windfall. Over here at the window.
What do you want, Tipple?
It's Tuesday night, dear boy. Didn't you know?
What? I don't understand.
Chess, Stephen. Tuesday night. Chess. Have you forgotten?
You like your little games, don't you?
Of course.
I'm free of you, Dimple. You've been holding the secret in for a long time, but you can tell them now. Go on, tell them what you saw. You played your last game with me.
My word.
Your friend coming?
No. No, evidently not. I don't know what's come over Stephen lately. He acts exactly as if I don't know, as if I'd done him some harm.
Erratic chap, Stowitz.
I suppose so.
Too bad. I did want to meet him. The famous Stephen Burns.
Well, I'll arrange it again, sometime when he's in a better mood. Oh, well, we'd better be getting to that game.
By the way, how are all those scrapbooks of yours coming?
Oh, first rate. I've been collecting these murder cases since I was a boy.
It's an odd hobby you've got there.
All hobbies are a bit odd, I suppose. At any rate, I've got 40 of them now with this Emily Gaunt affair. I dare say I'm the only one on the river interested in that sort of thing.
John, is that you?
Yes, it's John.
Thank heavens you've come. Here, quickly.
What's happened?
John, I know everything.
You...
Never mind now, it's Stephen. Look, I just found this note. I was in my room and I heard him go out 10 minutes ago.
I am going to drown myself.
I read the poem and I don't know why, but I hid it in my closet. And when he saw it was gone, I had to lie to him to save my life. I told him I'd sent it to the publishers. He thinks he'll be found out. That's why he's gone.
I want you to destroy this note, Marjorie.
Yes, John.
I'll try to stop him. If it's not too late.
Wait. Let him go. It would be better than the police.
No. I love you. And because I do, I've got to do everything I can to save him.
All right. Go ahead. I'll wait here.
Out on the river, John steered the tiny motorboat around in a wide circle, and then slowly narrowed it, watching for the small rowboat, scanning the angry black water for the sign of a bobbing head. And then suddenly, just ahead of him, was the boat, empty.
No!
Stephen lay huddled in the bow of the boat, like a trapped animal. His eyes gleaming in the darkness, his hair was plastered to his skull, his clothes heavy and sodden with water. He raised himself on an elbow and then lurched forward to his knees.
I went over the side, John. I did. I went in, but I couldn't do it. I couldn't. Take me home, John. I want some dry clothes and some brandy. Take me home!
John frantically shoved and pushed to move his boat back. Then he stood abruptly and dived into the water after Stephen. He went under for a long moment, battling the currents with all his strength, and then he came up again. Stephen, his wet... In another moment, his arms were flailing out, searching, grasping, looking for his brother. It may have been only moments, perhaps it was hours, but as he looked round desperately, scanning the black expanse about him for the sight of a single struggling head, there was nothing but jet black water, flowing swiftly.
Stephen! Stephen! Marjorie.
And where is John now, Mrs. Burns?
Out on the river, helping them. to look for the body.
I see.
Surely you don't still suspect him?
I have a few questions I want to ask him. He was out there with Mr. Burns on the river at the time, wasn't he?
He went out to try to stop him.
Stop him?
John.
Hello, Marjorie.
Have they...
Not yet.
Mr. Burns, can I...
Inspector, I want you to see this.
Marjorie, no.
I have to, John, don't you see? I have to.
This is to certify that I, Stephen Burns, strangled Emily Gaunt on the 15th of June. John Burns had nothing to do with it. I am going to drown myself. Signed, Stephen Burns. I see. Well, that's plain enough. The case of Emily Gaunt is closed, and I won't be bothering you again. Good night, Mrs. Burns. Mr. Burns.
Good night.
Marjorie.
I had no choice, John. It was Stephen's reputation, or you. And I love you.
This is Robert Montgomery. Our congratulations and thanks go to John McIntyre and Dan O'Herlihy for their excellent performances in The House by the River, and to all the other players for their fine support. Next week, for Suspense, we have selected the latest story by Dorothy B. Hughes, who wrote The Fallen Sparrow and Ride the Pink Horse. This one is a chilling mixture of many suspenseful ingredients. A charming young man, as ordinary as the smiling gas station attendant around the corner. A young lady who understood him too well. Another who loved him too blindly. A detective with a hunch he dreaded to follow up. And a series of headline-crashing murders that terrorized a whole city. With these ingredients, Dorothy B. Hughes, In a Lonely Place, adds up to a gripping hour of suspense. So be back with us next week, will you? Good night.
Mr. Montgomery may currently be seen in the Universal International production Ride the Pink Horse. John McIntyre may currently be seen in the 20th Century Fox production called Northside 777. The House by the River by A.P. Herbert was adapted for radio by Irving Ravage and was directed by Anton M. Leader. Lud Gluskin is our musical director and conductor, and Lucien Morawek composes the original scores. Next week, here In a Lonely Place, on radio's outstanding theater of thrills, 1 hour of Suspense. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
In a Lonely Place by Dorothy B. Hughes.
This is Robert Montgomery. The other day, a friend of mine repeated a familiar phrase. He indicated the travel folder on his desk and said with a kind of triumph, "I'm going to get away from it all." He's lucky, my friend is. He's going to change the scene, the whole scene. New horizons, new vistas, new people, or no people at all. New thoughts, or no thoughts at all. He has a rendezvous with a cloudless sky and a peaceful stream and the easy whisper of the wind. Only time stands between him and a fresh beginning. Indeed, he has a lonely place where there is no loneliness. Yes, my friend's lucky. He can get away from it all with a simple change of scene, and he has no fear of being alone with his thoughts. It isn't like that with Dixon Steele. It isn't like that at all. And so, with the performance of Robert Montgomery as Dixon Steele, and with our play In a Lonely Place by Dorothy B. Hughes, we again hope to keep you in suspense. I stood there at the foot of Sunset, at the end of the city of Los Angeles, looking out through the evening fog at the Pacific. The swirling mists kept lifting themselves like gauzy veils, coming up to touch my face. There was something in it like flying, the sense of being lifted high above the crawling earth, of being part of the wildness of air, and something more, of being wrapped tight in a strange world of fog and cloud and wind. I had liked flying at night, but the war's ending had finished that. Since then it had left me, that feeling of power and exhilaration and freedom that came from being alone in the sky. But here, tonight, at the edge of this noisy, fog-drenched ocean, I had it again. Then I turned away. I was already late for my appointment with Brub and his new wife. I walked past my coupe, parked at the curb, and went up the path to the little white cottage. The lights from the living room windows made little concentric circles in the heavy fog. It would be good to see Brub again.
You old son of a secret. What do you mean by not calling us before now? Let me see you.
It's the same boy, Brub. I haven't changed a bit. And neither have you.
Oh, sure I have, for the better. And this is why. Sylvia, this is Dixon Steele.
Hello, Dick.
Oh.
We're old friends, really. You've been Brub's favorite topic of conversation as long as I've known you.
Oh, we flew together, Sylvia. Brub took care of me like a big brother.
You needed some looking after, Colonel Steele. Remember the night in Soho?
Save it for later, mister. And it's not Colonel anymore. The Army made me a gentleman, gave me the only mark of distinction I've ever had, and then took it away from me. Say, why didn't you tell me you were married into such a lovely girl?
Well, thank you, Dick.
Tell you. You called me up 5 months ago. Last April the 8th, to be exact. Told me you'd just get in and let me know as soon as you were located. That's the last I heard. You checked out of the ambassador 3 days later, and you didn't leave a forwarding address. How could it tell you anything?
Keeping tabs on me, Brub?
Oh, trying to find you, you crazy lug.
Here I am. It's like being home again.
Well, brief me, boy. What have you been doing, and how's it going?
Slow, Brub, slow. I've got a little apartment and a car and a typewriter. That's about it.
The typewriter's a new touch.
Trying to write a book, like 90% of the other GIs. A detective novel. My rich Uncle Fergus back east is staking me for a year to see what I can do. He calls it giving me a hand over the period of my readjustment. So that keeps me busy most of the time.
And the rest of the time?
The rest of the time, I hardly know what to do with myself.
You were a hot pilot in England, Dix. Just a kid at that. Sure, it's going to take a little time.
Would anyone care for something to eat or drink? Cold beer? Dick?
No, thanks. Not at the moment. I'm too relaxed.
We were a casual generation, Dix. They put us in the middle of something that wasn't very casual. There's bound to be a reaction.
Oh, Brub's always looking for the hidden motive power. That's because he's a policeman.
Policeman?
Oh, not a policeman now, darling. A detective.
I'm sorry, darling.
What happened to you, Brub?
Oh, my old buddies ask me why, and I can't help them. I don't know why. All I do know is it's rotten hard work.
No, the things men do. You with a badge and me with a typewriter. And that reminds me, I ought to be getting back to it.
Oh, but it's still early.
Oh, what's the hurry, Dick?
Well, Brub will want his rest, Sylvia, if he's going to dig around for the glory of the L.A. police force. It is L.A., isn't it, Brub?
It is, indeed.
Then you do need some sleep. Plenty of work in L.A., no?
Plenty.
Well, I'll be seeing you two.
Well, good night, Dick. We'll expect you to come off.
Hey, wait a minute. We don't have your number.
My number?
Sure, we'll want to get in touch.
Oh, yeah, right. Crestview, 90898.
90898.
That's
Good.
right.
You'll be hearing from me, Dix.
I'd be hearing from Brub. And why not? Good old Brub with his tired eyes and rumpled hair. Brub had been my big brother. But he hadn't known everything there was to know. Some things a man keeps secret. It's amusing to keep some things secret. I wondered if they were surprised by my quick exit. When I had to get out of there, I couldn't stay. I had to figure things out. So Brub was a detective now, And he had my telephone number. There was something amusing about Brub being able to lay his hands on me whenever he wanted. Amusing and more exciting than anything that had happened in a long time. The hunter and the hunted, arm in arm. The hunt, sweetened by danger. I was driving slowly, hugging the curb, and then I saw her. A girl, an unknown girl, standing alone on the corner of Camden Drive, waiting for a bus. And buses didn't run often out here at night. I pulled up a block ahead and got out, shutting the door so it made no sound, and then I walked back toward her. She heard me coming in the fog. She turned her face to me, smiling a little, glad to have someone to share the darkness and the silence with her. I walked up to her, slowly, and I was smiling back. Yes? Hello?
Hello, Dick.
Speaking? Oh, is this Sylvia?
How'd you know?
Recognize your voice.
I've been ringing and ringing. Where have you been?
Well, I guess I slept through it. I was up late last night working on the book.
Can you break away long enough to have dinner with us tonight at the club?
Tonight? Oh, fine. Fine. What time?
Oh, about 8. I almost forgot. Don't dress. We're informal with the beach.
Thanks. You had me a little worried. My dinner coat shrank while I was away flying.
Grubs, too. They said you gentlemen altogether too well. All right, then. Tonight at 8.
Thanks for calling, Sylvia. I had slept late. The day was almost gone. The apartment was already in shadows. The afternoon paper was on the lawn just outside my window. The paper. I threw on a robe and ducked out quickly. Then I was back in the room, standing in the middle of the floor, holding it, still folded in my hand, listening to the blood hammer in my head. I switched on the floor lamp and sank down into an easy chair. I lit a cigarette, and I took a deep drag. Then I unfolded it. That was all I had to do. It lay spread open in my lap. They'd found their biggest type for the headline. Strangler strikes again. Huh?
Dick's over here.
Oh, hello, Sylvia. Where's Brub?
He called at the last minute to say he'd be detained. It's like being married to a doctor. Would you like a drink meanwhile?
Here he is now.
Oh.
Sorry to be late, darling. Hello, Dix.
Hi.
Glad you could join us.
You look exhausted, Brad. Hard day?
Haven't you seen the papers?
No, I didn't get a chance. Why?
There's another one.
Oh, Brad.
Well, what's it all about?
Another woman killed. The same way.
Did the commissioner call you in?
Yeah, the whole department. We've been with him since 5. We've got to stop it.
Yes, darling.
Was it someone important?
No, it never is. Oh, I forgot you're just a visitor, Dix. You see, the only pattern we can find is in the time schedule. They come one a month, regularly.
You must be starved, Rob. Wouldn't you like to order?
In a minute, baby. I want to unwind.
Have a highball, anyway. Malcolm.
Yes, Mrs. Nicolai.
3 scotch and sodas, Malcolm. We'll order later.
Certainly, ma'am.
The first one was about 4 months ago. May, to be exact.
May 16th, the night before my birthday party.
It was a girl down on Skid Row. She was a nice enough kid, dancer in a cheap joint. We found her in an alley. Strangled. No clues.
And that was number 1?
Yeah. In June, number 2. We found her in Westlake Park. Wasn't any reason for it. A nice, normal girl, young and attractive. She'd been killed the same way. And no clues.
And then the others?
Last night was the 4th. No motive, no connection between any of them.
Huh.
And never the same neighborhood.
And last night?
Beverly Glen Canyon, up where it's country. She was lying in the brush at the side of the road. There were about 500 car tracks superimposed on that particular stretch, so it wouldn't do any good to lift them. Yeah, but we've got one clue, a great one. We know the killer uses a car.
How can you tell, bro?
Well, her name was Mildred Atkinson, and she'd been playing bridge with 3 girlfriends in Beverly. At 11, she and another girl went out to the bus stop together. A friend caught a Wilshire bus and left Mildred behind, waiting for a Hollywoodland. So how did she get up to the canyon where we found her this morning? It's a long way. The answer is she went for a ride. Where's that drink?
Just another minute, darling.
Los Angeles is too big, too sprawling. You can't patrol every street every night. He's safe.
He's insane, of course.
Sure he is. A maniac walking the streets. Mild-mannered and soft-spoken and looking as normal as anyone. A homicidal maniac.
I sat there watching Brub's angry black eyes and Sylvia's white pallid face. He's insane, of course. Their imaginations were poor, blunted little things reaching only as far as the obvious. He's insane, of course. So that was to be the chorus. What could they know of the world of imagination and beauty in which a sane man, as sane as any, could kill and kill again?
Don't you like to drink, Dick?
What? Oh, sure.
Lost in a fog, eh, boy? But I know why.
Do you?
Could it be that little Banning girl over at the next table? Could it be that she reminds you of someone?
Well, I don't know what you're talking about, Brub. What girl and what...
Now he sees her.
What's the mystery about Betsy Banning? Does Dick know her?
No, darling. It's just that she's a dead ringer for another girl we used to know in England. Especially Dick's. He knew her well. Am I right?
Yeah. Yes, you're right.
Little Brucey.
This girl is so much like her.
Well, you're wrong, Dick. She's not as pretty as Brucey. Don't you remember?
Remember? Yes. I remember Brucey. But I didn't want to remember Brucey. Brucey of the sea-green eyes. Brucey whom I had loved and wanted and needed. No, I'd been through it before. It was now that mattered. It was today in Southern California, 6,000 miles away from her, with something else hammering in my head to be looked at and examined. What? Oh, yes, tires. They were good tires, no patches, no distinguishing marks. Rob had said it himself. They couldn't get tire marks from dry concrete. I hadn't thought so. Still, I should have made sure. Certain gambles are legitimate. Like taking Mildred to that drive-in last night. Gambling on the muddled memory of waitresses who served hundreds of average-looking men and women every day, every night. Sure, it was a risk. But risks were like spice. Like stunt flying. As long as you used them like spice, sparingly. Like stunts, planning them with precision, I could afford to take risks. I just couldn't make mistakes. I left the club right after dinner. Got back to the apartment early. I pulled up in front and got out. I started up through the patio to my place at the rear when I saw I wasn't alone out there. She was hurrying in, not noticing me. In the blue light, her hair and her slacks and her jacket were all blue. Different depths of blue. I did it out of impulse, without thought. I beg your pardon.
Who is it?
Well, I'm your neighbor. My name's Steele.
So your name's Steele?
Did you drop something?
I don't know. Did I?
Oh, no, you didn't. It's just conversation.
Try again another time.
No, wait a minute. I just lost my dinner date. I thought maybe you'd lost yours, too.
Sorry. Mine will be here any minute.
You've got red hair. I didn't notice that.
It's no secret.
Like I say, I'm your neighbor, 4A. If you do ever lose a dinner date, let me know, will you?
I'll be sure to make a note of that. Good night.
I got some cold beer and some cheese from the refrigerator and draped myself over the divan. The night was a scorcher. A Los Angeles September night. I lay there eating and drinking and waiting for it. Not that I thought for a minute it would come, but I was waiting for it. And it did come. It's you.
I've just lost a dinner date.
Oh, come in. Maybe you'll find him here.
I hope not. I told him I had a headache and was going to bed. And that I was disconnecting the phone. But I still want dinner.
You mind if I finish my beer?
Go ahead.
I'm Dick Steele. Who are you?
My name's Laurel. And that's all you get for the time being.
All right, Laurel. I don't mind beginning at a crawl. I suppose you're in pictures.
Not often. I don't like getting up mornings.
No, I don't either. That's why I'm a writer. Why'd you come by, Laurel?
Because I'm hungry. And because tonight I didn't want to sit opposite a man who's rich and 60 and eats oatmeal.
You have a grudge against money?
No. Only against the men and women who go with it. People who think that everything in life is for sale. I hate them.
Sometimes they pay the rent and the jeweler.
They don't pay mine. How did we get on to this? Haven't you finished the beer yet?
All finished. And all ready. Let's go, Laurel. We ate at Carl's, out on the road to Malibu. We didn't say much. We ate and smoked and had coffee. And I watched what the lights did, glinting on that red hair. When we left there, I knew it. I knew it was the beginning of something good. She was beside me and with me, and that was enough. I'd needed her for a long time. Ever since Brucey. That's how long. This girl, this Laurel, could make it up to me, could make me forget. I parked on an open stretch overlooking the dark beach and the ocean. She wanted to go down closer, so we left the car and struggled through the sand down to the water's edge. I held her hand tightly. The spindrift salted our lips.
I haven't done this in a long, long time.
Having fun?
Oh, wonderful. You can really smell the ocean here. Breathe, Dix. Breathe deep.
Laurel, would you laugh at me if I said I was happy? That I never thought I'd be happy again? That I didn't think I could be?
No, Dix.
Laurel. Laurel, you're wonderful.
Am I?
Laurel, come here. Come here. Hello?
Hello, Dix. It's Brub. Did I break into your writing?
No, not at all. What's up?
Who was that redhead I seen you with last night?
What are you talking about? Where did you see me?
Oh, you didn't see us. We were going out of Carl's restaurant when you went in. Sylvia spotted you, and I spotted the redhead.
There are always people looking, Brub. There are always eyes to see.
Why, sure, boy. You can't take a step in this world. You know that. But listen, how about lunch?
Fine. What time and where?
Noon, at the Beverly Hills Station.
Beverly Hills Station?
Police station, kid. Pick me up there.
Okay, Brub. I'll see you there. Noon. That was a nice station you got there, Brub. Flowers and shrubs and a white facade. It looks like a small Eastern university.
Beverly Hills is just a small town, Dix. Almost a village, but the force is first rate. I'll be working out there from now on.
How's the case coming?
The case? Oh, that. It's a dead end, I'm afraid.
You mean you're closing the books?
We don't ever close the books. After the newspapers and all the rest of them, forget it. Our books are still open. That's the way it is.
Well, that's the way it has to be, I guess.
There's been tough cases before, but we find the answer. Our department's had cases running 10, 12 years. Sometimes it's just because we're waiting for the next move, but we find them.
This is Dix, old pal, remember? What are you trying to tell me? That the criminal doesn't escape?
That's right. One way or another, he's caught. Sometimes it's because he's caught there in that lonely place, living with himself. So it ends in suicide or the insane asylum, but there's no escape.
You were saying the other night that this killer is insane.
He is.
I can't figure it. He's been pretty smart, hasn't he?
The insane are more clever about their business and more careful, too, than the sane. It's normal for them to be sly and secretive. That's part of the mania. But they give themselves away. How do you like this apple pie?
Just like Mom used to make. How do they give themselves away?
Yeah, they repeat the pattern. Now, take the strangler. Look at his pattern.
I don't see any. I must be writing a lousy detective novel.
Okay, look. It's a girl at night, alone. He comes along in a car. She accepts a ride.
You're positive about the car?
It has to be. My theory is he didn't use it on the last one, on Mildred, until he'd made the approach on foot and lulled her. She was waiting for a bus, and he's waiting on the same corner. They get to talking. He invites her to have a cup of coffee, and then he mentions his car isn't far away, and he'll give her a lift. He takes her to the drive-in.
Drive-in? What drive-in?
Oh, that's something new. One of the car hops recognized Mildred's picture after the story broke. She remembered her coming in with a man and ordering coffee.
Good girl. That's a big help.
Yeah, it is.
And the man, did she remember him?
Yeah, it could be you or me or our grandfathers. No, she couldn't remember.
Half a loaf is better than none, eh?
I've got to go up to Beverly Glen, the scene of the crime. Want to come along?
Well, I had a date.
Come on. I can give you a better idea of what we're up against.
All right. I'll charge it up to research on the book.
Good. Show me and take your car or mine.
What was that? My car? Why? Was Brubb suspicious? Did he want my car back up on that street? That street? Was this lunch arranged? No. I'd already hesitated too long in answering. It couldn't matter which car. It had been too late and too foggy. Did you say something, Brubb? I'm sorry.
Thinking about the redhead, I said, whose car do we take? Yours or mine?
Oh, we might as well take mine.
You don't mind another passenger?
Not at all.
The chief wants to come along, Jack Lochner. We'll go back by the station for him.
We swung out toward sunset, all three of us up front. Lochner was a tall, thin man with wispy gray hair. He didn't look like the chief of anything. I drove carefully. I suppose it's the thing to do with cops beside you. Nice day for a ride.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll shut up.
This is it, Dix. Turn right, Beverly Glen.
My hands began to sweat. If Brubb hadn't called out, I knew I would have turned onto that street myself automatically. And I was a visitor from the east who didn't know the country very well. There was tension in my hands and arms, fear that I might recognize the place at the side of the road and react to it. And then slowly, I relaxed again, realizing that I didn't know the road, that I could never find the spot, even if I wanted to, for it had been dark. We climbed into the valley. There was a chill in the air, and the sun was far away. Nobody spoke. These two men were on a case that had them tired and sore. It wasn't a time for a conversation piece. I drove on, waiting for somebody to tell me to stop.
Here we are.
Huh?
Just pull up along here, Mr. Steele, if you will.
Is this where you found her?
Right there in the brush.
You see how thick it is in here? He'd have known that. He'd have figured that she wouldn't be found for a long time with the leaves falling on her, covering her. And every day there'd be more leaves. Not many people look off at the side of the road when they're driving, not unless there's something scenic to look at. This canyon would be perfect.
Then how was she found so quickly?
Look, the milkman picked this spot in the world to have a flat.
The killer figured it smart. See how the road curves here? Well, he could see any lights coming from behind 2 loops below. And he could look up to the top of the hill, see the lights of a car approaching him when it takes the first of those 2 curves. He can sit with her in the car, looking like a spooner, until the other cars go by. He was playing it safe. So he does it. He opens the door of the car, he rolls her out into the leaves, and he's away. No chance of being caught at it. And strangling's the easiest way.
Yes. Yeah, that makes sense. How about it, Brubb? Find anything?
The experts have been over every inch with their microscopes. He won't find anything. But he wanted to have another look around, so I came along.
Well, it seems hopeless to me, Mr. Lochner. If there's nothing here, of all places, where can you look?
There's only one place we'll find anything.
And where's that?
In his car.
In the murderer's car?
That's where the evidence is right now. Enough to send him to the gas chamber.
Cigarette, Captain Lochner? Got it?
Got it.
You haven't been able to get a description of that car yet, have you?
Not yet. We're working on the people at the drive-in. One of them is going to remember.
And when you find it, then you'll go through it for those clues that you were talking about. Hairpins and lipstick.
No, Mr. Steele. Nothing like that.
What then?
Dust, Mr. Steele.
Dust?
You heard the man, Dix. He said dust. Like this stuff all over me. No matter how much I beat it, I can't get it all out.
Yeah, that's dust. We've got dust from the drive-in, dust from her clothes and her shoes, and dust from here, from a little thicket off Beverly Glen. 3 different kinds. And all of them in his car.
Oh, that's really fantastic. And even in 10 or 12 years, the dust will still be there.
Some of it will, yes.
You want my opinion of this case, gentlemen? The Strangler doesn't have a chance. I swung the car around and we rolled back down the canyon and into town. They were sitting beside me again, up front. Sitting on the dust they wanted so desperately, breathing it into their lungs, having it settle on the flesh of their hands and their faces and in their hair. The golden little molecules that would send the strangler to the gas chamber floated gently and unseen before our eyes as we drove back. And I felt good. My hands were easy on the wheel. I could be talkative now. I was expected to be curious and impressed. I would come back to it again. Did it help you, Brud, coming back?
No, I didn't find anything. Didn't expect to.
You know something? He's from the East.
He is? Oh, you mean the waitress recognized an Eastern accent?
No, he talked just like anybody else. No accent. That's just Lochner's reconstruction.
He's from the East, I know that. He's a mugger.
I'm afraid I don't follow you, Captain. What's a mugger?
Certain gangs used to operate in New York. One man would get the victim so. You see, with his right arm. And the others would rob him. Until they found out it could be a one-man job. You don't need more than 2 fingers to strangle a man or a woman.
He's a mugger. He doesn't use his fingers. There aren't any finger marks. He used his arm. He's from the East.
As a fellow Easterner, Captain Lochner, you must admit that a Westerner could have learned the trick.
I've seen the way they did it in New York. He knows how. Same way.
I think you're right, Locke. We keep getting closer.
You will, Miss Steele. I'll get out right here.
All right.
Thanks for the lift, Steele.
Thanks for letting me go along.
I'll see you at the station, Bob.
Ever since this thing started, I've been afraid for her.
For her? You mean Sylvia?
She's lived in the canyon all her life. She never had any fear, wandered all over it, any time of day. But the canyon at night, the way the fogs come in, it's a place for him, and I've scared her. She's alone so much, I never know what hours I have to keep. You know our street, how dark and lonely it is, and the way our house is set up there. Oh, I'm the one who's scared Dix. I've infected her, and I can't help it. I can't pretend. Until we've caught him, she isn't safe. Sylvia isn't safe.
I saw how it was with both of them. How they clung together, fear in both of them. The woman fearing to have her man close on the heels of a murderer, and Brub afraid for her because she was a woman, because she was his woman, and women were being stalked in the night. And yet, even though he was afraid, he would leave her, because he was a hunter, and this was a big hunt. For wild game. Yeah, wild game.
In tonight's full hour of suspense, Mr. Robert Montgomery stars as Dixon. And now, back to our Hollywood soundstage and Act 2 of In a Lonely Place, starring Mr. Robert Montgomery in a narrative well calculated to keep you in suspense.
I was very tired. Tired of thinking about Sylvia and Brub and the fear that had bound them as desperately as their love for each other. I was weary of the big hunt, for I was hunting on my own. I was looking for happiness. I spent the next few days with Laurel. It got so that I didn't count the hours anymore. All I knew was beauty, and I knew intensity, and I called it happiness. And all the time, I knew it wouldn't last. I sensed the restlessness coming into her. I could feel it.
Dix, what is it?
Did I say something? Laurel?
Oh, what is it?
You tell me. You've been sitting there without moving for more than an hour.
Oh, just daydreaming.
Was it something nice? Tell me about it.
Turn off the radio, Dix. It's making me nervous.
All right. You like a drink?
Yes, please. Thanks.
You know what we ought to do tonight? Go out on the town. Put on our Sunday best.
Where do you want to go? To a drive-in? Tex.
I'm sorry. I seem to be all thumbs.
Oh, here, let me make you a note.
No, that's all right. I didn't want it anyway. No, baby. No drive-in for you tonight. You're not the drive-in type.
type am I?
The Zero type, baby. Expensive and plush and chromium plated. Zeros, that'll do fine. I'll call and reserve a table for 10 o'clock.
Save your money. You can take me to a drive-in tonight.
I won't take you to a drive-in.
Why not? Are you afraid someone might see you there? Is that why?
What do you mean by that?
I mean you keep me hidden away from sight, as if we might run into some of your friends, like that Grub and Sylvia, as if I wasn't good enough for you.
Look, baby, relax. You're not making sense. Didn't I say I wanted to spread out tonight, get dressed up for once, and go to Zero's? Hide you away. You come with me tonight, and I'll show you off for everybody to see.
No, I'm tired. I don't want to get dressed and go places. All I want is to go up to the drive-in.
We're not going to the drive-in. We're not going.
You're hurting me.
Hello?
Hello, Dix. How are you?
Fine. What's on your mind?
Can you come over to the house? I want to see you.
Sorry, bro, but I got a date tonight.
I've just had a letter from England, Dix. It's about Brucey.
Brucey?
That's right.
Okay. I'll be right over.
Okay.
It seems that I can't have dinner with you after all.
All right.
You don't seem very unhappy about it. Oh.
Yes?
I'm sorry if I hurt you.
Forget it. It's all right.
We haven't been soft lovers. We haven't played it that way. The world keeps coming in between us. That makes me afraid.
Why should you be afraid?
Because I might lose you. I have to keep telling myself to remember that I can't take any chances, that I can't lose you. I can't, Laurel.
Don't be afraid, Dix. You see, I love you very much.
Have a chair, Dix.
All right?
Would you care for anything to eat?
No, thanks, Sylvia. I just finished it.
Remember Adam Tyne, Dix?
No?
Sure you do. The flight commander from Bath. Nice, quiet fellow. We saw a lot of him that spring of 43.
Well, we knew a lot of fellows over there, Brub. I don't remember.
Well, it's not important, except that I've had a letter from him. First one in more than a year. It's a sad piece of news, Dix.
Let's have it.
Brucey is dead.
Brucey is dead? Brucey.
Oh, Dix. Dix, I didn't know.
I'm sorry, Dix. I guess none of us realized how much you and Brucey...
We didn't know, Dix.
No. How could you? How could anyone know? How did she die? Was bombs?
No.
Well, then how? How?
She was murdered.
Murdered?
Yeah, murdered.
Well, how... Why? Why? Who?
The police have never found out. Better not talk about it, Dix.
Well, I want to talk about it. I want to know who did it. Why should anyone kill Brucey?
They don't know. Her family missed her for 2 weeks. When she was found, it was in a rocky cove. She'd been strangled.
Brucey was dead. Brucey, whom I had loved, who was my only love. Brucey was dead. And no one cared. No one in all the world cared. Except me. Brucey. I called Laurel when I got home that night. She didn't answer. I stepped outside and looked up to her apartment across the patio from mine. It was dark. She didn't come home at all that night, or the next day, or the next night. No word from her, not a sign, nothing. The following morning was a dirty gray rag. I called Laurel's number once more. No answer. I had to get out of that cramped room, away from the unremembered shape of my dreams. I didn't take the car. I wanted to breathe, to put motion into my body. I walked as far as Wilshire and then went up to Beverly Drive to my favorite delicatessen.
Dix, where'd you spring from?
A guy gets hungry, bro. How are you, Captain Lockton?
Fine, fine.
Good to see you again.
Slide in.
Okay, thanks.
Would you like to order now, sir?
If you please. Salami sandwich on rye and a beer, please.
It'll be just a few minutes.
Well, more trouble in Beverly?
No, same old case.
We're not going to let it happen again, that's all.
And you think it comes from this neighborhood?
It's the last clue we have. We pick up a little more each time we check.
Yeah, but where do you check? How?
Yeah, we've been talking to the help again. At the drive-in, where he stopped with her that night.
Any luck?
I don't know yet. In these neighborhood spots, a lot of people come by to eat regularly. I got to thinking about it. There must have been some of the regulars around that night when he took Mildred in for coffee. The nerve of it. Driving in there, coming in under all those bright lights and gambling that no one would remember what he looked like.
Like you and me, bro. An ordinary man.
Yeah, an ordinary man with the nerve of a jet pilot.
I see what you're after, bro. Have the help ask questions of the regulars when they come in. Were they at the drive-in the night of the murder? And did they see the couple?
That's it.
And I suppose you're hoping this fellow's a repeater, too.
And then it'd be a break, but there's no chance. No chance, except for his nerve.
You mean he might have the nerve to walk in again?
He might, Dix. He just might.
And you think the help might spot him if he did?
I think they might.
They're keyed up to remember, Mr. Steele. A little car hop, Jean, her name is, swears she'd know him again if he came in. She'll know him if she sees him again.
Only she can't describe him. That's the trouble with people in these cases.
You remember how it was when we were flying, Brub?
How do you mean?
You said yourself he's a gambler. He's reckless. I mean, he'll take chances like going to that drive-in before killing the girl. Well, it occurs to me that it's the same kind of recklessness we had when we were flying during the war. We took chances, but we were sure that we'd pull out of them.
Mr. Steele makes sense.
And something else. He's probably an ex-serviceman.
How do you figure that?
Well, the people who saw him at the drive-in all say he's a nice-looking fellow with nice clothes. At least that's what the newspaper accounts have to say. Am I right?
So far.
Then it's 10 to 1. He's the right age, good, healthy specimen, average. The average were in the service. I know that's not a very brilliant deduction, but it fills out the picture a little more.
I'll buy that, Mr. Steele.
Yeah, I will, too.
Well, I'll be getting back to the office.
I'll be in a little later today, Chief.
Okay.
By the way, Captain Lockton.
Yeah?
Every time I see you, I seem to be asking a lot of questions. I hope you haven't minded.
Not at all. Rob vouched for you a long time ago. You just keep asking.
I will, Captain, and thanks.
I'm late now. I want to check over those Bruce reports again. See me as soon as you get back. Well,
right.
Here's your order, sir.
I beg your pardon?
Wasn't yours the salami sandwich?
Oh, yes, thank you.
Would that be all today?
Yeah, that's all right.
Your check, sir. And thank you.
Bruce. This is a pretty common name. There must be 100,000 in the United States.
At least.
And hundreds in Los Angeles.
Yeah.
He said he was going to check the Bruce reports. It's not the same one, Rob. It couldn't be. Not Brucey.
I'm sorry, Dix. I know it's a raw wound, but I couldn't help talking to Lochner about her. I was knocked off my pins when I heard the news, and I wanted to report on the case. I figured you'd want one, too.
You were right. Then what happened?
Well, Locke cabled the London police. He thought it'd help us. That maybe Brucey was one of a series like our series. It's far-fetched, but the killer might have been an American. England was full of GIs at the time.
And was she one of the series?
They don't know. It was a series, but it didn't start right after Brucey. A couple of months, then it began. Same pattern. Strangler.
Well, what was the matter with him? Couldn't they catch him?
No, he was never caught. After 6 months, it stopped, just as suddenly as it had begun. Maybe he was shipped back home.
If I could ever find him, if I could ever get my hands on him, the man who killed Brucey,
I guess we feel the same about that. Do you want to come back with me, Dix, and see the reports?
No, I don't think I could take them, Brub. You understand?
Of course I do, Dix. Of course I do.
I went back to the apartment and lay on the divan for the rest of the afternoon, thinking about Brucey, strangled, so many miles away. And Laurel, who lived just across the patio from me and had disappeared as if the earth had swallowed her. I thought of them both, and soon their figures swam together in my mind and were commingled so that they became one. It was already dark, and I found myself very hungry. I got in the coupe and drove over to Wilshire, not knowing where I'd eat. Past the Savoy, Romanovs, Tropics, and then suddenly, the brilliant lights of the drive-in glittered ahead of me. I didn't stop to think. I twisted the wheel and pulled into a parking space right up front, right under the lights. looking for a man of my height, a man of my build. I was here for them. I'd come. 2 young fellows were in the car to my left, a middle-aged couple to my right. No police. No police in sight. I was safe. The girl who came with the menu was pert and pretty, no more than 16.
Good evening.
Hello.
Want to see a menu?
Oh, I know what I want. I'll have the special tonight. It's kind of a celebration.
Yes, sir. Won't be long.
I wondered what the girl's name was. I wondered if she was Jean, the car hop whom the police had alerted, the girl who would come up to each customer in the hope of finding me. And here tonight, she had found me, and she didn't know it. I ate slowly, lingering over the food, and before I left, I handed her a large tip, just to be sure she remembered me. She thanked me, smiling, and said, "Come again?" And I promised I would. I went out Wilshire to the ocean. The fog blew in at 14th Street, and I should have turned back then, but I didn't. I could hear the boom of the breakers, and I could smell the sea in the fog. And the fog itself was sweet and cool. It was silent. The world was shrouded in mists and silence, except for the thump of the water, the far-off cry of the foghorn. And then, at that moment, I knew what I was going to do. I got out of the car, and I listened to my footsteps across the pavement toward the beach. And then I listened to the silence as I began walking in the sand, sludging through heavy, damp sand. I passed the club where I'd gone to dinner one night with Brub, where I'd seen a young girl, a pretty brown-haired girl who looked like Brucey. I went on, trying to forget. I drifted along the deserted beach, looking for the shape of a living thing, of a woman. But I was alone. I passed a beach house where people huddled together in warmth and gaiety, and found myself trembling with hatred for Laurel. If she had come back to me, I'd not be shut out like this, cut off. You always leave you before you're ready. I groped on, my feet chained in the mud, and I stumbled and fell to one knee. I stayed there, my head buried in my arms. I was there for a long time, lost in a world of swirling fog and a crashing wave, lost in a lonely place, and the red knots tightened in my brain. Suddenly, something came running through the darkness. A small, dark shape hurtled upon me, and I realized it was a dog. A friendly terrier. I stroked it gently, held it close. And then there were footsteps coming over the sand. I could feel my blood begin to pound with excitement. Where there was a dog, there was a master. Or a mistress. The sound of the steps came closer, and then she stepped forward out of the fog. I looked up from the door and said, "Hello." And then I smiled. She couldn't know that behind that smile lay my hatred of Laurel, my hatred of Brub, my hatred of Sylvia, my hatred of Lochner, of everyone in the whole living world, of everyone. But Brucey. And Brucey was dead. Laurel.
No, it isn't Laurel.
What brings you, Brub?
Am I invited in?
Yeah, of course. Sit down.
Yeah.
Anything wrong?
Plenty wrong.
Is it Sylvia?
No. What makes you think it is?
Oh, I don't know. You look so worried.
You mean you don't know what's happened?
I don't know from nothing. I awoke to a beautiful morning, the birds singing, the California sunshine, and I decided it was a day for the beach. I've been out there all day riding the breakers. Oh, wonderful sport.
You were at the beach today?
Sure. What's wrong with that?
He was out again last night. The strangler. He did it on the beach.
Again?
The little Banning girl. Betsy Banning. You remember? The girl who looked like Brucey.
Yeah. I remember.
When I get him, and I will get him, I'm going to kill him. I'm going to kill him with my hands. With The way he likes to do it.
Oh, now take it easy, bro. Would you like a drink?
She always took her dog out for a run at night, no matter what time it was. She wasn't afraid. She was like Sylvia. The ocean was always something safe, something good. And she had her dog.
And the dog?
Buried in the sand, dead, strangled. Poor fella. Right on time, just about a month. On the nose, every month.
And no clues?
On the sands, no clues, no buttons, no fingerprints, no cigarette stubs, no match folders, not even a calling card.
Well, there's not much I'm good for at a time like this, but if there's anything I can do, Brub, anything...
I was in the neighborhood. I had to stop by and talk. I'll be going now. Thanks, Dix.
Anytime, Brub. You know that. Anytime. The sand had been my first mistake. For sand was an evil, penetrating thing, and you could never wholly be rid of it. If dust could tell a story, then sand screamed out its secrets aloud. That was why the morning afterward early, I had gone down to the beach and spent the whole day there in the sand. That was why I had been ready for Brub when he came. That was why I was ready for the whole L.A. police force if they wanted to come. After Brub left, I went out of the house and drove to the cleaners on Pico and left a bundle of dirty clothes. Then I ate in Beverly and afterward went into Warner's Theater for a double bill. On the way home, I thought I was being followed. A large gray sedan that stayed with me for 3 miles, but I was wrong. We were together at a red light, and when it changed, the sedan shot ahead of me and disappeared into the night. I slept without dreams and didn't wake until late afternoon of the next day. And still Laurel hadn't come back. Do you love me? I'd asked him. And she said, yes. She lied in my face and in my arms. I hated her, a cheat and a liar. No one cared. No one ever cared. Only Brucey. Brucey, who was dead. Who had left me alone. Alone forever. For all of my life.
Mr. Steele?
Yes.
Captain Lochner would like to see you up at the station, if you don't mind.
I don't mind at all.
But take your time. There's no hurry.
Well, that's all right. I'm ready now.
You can follow me in your own car, if you like.
Doesn't matter.
You might as well take yours. You know the way, don't you?
Oh, yes, I know the way.
So they wanted to look at my car while Lochner kept me occupied. I laughed out loud driving over. Let them crawl through it. Let them look at the sand and the dust. Let them make casts of the tires. It didn't mean a thing to me. It only made the game more exciting.
Thought maybe you could help us, Steele.
I'd be glad to, Captain. You name it.
It's the Bruce case, the English girl. I understand you know her.
Yes. Brub and I both knew her. Wonderful girl.
I've been doing a good deal of thinking about Miss Bruce.
Brub told me your idea. It could have been the same man.
I got a list here of American men who were friendly with the Bruce girl. And were all in England when it happened. Just look it over. See what you can remember about these men. Anything they might have said or done. Here.
Oh? I see Brub's name is on it.
Yeah.
Mine, too.
But you'd been transferred before then, Dix.
My transfer wasn't completed until after I got back from Scotland. I had a month's leave accumulated.
You came home after that?
No. I was sent to Paris and into Germany on the cleanup. I was overseas another 6 months.
What about the men on that list?
I can't tell you a thing against any single one of them. They were all good men. Not one could have had anything to do with this. It's impossible.
Okay. Brub's been telling me the same thing. It's another dead end. Well, that's enough for the day. I'm going home to sleep for 20 hours. Thanks for coming over, Steele.
Good boy, Dix.
Why? Because I stood up for the fellas? You did, too. We had to.
I never knew about Scotland. How'd you like it up there?
It was wonderful. Because she was with me. Brucey. She loved it there. And I loved her. The car was where I'd left it. If the police had gone after dust, they hadn't taken much. The floor mat was no cleaner than it had been before. I went home and sat in the living room, watching it get dark, not bothering to turn on any of the lights. There were no slips, no mistakes. There had never been any. There never would be any. I go back east. I get my trunk off tomorrow by express, and then I go by plane. Goodbye, Brubs. Goodbye, Sylvia. Thanks for the buggy ride. But first I'd find a room not too far away and hole up for a few days. Once I was gone, Laurel would come back to her apartment, and I'd be waiting in the shadows. I'd take care of Laurel. I sat there in the heavy darkness, my fingers aching, my head banded by iron. There were footsteps outside. No, not Laurel. A man coming home late from the office. But she might come tonight. I've been cleared by the police. No one need be afraid of me tonight. She might come. I sat behind the dark window, hardly breathing. Then I heard them coming, clicking on the pavement, high, pointed heels. I looked out. Slacks, a careless coat over the shoulders, a scarf to mask her flaming hair. I moved quickly, out the door, stepping softly through the windows, coming up behind her. So you decided to come back? Turn around, look at me. Sylvia.
Yes, Sylvia.
Where's Laurel? Where's Laurel? What have you done with her?
Laurel's all right, Dix. She's all right.
Where is she? Where is she?
She isn't coming back. She's safe, and she's going to stay safe.
So you poisoned her against me because you hate me. From the beginning, you hated me.
No, Dix, no. Only I did feel something was wrong with you. From the first night you walked into our house, I knew something was terribly wrong.
You knew? What could you know? A jealous dame. You couldn't even stand to see Brub have a friend like me. Wanted me all for yourself, didn't you? And now, Laurel, you take her away from me, too.
Laurel came to us because she was afraid. Afraid of you and what you might do to her.
That's a lie.
Is it, Dix? Tell me, what happened to the girl who had coffee in the drive-in with you? What happened to the girl in Westlake Park? The girl down on Skid Row?
Sylvia, I'm going to kill you. We were all in my apartment. Lochner and Brub and Sylvia. And some of the boys I'd seen from the Beverly station. They put on the lights and sat me down on the divan. And they stood around looking down at me. All of them but Sylvia. They stood between me and the chair in which she sat huddled. And Lochner was looking down to talk to me.
I'm arresting you on suspicion of the murder of Mildred Atkinson.
That's very funny.
And suspicion of the murder of Betsy Banning. And the attempted murder of Sylvia Nicolai. Have you anything to say?
Yes. I think you're crazy.
Listen to me, Dix. It's no use. We have Mildred Atkinson's fingerprints in your car. There's only one way they could get there.
Would you be lying? You, an old friend, just to trap me?
And we have the dust.
Do you know what a good lawyer could do with your precious dust?
I'm not through, Dix. There's quite a bit of lint from the Atkinson girl's coat.
Lint?
And there are hairs from Betsy Banning's Scotty dog. We found them on the suit you took to the cleaners.
But you can't think of everything, Brub. Especially when you're rushed. When your luck runs out.
Dix, look at me. Why did you do it? Why? Was it because you loved Brucie and she wouldn't have you? Is that what set you off? Is that what made you do it? Brub, why, Dix? Tell me why. Because I killed Brucie.
This is Robert Montgomery again, with thanks to our cast for their splendid performances. Next week for Suspense, we've chosen a story with triple threat possibilities. The title, the story, and the author, taken by themselves, are enough to command our interest. In combination, they become a dramatic force powerful in suspense. I speak of Nightmare by William Irish, a story which fuses reality with unreality in a frightening pattern of fear and suspicion. If you've ever had a nightmare, you know its impact. You know the difficulty with which you cast it aside. If you've never had a nightmare, we cordially invite you to have one on us next week. when with Nightmare by William Irish, we again hope to keep you in suspense. Good night.
Mr. Montgomery may currently be seen in the Universal International production Ride the Pink Horse. In a Lonely Place by Dorothy B. Hughes was adapted for radio by Irving Ravitch, directed by Anton M. Leader, and produced by Robert Montgomery. Lud Gluskin is our musical director and conductor, and Lucien Morawek composes the original scores. Next week, hear Nightmare on radio's outstanding theater of thrills, 1 hour of suspense. Remember to give gladly to the 1948 Red Cross Fund. This is CBS, where 99 million people gather every week, the Columbia Broadcasting System.